Alexander rose from his chair and moved to the large window, gazing out at the city below. Once the announcement is out, ensure that the aid freeze and military disengagement begin immediately. I don't want them thinking they have time to persuade us otherwise. Julienne left Alexander's office with a sense of urgency in her steps. She immediately made her way toward the Foreign Affairs Ministry, where the machinery of Valoria's diplomatic and political operations was always in motion. Upon entering the ministry's main hall, she was greeted by the familiar hum of activity. She didn't waste time as she made her way directly to the offices of the Foreign Affairs Minister, Emily. Inside the secretary's office, Julienne briefed her on the directives from Alexander. "We need the recall of Reinhardt and all diplomatic staff in Zambesi," she stated clearly. "This is to be done immediately, with no delay. I will send an official communique to our embassy there, and it will be followed by a public announcement. Wait, His Excellency cutting ties with the Zambesi government. That's correct, Emily, and he wants it done as soon as possible," Julienne said. "Okay, if His Excellency wills it." Emily turned in her chair to face Julienne, her eyebrows raised slightly as she processed the gravity of the situation. "Cutting ties with Zambesi. That's no small task," she remarked, though her voice carried a casual tone that only close friends shared. Julienne gave a small shrug, glancing around the bustling Foreign Affairs Ministry. "No, it's not. But the King of Zambesi isn't leaving us much of a choice. Alexander's made his decision, and it's my job to make sure it's carried out smoothly. You know, it feels like just yesterday we were putting all this work into strengthening ties with Zambesi. Now here we are tearing it all down." Julienne nodded, leaning against the desk. "Ironic, isn't it? But that's the nature of diplomacy. One wrong step and everything unravels." Emily reached for a stack of official documents from her desk, flipping through them methodically. "Feels odd doing this by hand," she muttered as she organized the papers required to start the formal recall of the ambassador. "I am used to diplomats talking their way out of things, not pulling the plug like this." Julienne crossed her arms and smiled slightly. "Diplomacy isn't always about endless negotiations, Emily. Sometimes you've got to cut your losses before they drag you down." Emily sighed as she grabbed her pen and began to write on the recall notice. The soft scratch of the pen against the paper filled the small office, blending with the muffled hum of activity beyond the closed doors. "I just hope this doesn't spiral into something worse. Zambesis in a bad place right now. Pulling out our support could mean their enemies will smell blood." "They've chosen this path," Julienne said firmly. "We gave them every opportunity to change course. King Mwanga made it clear he would rather sink his kingdom than back down." Experienced tales at MVL. Emily nodded, carefully rolling up the parchment she had just completed. "You're right. But I can't shake the feeling this won't end cleanly." Julienne uncrossed her arms and leaned closer to Emily, her voice softening. "Nothing about Zambesis' situation is clean, you know that. If we stick around and continue to support them while they commit atrocities, what does that say about Valoria? We can't be associated with what they're doing to the Macabre." I know, Emily conceded, rolling her eyes slightly. "You sound just like Alexander," Julienne chuckled. "Maybe I've spent too much time around him." Emily finished the last of the documents, sealing them with the Valorian crest. "All right," she said, handing the papers to Julienne. "That's the recall order. Once this reaches the embassy in Zambesi, Reinhardt and his staff will begin packing. We should have them back in Valoria within the week." Julienne took the documents and nodded. "Thanks, Emily. I'll make sure these get delivered right away." She paused before leaving. "You know, it's been a while since we've had a drink together." Emily grinned, leaning back in her chair. "Well, after all this is done, I think we've earned one. What do you say? I'll hold you to that." Julienne replied with a smile, then turned toward the door. "I'll see you soon, hopefully when this mess is behind us." The sun was setting over Maputo as Victor Reinhardt, the Valorian ambassador to Zambesi, sat in his office. Weeks of negotiations and warnings had amounted to little, and Reinhardt knew that the delicate ties between Valoria and Zambesi were fraying. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. One of his aides entered, holding a sealed document bearing the Valorian crest. "Ambassador," the aide said, his tone cautious, "a message from Volkshall. It's marked urgent." Reinhardt stood, taking the document with a grim nod. He broke the seal, his eyes quickly scanning the contents. Ambassador Reinhardt, in light of the recent developments and King Mwanga's continued refusal to comply with Valoria's request to halt the aggressive campaign against the Macabre tribes, it is with great resolve that I issue this order of immediate recall. Effective immediately, all Valorian diplomatic personnel are to vacate the Kingdom of Zambesi. You and your staff are to make all necessary arrangements for the secure transport of sensitive documents, classified materials, and diplomatic equipment. The embassy will cease all operations within 3 days from receipt of this notice. Your presence in Maputo is no longer required after this period, and you will be expected to return to Valoria promptly. Additionally, it is imperative that you notify the Zambesi government of our decision through the appropriate formal channels. This communication must convey that Valoria, under no circumstances, can support the actions undertaken by Zambesi against the Madhel people, and as such, we are severing all diplomatic, military, and economic ties effective immediately. We urge you to exercise caution in your interactions with local officials. Your safety and that of the diplomatic staff must remain a priority. You are expected back in Volkshaw within the week to brief us on the final details and ensure a seamless transition of this withdrawal. Victor Reinhardt set the letter down, his face hardening as the full weight of the recall settled in. The reality of Valoria's decision to sever ties with Zambesi was now undeniable, and the process of dismantling the embassy's operations had to begin immediately. He stood and walked to the window, the golden hues of the setting sun casting long shadows over the streets of Maputo. "Aide," Reinhardt called out, his voice firm. The young man who had delivered the letter stepped forward, standing at attention. "Summon all senior staff to the main conference room. We have much to discuss, and little time to do it," Reinhardt ordered. The aide nodded swiftly and left the room. Reinhardt turned back to his desk, collecting his thoughts as he began to draft his formal communication to the Zambesi government. He would need to tread carefully. The severance of diplomatic ties could lead to unintended consequences, particularly in such volatile times. As he sat back down, he pulled out a fresh piece of paper and a pen, and he began to write. "In accordance with the orders issued by His Excellency, Supreme Leader Alexander of Valoria, I regret to inform you that Valoria will be withdrawing all diplomatic personnel and severing our formal relations with the Kingdom of Zambesi. This decision has been made following Zambesis' continued refusal to cease operations against the Madhel tribes, despite repeated requests and warnings from our government. Valoria cannot, in good conscience, support actions that have been viewed as violations of basic human rights and dignity. All Valorian diplomatic staff will vacate the embassy within the next 3 days, and no further communication between our nations will occur beyond this point. We trust you will respect the safety and security of our personnel as they prepare to depart your nation. This termination of relations also includes an immediate cessation of military, economic, and developmental aid. We will no longer be responsible for any existing agreements or obligations. We wish your people stability and peace in these uncertain times, though Valoria will no longer be a partner in those efforts." Victor Reinhardt sealed the letter with the Valorian crest, placing it carefully on his desk. The task ahead was clear, but it was not one that would proceed smoothly. With the recall order now written, it was time to inform the Zambesi government and set the withdrawal of Valoria's forces in motion. He stood, adjusting his jacket as he prepared to meet with his senior staff. The weight of responsibility hung heavily on his shoulders. This was more than just a diplomatic withdrawal. It was the unraveling of years of Valoria's influence in the region. In the main conference room, his team had already gathered, seated around the long table, their faces set with concern. Marin, his senior advisor, sat nearest to the head of the table, her expression as composed as always, though Victor could sense the tension beneath the surface. Victor entered the room, his gaze sweeping across his staff. "We've received the recall order from Volkshaw," he said without preamble. "All Valorian personnel are to vacate Zambesi within 3 days. This includes our diplomatic staff as well as our military forces stationed in Maputo." There was a brief, stunned silence before Marin spoke up. "Do we have a plan for informing the Zambesi government? They're unlikely to take this news well, especially given the current tensions." "Well, follow standard protocol," Victor replied. "I've already drafted a formal communication to be delivered directly to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It will make our position clear this decision is final. We will not engage in further negotiations." One of the military attachés, a broad-shouldered man named Lieutenant Gregor, shifted in his seat. "What about the withdrawal of our forces? The Navy is still stationed at the port, and we have advisors embedded with the Zambesi army. If they decide to resist our exit, things could escalate." Victor nodded. "We're preparing for a gradual withdrawal of the army and navy. We'll start by recalling our advisors and non-essential personnel, then move on to the full-scale retreat. Gregor, I need you to coordinate with the naval commanders and ensure that the fleet is ready to depart. I don't expect resistance from the Zambesi government, but we need to be prepared for anything." Discover exclusive content at MVL. Gregor leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "Understood, Ambassador. I'll have the Navy on standby, and I'll make sure all classified materials are secured before we move out." "Good," Victor said, glancing around the table once more. "This isn't just about packing up and leaving. We need to make sure that Valoria's interests are protected even as we depart. All sensitive documents and equipment must be secured and transported back to Valoria." "Nothing stays behind." Marin nodded in agreement. I'll oversee the preparations for the embassy closure. Well, keep our staff working around the clock to meet the 3-day deadline. Victor's expression softened for a moment as he addressed his team. I know this isn't an easy task. Many of us have spent years building Valoria's presence here, and now it feels like we're leaving everything behind. But this is necessary. We need to prioritize the safety of our people and our nation's standing. The room was silent for a moment as the weight of Victor's words sank in. Finally, Marin stood, followed by the rest of the senior staff. Well, make it happen, Ambassador, she said firmly. Let's get to work. The next morning, Victor, accompanied by Marin and Gregor, made his way to the Zambesi Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The streets of Maputo were bustling as usual, but there was an underlying sense of unease in the air. The rumors of Valoria's withdrawal had likely already spread, and the Zambesi government would be bracing for the official word. At the ministry, Victor and his team were escorted to the office of Minister Chuma. The Zambesi official greeted them with a guarded expression, his usual cordial demeanor replaced with wariness. Ambassador Reinhardt, Chuma said, gesturing for them to sit. I assume this is about your government's decision. Victor met his gaze squarely. Minister Chuma, I'm here to deliver a formal communication from Volkshow. He handed over the sealed letter. Valoria is officially severing all diplomatic, military, and economic ties with Zambesi. Our embassy will be vacated within 3 days, and all personnel will be returning to Valoria. This decision is final. Chuma's face remained neutral as he broke the seal and read the letter. After a moment, he looked up, his voice measured. I see. This is regrettable. I had hoped that we could avoid such drastic action, but it seems King Mwanga has made his position clear. It's a difficult situation for all of us, Victor replied, his tone respectful. But Valoria cannot continue to support actions that conflict with our principles. We trust that Zambesi will ensure the safe departure of our personnel. Chuma nodded slowly. You have my word, Ambassador. Zambesi will not interfere with your withdrawal. But I must warn you, this decision will not go unnoticed by our people. The loss of Valoria's support will have consequences, and it's possible that other nations may take advantage of the situation. Well, your country chose that path, Victor replied calmly, though his tone carried an edge of finality. We gave King Mwanga every opportunity to reconsider. Valoria can no longer be part of this, and we hope Zambesi will handle the transition peacefully. Chuma's eyes narrowed slightly, but he kept his composure. We will, of course, ensure that your personnel and assets are not hindered during their departure. However, you should be aware that this will likely fuel anti-Valorian sentiment among our people. Your presence has been significant here. I am aware, Victor said, rising from his seat. But this is the decision that has been made. Our withdrawal will begin immediately. I trust that we will not have any issues during this process. Chuma nodded, though the tension in the room was palpable. No issues, Ambassador, you have my word. But I cannot promise that public opinion will be so easily managed. Victor inclined his head in acknowledgement. Then we will take our leave, Minister Chuma. I will keep my staff informed and make sure everything is conducted swiftly and professionally. The two men exchanged formal farewells, and Victor and his team left the ministry, stepping out into the bright Maputo sun. The streets were busy as usual, but there was an undeniable shift in the air. Rumors and whispers had spread, and Victor knew that soon the people of Zambesi would learn of Valoria's withdrawal. Back at the embassy, Victor immediately convened with his staff to oversee the evacuation. The air was thick with urgency as diplomats, military advisors, and support staff moved swiftly to pack up classified documents, dismantle secure communication equipment, and prepare for the departure. Marin approached Victor as he stood near the embassy's main gate, overseeing the preparations. The naval fleet is preparing to pull out of the port. Gregor has the personnel on standby. We'll begin the withdrawal of military advisors this evening. Good, Victor replied, watching the activity around him. Everything needs to move like clockwork. We can't afford any delays. How's the situation at the port? Smooth so far, Marin said, but tensions are rising. There have been some murmurings in the local military units. Nothing overt yet, but I can feel the unease. Victor nodded. Well, keep an eye on it. I want regular reports from the Naval Command as they begin to disengage. If there's even the slightest sign of resistance or interference, we need to be ready to respond. Marin agreed and left to check on the ongoing preparations. Victor remained at the gate, his thoughts heavy. Though the formalities had been handled smoothly, the real challenge lay ahead. The exit of Valorian forces, especially the Navy, which had long maintained a visible presence in Maputo's port, would not go unnoticed, and Victor was prepared for the possibility that things could still take an unexpected turn. As evening approached, the first stage of the withdrawal began. Valorian military advisors stationed with the Zambesi army were discreetly recalled, returning to the embassy compound under the cover of night. The Navy had already begun preparations to leave the port, and the fleet's departure was scheduled for the following morning. Inside the embassy, the atmosphere was one of quiet determination. Diplomatic staff worked tirelessly to catalog documents, ensuring that no sensitive materials were left behind. By midnight, the embassy was a shadow of its former self. Boxes were stacked near the entrance, awaiting transport, and the few remaining staff were quietly working through the final stages of the exit plan. Victor stood at the entrance of the embassy, watching as the final trucks were loaded with the last crates of equipment and documents. The fleet was ready to sail at dawn, and the military advisors had already returned safely from their stations with the Zambesi army. Everything had proceeded according to plan, but Victor knew better than to assume they were in the clear. Minister Chuma sat in his office, the weight of the day pressing heavily on his shoulders. The Valorian recall had begun swiftly, efficiently, and without any resistance. The embassy, once a hub of diplomacy and influence, now felt like an abandoned fortress, its gates closing, its corridors emptying. And yet, as the Valorian presence faded, the tension in Zambesi only increased. The people had already begun to talk, murmurs spreading like wildfire through the streets of Maputo. Anti-Valorian sentiment was brewing, and the king would not be pleased by this turn of events. Chuma knew he could delay no longer. He had to face King Mwanga and deliver the final details of Valoria's retreat. With a deep breath, he gathered his papers, each document outlining the stages of the Valorian withdrawal, and made his way to the palace. As his car navigated the streets, he couldn't help but notice the shift in atmosphere. Where once the Valorian flag flew proudly beside that of Zambesi, it now stood absent. Where once the Valorian soldiers stood watch at key posts in the city, now only local troops remained, their presence a stark reminder of the fragile state Zambesi now found itself in. Chuma arrived at the palace. The imposing structure loomed ahead, its towering walls and high arches symbols of the kingdom's long-standing power and tradition. But inside, Chuma knew, lay a storm waiting to be unleashed. The guards at the palace gates greeted him with solemn nods, and Chuma made his way through the grand halls toward the king's chamber. Every step echoed in the cavernous halls, heightening the anxiety swirling in his chest. King Mwanga was not a man who took kindly to bad news, and today's report would be the hardest Chuma had ever delivered. At the entrance to the king's chamber, Chuma was greeted by two attendants, their faces expressionless as they opened the heavy wooden doors. Inside, the king sat at a long table, a map of the kingdom spread before him. Advisors stood around the table, all wearing serious expressions. Mwanga's eyes flicked up as Chuma entered, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Minister Chuma, King Mwanga greeted him, his voice betraying none of the anger Chuma knew simmered just below the surface. "I trust you bring me news of the Valorians." Chuma bowed respectfully, taking his place at the far end of the table. "Your Majesty," he began, keeping his tone as neutral as possible, "the Valorian withdrawal is proceeding as expected. Their naval fleet will depart the harbor by dawn, and all military advisors have returned to the embassy. Diplomatic staff are finalizing the closure of the embassy, and within 3 days they will be completely gone from Zambesi." Mwanga's hand clenched the edge of the table, his knuckles whitening. "So it's true then," he muttered darkly. "They sever ties with us as though we were nothing more than pawns on their chessboard." Chuma glanced at the advisors around the room, their expressions guarded. He continued carefully, "Valoria has made its decision clear, Your Majesty. They cannot, in their view, support our campaign against the Matop tribes. They see it as a violation of human rights and have withdrawn their support to avoid association with these actions." The king's fist slammed down onto the table, rattling the map and causing a few of the advisors to flinch. "Human rights," Mwanga spat, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do they think I do this for pleasure, for cruelty? These so-called Matop civilians have been nothing but a thorn in my side, harboring insurgents, stirring unrest. They would see Zambesi fall into chaos if we did nothing." Chuma stood silently, allowing the king to vent his anger. He knew better than to interrupt. "They speak of principles," Mwanga continued, his voice rising. "But where were their principles when they needed our resources? When they sought trade and military cooperation, where were their principles when they wanted to expand their influence in this region? And now, because we do what is necessary for the security of our people, they abandon us as if we were never their allies." The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. Mwanga leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the map before him. "They are simple-minded," the king growled after a moment. "They do not understand what it means to rule a nation like Zambesi. We are not Valoria, with our borders secure and our people compliant. We face threats from within and without. The Matop tribes have been a menace for generations, and now, when we have the chance to modernize, to unify this land, Valoria recoils at the sight of a little bloodshed." Chuma cleared his throat cautiously, knowing that the next part of his report would not soothe the king's temper. "Your Majesty, with Valoria's withdrawal, we are left vulnerable. Neighboring nations that are under control by Western powers are seeking interest over our country. Due to the discovery of oil in the region, it would only take them a moment to pounce on the opportunity. Chuma continued, "They've been circling us ever since the discovery of oil reserves. What baffles me, Your Majesty, is why Valoria would walk away now, knowing full well the strategic value of those reserves." King Mwanga's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing in deep thought. He rose from his chair and paced back and forth, his movements agitated as his mind raced. "Exactly," he muttered, half to himself. "They knew about the oil. It was one of the reasons they were so eager to deepen our alliance. Yet they leave us now at this critical moment. It doesn't make sense." Chuma nodded, watching the king's reaction carefully. "It defies logic, Your Majesty. With Valoria pulling out, we are now exposed to other powers who have been eyeing those reserves. They will use this as an opportunity to exert influence over us, especially since we no longer have the Valorians as a counterweight. Well, in that case, I think we should propose an alliance, not from Valoria, but from the Empire of Trisenberg." Chuma's eyes widened in shock, and so does the rest of his advisors. "Your Majesty, you can't be thinking of getting back on them by allying ourselves to their rival. And not to mention, the Trisenberg doesn't ally with a country originating in the Black Continent. They will likely force us to sign unequal treaties." King Mwanga turned sharply toward Chuma, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. "And what if they do? Wouldn't it be better to play the game?" Valoria has abandoned. His voice carried an edge of defiance, as if daring his advisors to challenge him. "Unequal treaties. You say Valoria has left us with little choice. We either make ourselves attractive to another power or risk being swallowed by the wolves at our gates. We need an ally with strength, real strength, not one who abandons us when things become difficult." Chuma hesitated, glancing around at the other advisors in the room. Their faces reflected his own concern. The Trisenberg Empire, with its military prowess and territorial ambitions, was not known for alliances of equality, especially with nations on the Black Continent. Yet, the situation had become desperate. "Your Majesty," one of the older advisors finally spoke up, his voice cautious. "Trisenberg has a reputation for dominance. They may offer assistance, but at what cost? We have seen how they have treated other nations' exploitation of resources, control of governance. It may be a deal with the devil, so to speak." Mwanga's gaze flicked to the advisor, his expression hardening. "Perhaps the devil is exactly what we need right now," he said. "The Valorians have shown their true colors. They speak of morality and human rights, but when it comes to our sovereignty, they run away like cowards. We will not be at the mercy of anyone, not the Matulb, not Valoria, and certainly not the meddling Western nations. Trisenberg may take what they want, but we will ensure they leave us strong enough to stand on our own." The room fell silent, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Chuma felt the weight of the decision bearing down on them all. There was no denying that Zambesi was in a precarious position, but to reach out to Trisenberg, a nation that had historically shown little regard for the autonomy of others, felt like a gamble they might not survive. Mwanga moved back to the table, leaning over the map spread out before him. His fingers traced the borders of Zambesi, the rich land under his control, the oil reserves newly discovered in the north. "If we are to modernize this country, if we are to take our place on the global stage, then we need to make bold decisions. Trisenberg may be ambitious, but we will negotiate from a position of strength. We have something they want, and we will ensure that we get what we need in return." One of the younger advisors, emboldened by the king's resolve, spoke up. "We have oil, Your Majesty. Trisenberg would be foolish not to accept our terms. They need the energy, and we control vast reserves. This could give us leverage over them as well." Mwanga smiled grimly, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. We will not go into this alliance weak or begging. We will present ourselves as equals, and we will not bow to them. If they want our resources, they will have to ensure Zambesis' security and modernization in return." Chuma felt a deep unease growing within him. The king's ambition was undeniable, and his determination to keep Zambesi strong was admirable, but he feared that dealing with a power like Trisenberg would have unforeseen consequences. "Your Majesty," Chuma said after a moment, "if we proceed, we should carefully draft the terms of any agreement. We need to ensure that our sovereignty remains intact and that we do not become reliant on them for our future growth." Mwanga's gaze softened slightly as he looked at Chuma. "You always think ahead, Minister. That is why I value your counsel." "We will be careful." In the heart of Valoria's capital city, Prince Theodore Trisenberg sat in a busy coffee shop within one of the city's large malls. It was an unusual place for a member of royalty to be, but the prince enjoyed blending in with the crowd from time to time. His security detail, dressed as ordinary civilians, kept a close but discreet watch, making sure the prince remained safe without drawing attention. Prince Theodore took a sip of his frap, enjoying the cold, sweet drink, and smiled as he reached for a cookie. Across from him sat Lord Reginald, his trusted advisor. The prince seemed relaxed, far removed from the weighty matters of state that usually occupied his time. Reginald, you should really try these cookies, Theodore said, holding out the plate. They're surprisingly good. Lord Reginald, ever the serious one, gave a polite nod. Perhaps later, Your Highness. I am more concerned with the developments in Zambesi. The prince sighed, setting the plate back down. Always business with you, isn't it? He took another sip of his drink before adding, all right, let's talk. Reginald leaned forward, his expression serious. Valoria's recall of their personnel has left Zambesi in a state of unrest. King Mwanga has begun looking for new alliances, and I believe he might approach Trisenberg next. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Mwanga coming to us, that's unexpected. Valoria cutting ties with him must have really shaken things up. But why would he think Trisenberg would be interested in the oil reserves? Reginald replied simply. It's no secret that Zambesi has discovered vast oil fields. Any nation would want a piece of that. The prince leaned back in his chair, thinking, ah yes, the oil. That explains Valoria's sudden withdrawal. They don't want to get involved in any trouble, especially if it risks their image. But oil is something we could use. I think I remembered questioning the leader of Valoria about this happening, that if their allies were to act opposite to theirs, and here we are, Theodore said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Valoria, as expected, has left Mwanga to fend for himself. Lord Reginald nodded. Indeed, Your Highness. It seems their morality won out over practicality, but it presents an opportunity for us. Zambesis oil could be a valuable asset, but we must tread carefully. Aligning with King Mwanga, given his methods, could damage our reputation. The prince tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thinking it over. Reputation or resources, it's always one or the other. Isn't it the oil would strengthen Trisenberg's energy reserves and boost our influence in the region? Plus, we are not Valoria. If they were to act opposite to what we want them to act, then we will simply colonize them entirely. We can do just that, Lord Reginald said, chuckling. Now, how was your trip around their mall? Well, I am quite surprised by the amenities that this establishment has to offer. They have everything: department stores, clothing stores, cinema. They are too advanced for an isolated nation, making me so interested in their origins. It's clear that Valoria has adopted more than just diplomatic strategies from the greater world. Their consumer culture has developed impressively. It makes you wonder how an isolated nation managed to create such an advanced establishment. Lord Reginald nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Your Highness. It's remarkable how quickly they've adapted, but also somewhat troubling. Valoria's outward display of modernity doesn't always match the political mess they've left behind. They may appear progressive here, but pulling out of Zambesi tells a different story. Theodore tilted his head, still lost in thought. It's their indecision that cripples them, Reginald. They hesitate, they second-guess. They want to appear morally superior, but they lack the strength to follow through when it counts. Reginald smiled faintly. Their withdrawal from Zambesi proves that. Valoria is afraid of getting its hands dirty, but they are also afraid of losing face. It's why they abandoned Mwanga, too afraid of backlash. The prince glanced around the cafe again, watching the people who seemed blissfully unaware of the political movements happening around them, which is where we come in. If Valoria is too weak to capitalize on Zambesis resources, then we'll do it for them. And unlike Valoria, we won't hesitate. Reginald's voice lowered, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Mwanga's desperation will work to our advantage. Zambesi is rich with oil, but without Valoria's support, they'll need to secure powerful allies. We position ourselves as that power, and in return, Zambesi opens its reserves to Trisenberg. But we need to be careful about the reactions of Valoria. If we were to go in right after they left, they might see it as an act of provocation. If we step in too soon, Valoria could accuse us of opportunism, or worse, undermining their influence in the region. True, we must be strategic in our approach. We can't afford to appear too eager. Valoria may have pulled out of Zambesi, but they're still a major player. We should approach this carefully and ensure they don't view us as a threat, at least not yet. Reginald leaned forward slightly, his voice low but firm. Perhaps we could begin with indirect support. We don't need to march into Zambesi with banners waving. Instead, we could offer technical aid, infrastructure investments, or military advisors under the guise of modernization. That way, we establish a presence without openly declaring an alliance. By the time Valoria realizes what's happening, it'll be too late for them to act. Theodore's eyes gleamed with interest. I like that. It allows us to test the waters while minimizing risks. We can offer Mwanga what Valoria never could real support. In return, we gain access to their oil reserves without overtly challenging Valoria. Lord Reginald smiled. Exactly, Your Highness. Slow and steady wins the race. We maintain plausible deniability while strengthening our position in the region. Mwanga will jump at the opportunity. He's desperate, and desperate rulers make deals they wouldn't normally consider. We just need to make sure we're ready when the time comes. Reginald stood, adjusting his coat. I'll begin drafting a proposal for our approach, something that looks innocent on the surface but gets us what we need in the long run. Good, Theodore replied, standing up as well. Let's move forward carefully, but let's not waste time either. Zambesis oil is too valuable to ignore, and Valoria's hesitation is our opportunity. As they prepared to leave the cafe, the prince looked around one last time. He enjoyed the moments of normalcy he could find in places like this, but he knew that his life was anything but ordinary. The world was shifting, and Trisenberg needed to be at the forefront of that change. Meanwhile, not far from them, Julienne and Alexander were watching from the opposite side of the coffee shop, where Prince Theodore and Lord Reginald were having a conversation. According to our spies in the area, they were talking about capitalizing on the situation in Zambesi. Julienne continued in a hushed voice, her eyes fixed on Prince Theodore and Lord Reginald. They were planning to step in where Valoria pulled out, possibly offering support to Mwanga in exchange for access to the oil reserves. Alexander nodded slowly, his expression unreadable as he stirred his coffee. So Trisenberg is making its move. I expected as much. Valoria's withdrawal left a power vacuum, and Mwanga's desperation is too tempting for them to resist. Julienne leaned in closer, lowering her voice even more. They're playing it smart. They want rush in head first and risk drawing attention. It sounds like they're planning to provide indirect support, first technical aid, infrastructure, maybe even military advisors. They'll try to establish a foothold without raising alarms. Alexander's eyes narrowed. Clever, they know Valoria's watching. Theodore won't make a blatant move until he's sure Valoria won't react. He'll ease his way in, slowly tightening his grip on Zambesis resources. Julienne gave a small nod. It's exactly what we feared. If Trisenberg gains control of Zambesis oil, they'll strengthen their influence in the region, and Valoria will lose a valuable strategic partner. Well, don't sweat it, because the reason why we left is us making a point to the Kingdom of Zambesi. To see what would happen if they were to not follow the orders given to them by their allies, and now they're seeing the consequences of defiance, Alexander finished. We withdrew knowing full well that it would leave Mwanga desperate. The moment he looks for other alliances, especially with Trisenberg, it will expose just how fragile his position is. So you're suggesting that this was the plan all along, to let Mwanga flounder and eventually come crawling back to Valoria? Precisely, Alexander replied, his gaze unwavering. Mwanga thinks he can court Trisenberg, but we know Trisenberg isn't going to step in openly just yet. They'll try their cautious approach, but that leaves us plenty of room to maneuver. Our hands remain clean while we keep them under pressure. Julienne nodded slowly. We watch them get comfortable, then remind them who holds the real power. Alexander's expression darkened. Exactly. The oil reserves in Zambesi are valuable, but not so valuable that we can afford to sacrifice our principles, at least not openly. We'll allow Theodore to make his play, but at the moment we choose, we'll step back in and tighten our grip once again. Julienne smiled faintly. So you're saying we let Trisenberg make the first move? Once they're too involved to back out, we expose them. Alexander looked at her with a hint of amusement. It's all about timing, Julienne. We've positioned ourselves to watch both Mwanga and Theodore. As soon as either of them oversteps, we make our move. Julienne took a sip of her coffee, her eyes never leaving the two men across the shop. Then let's wait for the moment they slip, because when they do, we'll be ready. Alexander smiled coldly. We always are. A week later at Volkschau, Prince Theodore Trisenberg stood at the far end of the hall, dressed in a sharp, well-tailored suit. He glanced at the podium set in the middle of the room where the signing would soon take place. Next to him, Lord Reginald adjusted his own jacket, the faint hum of conversation around them barely registering. This is it, Reginald, Theodore said. The culmination of weeks of preparation. Valoria will officially join hands with us, and the world will know that there is a newly born country in the east of the southern tip of the Black Continent. It's going to be exciting how the world would react. Reginald nodded, his usual serious demeanor intact. And it is going to be an achievement for me that my brother wouldn't even see coming. I would love to see his face when I return to Trisenberg. The room was filled with dignitaries, diplomats, and key government officials from both nations. At the front of the hall, large banners of the two nations hung side by side, a symbol of the unity that would soon be formalized. Cameras from the press corps were trained on the podium, ready to capture every moment of the signing ceremony. As the attendees began to take their seats, the Valorian delegation arrived. The masked leader of Valoria entered the hall with an air of authority. His presence commanded attention, and the room grew quieter as his delegation moved toward the podium. Don't tell me he is not going to remove his mask here either, Theodore whispered. I found it strange too. When I first met him with that mask, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Like his voice, it's familiar. Hearing that, Theodore flickered his gaze to Lord Reginald. What do you mean familiar? I too felt the same way. It sounded like my bastard brother. When Prince Theodore mentioned his bastard brother, who was Alexander, He too felt a sense of realization, as the voice he had heard coming out from that mask was eerily the same as Prince Alexander. But it can't be. Alexander died during their voyage to the island where he would be exiled. It won't make sense, but now that the two of them came to the same realization, an unsettling thought began to gnaw at both Prince Theodore and Lord Reginald. Theodore's eyes narrowed as he kept his gaze fixed on the masked figure of the Valorian leader. It can't be him, Theodore muttered, trying to shake the idea out of his mind. Alexander's death was confirmed. He drowned when his ship was lost at sea. There's no way it's him. Lord Reginald glanced over at the masked leader, his expression just as troubled. I know, Your Highness, but the voice, it's uncanny. And the way he carries himself, there's something familiar about it. If it's not Alexander, then someone is using his identity, someone who knows far too much. You can't be that ridiculous, but let's say we ask the leader of Valoria to remove his mask as a gesture of good faith, Theodore suggested, his voice tense but controlled. If he refuses, it will only fuel our suspicions. We need to know who we're dealing with. Lord Reginald nodded, his expression still troubled. It's a delicate situation, Your Highness. We're on the verge of signing one of the most important alliances in modern history. If we make a scene here, it could backfire. But I agree, we need to get to the bottom of this. As they watched the masked leader ascend the podium to begin the formalities, Theodore weighed his options carefully. Calling out the Valorian leader publicly could jeopardize the entire partnership between Trisenberg and Valoria. On the other hand, continuing with the alliance without knowing the true identity of their counterpart could prove dangerous. The ceremony began, and the Valorian leader gave his opening remarks, his deep, familiar voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Theodore couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him with every word the masked figure spoke. The formal signing was only moments away, and Theodore had to act fast. Just as the Valorian leader approached the table to sign the document, Theodore stepped forward, interrupting the proceedings. The room went silent, all eyes turning toward him. Before we proceed with the signing, Theodore began, his voice calm but authoritative. I would like to make a personal request to the leader of Valoria. The Valorian leader paused, his masked face turning toward Theodore, though his expression remained unreadable behind the mask. As a gesture of transparency and trust between our two nations, Theodore continued, I ask that you remove your mask so that we may proceed with open and honest intentions. After all, this alliance marks the beginning of a new era, and I believe it should be done without barriers. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Dignitaries from both nations exchanged confused and curious glances, unsure of how the Valorian leader would respond to such a bold request. Lord Reginald stood silently by Theodore's side, his gaze fixed on the masked figure. He knew the stakes were high, but like Theodore, he couldn't allow the uncertainty to persist. For a moment there was silence. The masked leader stood still, and the tension in the room grew thick. Then slowly he raised his hand to the edge of the mask. Theodore's heart raced. Was it really Alexander? Everyone was waiting on the masked leader's response, and seconds later, he gave it. I don't think I can entertain that request, for this is my personal preference and a representation of Valoria's values, the masked leader spoke. Our traditions dictate that certain symbols remain sacred, and this mask is one of them. It signifies our unity, not secrecy. The tension in the room grew heavier. Theodore clenched his jaw, his suspicions still gnawing at him. The voice, the mannerisms, it was too familiar to dismiss. Yet he couldn't afford to push the matter further in front of such a prestigious audience. Calling out the Valorian leader again could jeopardize the entire alliance. He knew that he'll have his time unfounding who he really was, but this wasn't the moment. Not yet. Theodore nodded, forcing a polite smile as he stepped back. Of course, we respect Valoria's customs and traditions. Let's proceed. The room exhaled in collective relief as the signing ceremony resumed. The Valorian leader took his seat at the table, pen in hand, and signed the document with a flourish. Cameras flashed, capturing the historic moment as Valoria and Trisenberg formally united in a powerful partnership. The crowd erupted in polite applause as Theodore and the Valorian leader shook hands, symbolizing the beginning of this new alliance. Yet, even as the event moved forward, the weight of suspicion lingered in Theodore's mind. He couldn't let go of the thought that Alexander, his presumed dead brother, might be alive and hiding behind that mask. After the formalities, the reception began. Diplomats mingled, congratulating one another on what was being hailed as a monumental step forward for both nations. Waiters circulated with trays of champagne, and the hum of light conversation filled the hall. Theodore and Reginald retreated to a quieter corner of the room, their eyes still tracking the masked Valorian leader as he moved through the crowd. You think it's him, don't you? Reginald asked quietly, his voice low enough so that no one could overhear. Theodore took a deep breath. I don't know what to think, but if it is Alexander, then we're in more danger than we realize. We'll need to investigate, Reginald said, discreetly. If Alexander is alive and he's behind the mask, it could mean trouble not just for Trisenberg, but for the entire region. Theodore nodded in agreement. Yes, start gathering information immediately. I want to know everything about the Valorian leader, his rise to power, his connections, and if there's any trace of Alexander in his past. We can't afford any missteps here. Reginald nodded and slipped away into the crowd, ready to begin his quiet inquiries. Theodore remained by the side of the room, his mind racing with questions and doubts. As the night wore on, the masked Valorian leader eventually approached Theodore. They exchanged pleasantries, discussing the potential benefits of the alliance and the opportunities it would bring for both nations. But every word the masked man spoke only deepened Theodore's suspicions. There's much we can achieve together, the Valorian leader said, his voice smooth but still eerily familiar. This is only the beginning. Theodore nodded, his outward demeanor calm, though inside he was already planning his next move. Indeed, I am sure our nations will accomplish great things together. They exchanged a final handshake, and as the Valorian delegation departed, Theodore watched the masked leader leave the hall, disappearing into the night. The alliance had been signed, but Theodore knew the real battle was just beginning. He would uncover the truth behind the mask, no matter what it took. And if Alexander was alive, Theodore would be ready for whatever came next. Prince Theodore Trisenberg stood on the tarmac of Valoria's International Airport, the cool morning breeze brushing against his well-tailored suit. His private jet, emblazoned with the royal insignia of Trisenberg, awaited him and his delegation. A sea of journalists and cameramen clustered nearby, eager for one last statement before his departure to the colony of Vitswana. A young reporter stepped forward, microphone in hand. Your Highness, can you share your thoughts on the alliance between Trisenberg and Valoria? What does this mean for the future of both nations? Theodore nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment before responding. This alliance marks a significant step forward, not only for Trisenberg and Valoria, but for the entire region. We are entering a new era of cooperation, one that will bring economic and geopolitical stability. Together, we will ensure that our nations grow stronger and that prosperity reaches all corners of our influence. Another reporter, eager to push further, called out, Prince Theodore, since Valoria is a nation that got out from isolation and made a partnership with you, are you going to announce to the rest of the world that there is a nation here willing to coexist with the rest of the globe? Prince Theodore turned toward the eager reporter, his sharp eyes catching the underlying importance of the question. His expression remained composed as he considered his response, aware that his words would soon be broadcast far and wide. Valoria has made the decision to step onto the global stage through this alliance, and we respect their choice to emerge from isolation. However, it is not my place to announce their intentions to the world. That decision lies with the leadership of Valoria. Our partnership is built on mutual respect, and while we will undoubtedly foster new opportunities, we also understand that Valoria's unique journey must unfold on its terms. The reporters scribbled furiously, but the young journalist who had asked the question pressed on. Does this mean that Trisenberg will be assisting Valoria in their integration into the international community? Trisenberg stands ready to support our allies in any way necessary. Whether that includes economic collaboration, infrastructure development, or diplomatic guidance, our partnership with Valoria is one of shared vision. But we also understand the importance of preserving Valoria's sovereignty. They will navigate the global arena as they see fit, and we will be there to lend support when needed. Satisfied for now, the reporters shifted focus to other topics as cameras flashed, capturing the composed and regal figure of Prince Theodore. Okay, that's it, no more questions. Lord Reginald stepped in, pushing the journalists away from the prince as the royal entourage prepared to board the plane. The journalists reluctantly backed off, still shouting questions in the hopes of squeezing out one last answer, but the guards quickly formed a barrier between them and the delegation. Prince Theodore glanced over at Lord Reginald, giving him a subtle nod of appreciation. Efficient as always, Reginald. Thank you, Your Highness, Reginald replied with a small smile. We need to keep everything running on schedule. They already have a plane prepared in Vitswana that will take us to Trisenberg. Your father is eager for your personal report on the progress of the alliance, Reginald continued as they moved toward the steps of the jet. I see. Don't worry, I'll make sure to break the news for him, Theodore said. As they climbed the steps of the jet, Theodore paused for a moment, looking back at the airport terminal. Among the flurry of people and activity, his eyes caught sight of a figure standing in the distance, cloaked in a dark overcoat. It was the Valorian leader, observing the departure from afar, his mask still in place. I still can't help but feel curious about the leader of Valoria. It's making me want to go there and remove his mask myself. Lord Reginald, who had already stepped inside the jet, turned back upon hearing Theodore's words. He followed his gaze to the distant figure of the Valorian leader. The masked man remained motionless, his face unreadable behind the ornate covering. Your curiosity is understandable, Your Highness, Reginald said quietly, stepping closer to Theodore, but we must tread carefully. The alliance is still in its infancy, and any overt suspicion could jeopardize everything we've worked for. However, I agree that we must uncover the truth behind that mask sooner or later. Theodore took one last look at the Valorian leader before turning back toward the jet. You're right, Reginald. The time will come for that. For now, we proceed as planned. They both entered the aircraft, and as the door closed behind them, Theodore sank into one of the plush leather seats in the private cabin. The engine's hum filled the cabin as the plane prepared for takeoff, and Theodore stared out the window, deep in thought. The jet lifted smoothly off the runway, and soon Valoria's sprawling capital shrank beneath them. As the clouds enveloped the view, Theodore leaned back and exhaled, allowing himself a brief moment of relaxation. But the masked leader's image lingered in his mind. There was something not right, something that didn't sit well with him about the whole situation. The unsettling familiarity of the leader's voice, the refusal to reveal his face, everything about the Valorian figure felt like an unsolved puzzle. Meanwhile, on the ground, are there any known operatives of Trisenberg in the area? The masked leader asked. Your next journey awaits at MVL. Julianne shook her head. There was none. Our agents reported just now that they already left Valoria. Satisfied with her response, the masked leader remained silent for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. The hum of the airport was all but drowned out by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand to the edge of the mask and slowly pulled it away from his face. Beneath the ornate mask was Alexander, the very brother Prince Theodore had long believed dead. They are getting suspicious, right? They are, Julianne agreed. It's okay, well, let them know in the future anyway. 2 days after the departure of Prince Theodore, they arrived at the capital city airport in Trisenberg, Berlin. Upon the plane's landing, there were already hundreds of journalists and reporters on the scene. Theodore didn't know why they had gathered in such numbers, as there was no special occasion planned. His mission to Valoria had been kept secret, known only to a select few. The public and media weren't even aware of his reasons for leaving the country. As the jet came to a halt, Theodore exchanged a puzzled glance with Lord Reginald, who sat across from him in the cabin. Do you think word got out? Theodore asked, frowning as he peeked out the window at the crowd below. I thought we kept this mission under wraps. Reginald shook his head, equally perplexed. We were meticulous in maintaining discretion, Your Highness. I have no idea why they're here in such numbers. The plane door opened and the crisp air of Berlin greeted them. A royal attendant motioned for Theodore and his delegation to disembark. As he stepped out onto the stairs, flashes from camera shutters bombarded him from every angle, the crowd of reporters shouting questions in a frenzy. Theodore descended the steps with his usual composed demeanor, but his mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. He reached the bottom of the stairs, where a familiar face awaited him, his father's personal advisor, Lord Dietrich. Your Highness. Dietrich greeted him with a slight bow, his expression unreadable as always. Lord Dietrich, Theodore replied with a nod. What's all this about? I wasn't expecting such a reception. Oh, don't worry about this. They don't know anything. They are just here because they were surprised by your sudden absence. Your Highness, Lord Dietrich replied, his voice calm but with a hint of amusement. Rumors spread quickly in Berlin, especially when the crown prince leaves without much explanation. Theodore glanced over at the mass of reporters, their voices blending into a chaotic chorus of questions as they eagerly pushed forward. So it's curiosity that's brought them here, that's it. They don't know everything. Just tell them you were on your personal trip in one of our colonies. After that, you head straight to the royal palace of Trisenberg, where your father awaits your report, Lord Dietrich finished. Theodore gave a nod, quickly masking his inner thoughts with the composure expected of a prince. Very well, he said, glancing back at Lord Reginald. Well, handle this swiftly. The journalists were still clamoring for his attention, their voices rising as they shouted questions about his mysterious absence. Theodore raised his hand slightly to quiet the crowd, and the noise subsided as cameras zoomed in, ready for his words. Continue reading at MVL. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Theodore began, his voice strong and clear. I appreciate your concern and interest in my recent travels. However, I must clarify that my trip was for personal matters within one of our colonies. There is no need for speculation. A few murmurs rippled through the crowd, but the reporters were clearly unsatisfied with such a vague explanation. One of them, braver than the rest, shouted, "Which colony? Your Highness, can you provide more details?" Theodore allowed a brief, measured smile to play on his lips. I was visiting our colony of Vitswana. My purpose there was to observe the development projects that our nation is funding. That is all I am prepared to say at this moment. Further information will be shared in due course. Before any more probing questions could be thrown his way, Lord Reginald stepped forward, his authoritative presence enough to signal that the brief interview was over. "That will be all for now," he declared. "His Highness has more pressing matters to attend to." With that, Theodore turned and strode toward the waiting car, his footsteps firm and confident despite the whirlwind of thoughts running through his mind. The doors to the vehicle closed behind him with a soft, and the car began its smooth journey to the royal palace of Trisenberg. As the car moved through the streets of Berlin, Theodore stared out of the window, lost in thought. His father, King Wilhelm, would be waiting at the palace, and Theodore knew he had to be careful with what he divulged. The mission to Valoria was too delicate to expose just yet, even to his own father. There was still too much uncertainty surrounding the masked leader and the potential threat he posed. "You handled that well," Reginald remarked, breaking the silence in the car. "The press will keep speculating, but they won't dig too deep with the explanation you provided." Theodore nodded. "For now, but we need to be prepared. The alliance with Valoria may raise more questions in the future, and we still don't know what kind of game the Valorian leader is playing." Reginald leaned forward slightly. "Do you intend to share everything with the king today?" Your Highness. Theodore shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the passing scenery. "Not everything. I'll tell him about the alliance and the benefits it will bring, but as for the masked leader and my suspicions, no, not yet. I need more information before I make any accusations." Reginald nodded in agreement. "Wise. We don't want to alarm the king without concrete evidence." 30 minutes later, they arrived at the royal palace of Trisenberg. Theodore squared his shoulders as he stepped out of the car. Lord Reginald followed close behind as they made their way through the ornate halls of the palace. The grand doors to the emperor's office loomed ahead, two palace attendants opening them as Theodore approached. Inside, seated behind a large oak desk adorned with documents and state papers, was Emperor Trisenberg. "Father," Theodore greeted him, offering a respectful nod. "I've returned from my trip." The emperor stood, his presence commanding the room. "Theodore," he said, his deep voice carrying both warmth and authority, "I trust your mission was successful." "It was," Theodore replied, keeping his tone neutral. "The alliance with Valoria has been formalized. The groundwork for our economic cooperation has been laid, and they seem eager to follow through on their commitments." The emperor motioned for Theodore to take a seat across from him. "Good. How are they? They are like a superpowers. They have modernized the economy and military, as much as I hate to admit." "Very well, that's all. We will figure out our next move in due time. For now you rest." "I will, father." The kingdom of Zambesi had begun to fall apart ever since Valoria abruptly pulled out of the country. Valoria's support had been the backbone of Zambesis' modernization efforts. Now, without it, everything was unraveling. In the capital city of Maputo, the evidence of this decline was everywhere. The roads, once bustling with construction to improve infrastructure, were now abandoned. Heavy machinery sat idle, gathering rust, while half-finished bridges and overpasses stood as symbols of broken promises. Projects that were meant to bring modern utilities, electricity grids, water distribution, and sanitation were incomplete, leaving large sections of the city in darkness. Power outages had become the norm, with many areas going days without electricity. In the rural regions, things were even worse. Valoria had promised to help modernize Zambesis military with advanced training and equipment, but that modernization never fully materialized. With Valoria's sudden withdrawal, shipments of modern weapons and military gear halted, leaving the Zambesian army ill-equipped to handle growing internal threats. In particular, the Majalb tribes, once a fragmented and disorganized resistance, had quickly seized the opportunity to grow stronger. They began launching calculated raids on military outposts and supply convoys, taking advantage of the army's lack of resources. These raids were no longer small skirmishes, they were coordinated attacks aimed at weakening Zambesis' already stretched defenses. King Mwanga sat with his top military commanders, staring at a map covered with red marks showing the latest Majalb raids. The atmosphere was tense, frustration and anxiety evident in every face around the table. "Our forces are spread too thin, Your Majesty," General Malaki said, his tone grim. "We've lost control of the northern border. The Majalb have overrun 2 outposts there in the past week. Without reinforcements, we're going to lose more ground." King Mwanga listened, his face stern but weary. "How many casualties?" "Over 50 soldiers killed in the last 3 days alone. Many more wounded. We're running low on medical supplies, and the Majalb are hitting our supply lines hard. We can't get reinforcements or equipment to the front." Find more to read at MVL. The king's hand tightened into a fist on the arm of his chair. The withdrawal of Valoria's support had left Zambesi vulnerable, and now the Majalb were taking full advantage. What had once been small, disorganized raids were turning into full-blown assaults. The tribes, once scattered, were now uniting against the government. "Do we have any reinforcements available?" King Mwanga asked, though he already suspected the answer. General Malaki shook his head. "We're pulling soldiers from every post we can spare, but it's not enough. The equipment we were expecting from Valoria, advanced rifles, armored vehicles, it's all been stopped. We're left with outdated weapons that can't match what the Matilp have scavenged or stolen. Your Majesty, one of his advisors spoke up. The situation in the north is dire, but we're also seeing unrest here in Maputo. People are angry about the blackouts and the water shortages. We have to address this soon, or we risk losing control of the capital. Mwanga nodded, feeling the weight of his crumbling kingdom pressing down on him. What are we looking at in terms of resources? Can we stabilize the electricity supply? At least in the capital, the advisor hesitated before responding. We don't have the parts or the technicians to fix the grid properly. Valoria was overseeing the project, and now the work has stopped completely. We might be able to patch together temporary solutions, but it won't last long. So we're stuck, the king said, his voice hardening. No power, no water, and a military that's falling apart. What options do we have? There was silence in the room. The officials and military commanders glanced at one another, knowing that the situation was dire but unsure of how to respond. But no one was able to give him an answer. King Mwanga clicked his tongue. We were okay before those modernization efforts took place, and now that Valoria has pulled out, we're back to relying on ourselves. King Mwanga continued, frustration creeping into his voice. We must be smarter, more resourceful, just as we were before they arrived. The room remained silent. The harsh reality was that Zambesis' dependence on Valoria had grown too deep, and the king knew it. The modern infrastructure projects, while unfinished, had raised expectations among the people. Their military, once a proud force, was now outmatched and outgunned by a tribal resistance using guerrilla tactics. General Malaki finally broke the silence, his voice steady but grim. Your Majesty, if we're to survive this, we must find a way to secure external support. Valoria has abandoned us, but we can't afford to face this crisis alone. Mwanga clenched his fist, a knot of anger twisting in his gut. External support, yet another reliance. The bitter taste of Valoria's betrayal still lingered in his mouth, but the truth was inescapable. Zambesi couldn't hold off the Matilp alone. What about Trisenberg? An advisor cautiously suggested. They've been expanding their influence in the region. Perhaps they would be willing to help. That was the plan, to contact Trisenberg, King Mwanga said, his voice laced with frustration. We sent a letter days ago, formally requesting assistance, but as of now, we've received no response. The room fell silent again as the weight of his words settled over the group. The letter to Trisenberg had been their last-ditch effort to stabilize the crumbling infrastructure and military and to secure a new, powerful ally, yet the lack of response gnawed at him. Time was running out, and without help, Zambesi was in serious danger of falling apart entirely. General Malaki cleared his throat and spoke carefully. Your Majesty, could it be that Trisenberg is considering the offer carefully? They're known for their calculated decisions, especially when it comes to alliances. They may need time to evaluate the situation before committing. Mwanga's brow furrowed in irritation. They don't have time. We don't have time. The Matilp are growing stronger with every day that passes. I need to know where we stand. If Trisenberg intends to help us, they need to say so. If not, we must explore other options. An uneasy murmur ran through the room. Other options, there were few left. Zambesis' resources were nearly depleted, and other nations had little incentive to intervene. Without outside support, the kingdom was left vulnerable to both internal rebellion and external forces. One of the younger advisors, a man named Tembo, spoke up. Your Majesty, perhaps we could send a second envoy to Trisenberg. A diplomatic delegation might make the urgency of our situation clearer. A written request might not convey the true desperation we're facing. They have an office in Gaborone, Botswana. Okay, send an envoy to Gaborone. Tembo nodded, stepping forward. I will see to it personally, Your Majesty. We need someone trusted, someone who can effectively convey our situation. Mwanga nodded in agreement. Choose wisely, Tembo. We need someone who can impress upon Trisenberg's representatives that this is a matter of survival, not just a diplomatic request. If they are willing to help, they must act now. I'll make sure the right person is sent. Time is of the essence, Tembo responded, his face set with determination. The rest of the room was quiet as the conversation shifted toward logistics. The situation was grim, and every official in the room knew it. The Matilp resistance was growing bolder with each passing day, and without immediate intervention, the government of Zambesi would struggle to maintain control. This diplomatic mission to Gaborone was their last real chance to stabilize the country. How soon can the envoy leave? Mwanga asked. By tomorrow morning, Tembo replied quickly. We will prepare cars and ensure that the envoy can leave for Gaborone without delay. Make sure the envoy knows the stakes, Tembo, Mwanga added. There can be no room for error. If Trisenberg does not commit to helping us, we will have no other allies left to turn to. Tembo gave a firm nod, his expression hardening. I understand, Your Majesty. I'll oversee the preparations personally. Minister Juba will be our envoy, and he's the best we have. Mwanga allowed himself a brief moment of relief. Juba had a reputation for being a shrewd negotiator, someone who could remain calm under pressure. He would need that skill when facing the Trisenberg officials, who were known to be careful and calculating in their diplomacy. Very well, Mwanga said, his voice betraying his weariness. See that it's done. Tembo bowed and left the room, leaving the king alone with his thoughts. He stared down at the map still spread across the table. Time was running out, and Zambesi was bleeding from within. Discover more stories at MVL the following morning. The sun had barely risen over Maputo when Minister Juba arrived at the palace. Dressed in his formal diplomatic attire, he moved with a sense of purpose as he approached King Mwanga for final instructions. His face was set in a serious expression, fully aware of the weight of the mission he had been entrusted with. Your Majesty, Juba greeted, bowing respectfully. Mwanga waved him forward. Juba, the situation you are walking into is delicate. You know the stakes. Trisenberg must understand that their intervention is not just preferred, it is required for Zambesis' survival. We need them to send military support, equipment, and expertise to complete the infrastructure Valoria abandoned. Juba nodded. I understand, Your Majesty. Mwanga's eyes locked with Juba's. Make sure they understand that our fall would be to their detriment as well. Zambesi controls key trade routes, and if we lose those to the Makelb, it will destabilize the entire region. They need us as much as we need them. Juba nodded once more, a glint of determination in his eyes. I'll make sure they understand, Your Majesty. Good. Mwanga's voice softened slightly. I am trusting you with our kingdom's future, Juba. Do not fail us, I want, Juba said. Moments later, Juba was escorted to the waiting convoy of vehicles that would take him to the border of Botswana. The convoy rolled out of the palace gates, moving steadily through the waking streets of Maputo. Minister Juba sat in the back of the lead vehicle, his mind already racing through the points he needed to make once he reached Gaborone. The diplomatic mission to Trisenberg was critical, and Juba knew that failure wasn't an option. Zambesis' future depended on his ability to secure military and economic aid from their powerful neighbor. The streets of the capital were quiet, but not in a comforting way. The usual hustle of early morning traders was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness. People huddled in small groups on street corners, their faces worn with anxiety. The blackouts and water shortages had made life unbearable for many, and the uncertainty surrounding the growing Makelb threat was pushing the population to the edge. Juba looked out of the window, his expression hardening. Time was running out, and they needed Trisenberg's support, or Zambesis' collapse would be inevitable. As the convoy moved out of the capital and onto the main road heading toward Botswana, the landscape shifted from urban sprawl to dry, rural terrain. The road ahead stretched endlessly, flanked by sparse trees and stretches of barren land. The drivers maintained a steady pace, conscious of the dangers that lurked beyond the capital's relative safety. They knew that the Makelb could strike at any moment, particularly on these long, desolate roads. Juba shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his thoughts interrupted by the quiet tension in the air. He glanced at the driver, who was focused but alert, scanning the road ahead for any signs of trouble. The convoy had been on the road for nearly an hour when the driver of the lead vehicle suddenly slowed down. Juba straightened up, noticing that the other vehicles behind them were doing the same. He leaned forward, peering through the windshield. Up ahead, something was blocking the road, a large, broken-down truck, its rusted frame angled awkwardly across both lanes. What's going on? Juba asked, his voice tense. The driver squinted ahead, his grip tightening on the wheel. There's a vehicle up ahead, sir. It looks abandoned. Is it safe to pass? Juba asked, his eyes scanning the area around the truck. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Before the driver could respond, a series of loud pops echoed through the air. The windshield shattered in an explosion of glass as gunfire rained down on the convoy. Instinctively, the driver slammed on the brakes and the convoy screeched to a halt. Ambush. The driver shouted, reaching for the radio to alert the rest of the convoy. Juba ducked down in his seat as more gunfire erupted from the surrounding hills. He could hear the unmistakable sound of bullets pinging off the armored vehicles. The convoy's soldiers immediately sprang into action, exiting their vehicles and taking defensive positions behind the cars. The sound of gunfire was deafening, and the air was thick with dust and smoke. Juba grabbed the small radio attached to the vehicle's dashboard, his heart pounding in his chest. Get us out of here. He shouted, but before he could say more, a powerful explosion rocked the convoy, sending the rear vehicle flying into the air. The blast knocked Juba sideways, his ears ringing from the impact. Through the haze of smoke and dust, he saw the figures emerging from the hills. Dozens of Makelb fighters, armed with assault rifles and grenades, descended on the convoy. Juba's driver was already out of the vehicle, firing at the approaching fighters, but the sheer number of Makelb overwhelmed the convoy's defenses. One by one, the Zambesi soldiers were gunned down or forced to retreat behind the vehicles for cover. Juba's heart raced as he grabbed the small pistol from the side compartment, knowing it would do little to protect him in the chaos. He could see the matchup closing in, their movements methodical as they flanked the convoy from both sides. The lead car where Juba was crouched was now surrounded. A soldier shouted to him from behind the vehicle, "Sir, we need to move. They've got us pinned." Juba, his hands trembling, nodded and tried to get out of the vehicle. As he did, a sharp pain tore through his side. He looked down and saw the blood he had been hit. His vision blurred and the world around him seemed to slow. He stumbled forward, trying to keep his balance as the gunfire continued. The soldier, seeing Juba's injury, rushed over and grabbed him by the arm, half dragging him toward a ditch on the side of the road. "Stay low." The soldier shouted, firing his rifle in short bursts to keep the attackers at bay. This can't be how it ends, Juba thought, his breathing labored. He had to complete the mission. He had to reach Gaborone, but the weight of his injuries was pulling him deeper into unconsciousness, and the sounds of the battlefield began to fade into silence. King Manga sat in his dimly lit war room, the weight of his kingdom's troubles pressing down on him. The large map of Zambesi laid out before him showed no improvement, only more red markers that indicated the growing number of Machilb raids and rebel strongholds. It had been 2 days since he sent Minister Juba on a critical mission to Gaborone, a last-ditch effort to secure help from Trisenberg. He had been waiting for any word of Juba's progress, and his patience was wearing thin. The heavy doors of the war room creaked open, and a young officer rushed in, his face pale. The man's appearance immediately sent a wave of dread through the king. Without saying a word, Mwanga knew it was bad news. "Your Majesty," the officer stammered, kneeling before him. "There's been an ambush. Minister Juba's convoy was attacked on the road to Vitswana. They were overwhelmed by Machilb fighters. The majority of the convoy is either dead or unaccounted for." Mwanga's jaw clenched, the word hitting him like a physical blow. He stood up from his seat, his hands gripping the edges of the table. "Juba, is he alive?" The officer hesitated, his eyes flicking downward. "We have no confirmation of his status, Your Majesty. Our men who survived are few, and the reports we've received are unclear. The Machilb ambushed them in force. There was little chance to regroup. We believe he may have been injured in the attack." The king's heart sank. Juba was not only one of his best diplomats, but also the one person he trusted to secure Trisenberg's help. Now, with his fate unknown and the mission a failure, Zambesi was left dangling by a thread. Mwanga turned away from the officer, walking over to the window that overlooked the capital. Outside, the city was still, but not peaceful. It was the stillness of a country waiting for the inevitable. The darkness caused by the frequent blackouts had become a constant reminder of Valoria's betrayal, and the worsening situation had driven the people to the edge. "Leave me," Mwanga commanded, his voice low but firm. The officer quickly rose and bowed before exiting the room. Once alone, Mwanga slammed his fist against the window ledge, anger rising within him. "Damn them all," he muttered. First, Valoria had abandoned Zambesi at their most critical time, and now his best envoy was possibly lost to an ambush. It felt as though the walls were closing in on him, and there was no escape. Moments later, Tembo entered the room, his expression somber but focused. He had heard the news before approaching the king and knew what this meant. "Your Majesty," Tembo began, carefully choosing his words, "the loss of Minister Juba is a serious blow, but we cannot stop here. If we do nothing, the Machilb will only grow stronger, and Zambesi will continue to unravel." Mwanga nodded, though the bitterness in his chest refused to subside. "I know, Tembo, but we've already lost one of our best. I sent Juba because I believed he was the only one who could handle the task. Now he's likely dead, and Trisenberg still knows nothing of our desperation." Tembo stepped closer to the king, his voice steady and calm. "If I may, Your Majesty, there are other ways we can reach out to Trisenberg. We cannot afford to wait. The Machilb are taking advantage of every delay, and without external help, our forces will continue to fall." Mwanga turned to face him, eyes narrowing. "What other ways? Our communications are compromised, and the Machilb have grown bold enough to attack our convoys. Every time we try to move, they are waiting." Tembo didn't flinch under the king's frustration. "Your Majesty, we could send a smaller, more discreet delegation. A team that moves stealthily, avoiding the roads where the Machilb are most active. We know that they target large, official convoys, but a smaller group could pass undetected." Mwanga considered the suggestion, pacing the length of the room. "And who would lead such a group? We can't afford to send another diplomat. If they're captured or killed, it would be even worse than the first failure. We'd be inviting Trisenberg to see us as weak, unable to even deliver a message." "There are others who can deliver the message, Your Majesty," Tembo said. "Not diplomats, but soldiers trained to move through hostile territory. I could lead such a group myself. We would travel with only a few, blending in with the local population. No large vehicles, no banners, nothing to draw attention." Mwanga's brow furrowed as he thought through the plan. Tembo was not only a trusted advisor but also a man with military experience. If anyone could navigate the dangers of the Machelp-controlled areas, it was him. Still, the risk was enormous. If Tembo failed, Zambesi would be out of options. I don't like the idea of losing you as well, Tembo, the king said, his voice heavy. But you're right, if we don't act now, we might never get the chance. The Machelp are closing in, and without Trisenberg's aid, we will be overrun. Tembo nodded. It'll take a team of 5, no more. Well, travel light and keep off the main roads. Well, head toward Gaborone through a more remote route, one that's less likely to be monitored. Manga stood still, weighing the decision in his mind. Every choice seemed fraught with peril, but doing nothing was not an option. The Machelp were already at their doorstep, and without outside help, Zambesi would crumble from within. Fine, Manga said, finally turning to Tembo with resolve in his eyes. But you must leave immediately. If Juba is still alive, I want you to find him and bring him back. But your main priority is reaching Gaborone. Trisenberg must hear our plea. Tembo bowed his head. I understand, Your Majesty. We will not fail. I hope not, Manga said, his tone dark, because if you do, there may be nothing left to return to. As Tembo left to make the preparations, Manga sank back into his chair, exhaustion washing over him. The weight of the kingdom was heavier than ever, and the uncertainty of the future pressed down on him like a vice. He had led his people through difficult times before, but never had the situation seemed so dire, so hopeless. A day later. Tembo stood at the gates of the palace, ready to depart with his small team. The group of 5 was chosen carefully, each one trusted, each one experienced. The mission was critical, and every step would be dangerous. The Machelp threat loomed large, and the roads were anything but safe. Be cautious, King Manga said. The fate of Zambesi rests on your success, Tembo. Tembo nodded firmly. I understand, Your Majesty. Well, move quietly, avoiding the usual routes. We won't draw any attention. Continue your adventure at MVL. The king gave him a long, hard look. If you fail, there may not be another chance. Trisenberg must know what we face. We need their support, or everything we've built will fall apart. I know, Tembo replied, his expression serious. I won't let that happen. King Mwanga took a breath and nodded. He didn't say anything more, and Tembo took that as his signal to leave. He mounted his horse, looking over his small group 4 others who would accompany him on the journey. They knew what was at stake, and they were prepared for whatever lay ahead. The palace gates opened, and Tembo led the way out. The streets of Maputo were quiet, the usual bustle absent in the early morning. As they moved through the city, Tembo noticed the signs of strain. The blackouts had left entire neighborhoods without power for days, and the shortages of water and supplies had only worsened. People huddled in small groups, eyes watching the convoy with a mix of hope and despair. They knew something was wrong, and they hoped someone could fix it, but Tembo knew that hope was thin. Without help from Trisenberg, Zambesi wouldn't survive much longer. As they passed the last houses on the edge of the city, the roads turned rougher, the landscape more barren. The team moved at a steady pace, avoiding the main roads where the Machelp were likely to attack. They couldn't risk being seen by any hostile forces. Hours passed in silence, the only sounds coming from the horses' hooves on the dirt road. The men stayed alert, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The Machelp could be anywhere, and a single misstep could mean disaster. Tembo tightened his grip on the reins, his mind focused on the mission. Reaching Gaborone and securing aid from Trisenberg was the only thing that mattered now. If they failed, Zambesis' days were numbered. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the dry landscape, when Tembo finally signaled for them to stop. They had made good progress, but the journey was far from over. They would rest for a short while, then continue under the cover of darkness. Traveling by night would make it harder for the Machelp to spot them. As the group set up a small camp, Tembo sat alone for a moment, staring out at the empty road ahead. He knew the dangers that lay ahead, but he also knew there was no turning back. They had to reach Trisenberg, no matter the cost. Tomorrow they would cross into Vitswana, and from there they would push on to Gaborone. There was no room for failure. The following day, Tembo and his small group of 5 rode through the barren terrain under the cover of darkness. Their journey had been quiet, save for the occasional distant sound of wildlife. The dry air was heavy with dust, and the landscape offered little in the way of cover, but they had managed to avoid any contact with Machelp scouts. As they approached the border of Vitswana, the sense of urgency weighed heavily on Tembo's shoulders. This mission, and the survival of their kingdom, hinged on their success. As the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, Tembo and his men reached a ridge that overlooked the border checkpoint between Zambesi and Vitswana. The crossing was modest, a few small outposts with fences and barbed wire marking the separation between the two nations. Armed guards patrolled the area, and Tembo could see the Trisenberg flag fluttering above the main checkpoint building. Tembo signaled for his men to halt. They dismounted their horses, taking a moment to gather themselves before approaching the checkpoint. The guards, wearing the distinct uniforms of the Vitswana border guard, were alert and heavily armed. They moved with precision, their eyes scanning the horizon for any potential threats. It was clear they took no chances in this region, especially given the instability in neighboring Zambesi. Tembo knew the situation could escalate quickly if they weren't careful. He instructed his men to stay back as he led the way forward, holding his hands up to show they meant no harm. As they neared the checkpoint, one of the guards noticed them and immediately raised his rifle, signaling to the others. Within seconds, more guards emerged from their posts, all aiming their rifles at Tembo and his group. "Stay where you are." One of the guards shouted, his voice sharp and commanding, "State your business." Tembo took a deep breath, keeping his posture calm and non-threatening as he stepped forward, his hands still raised. He could feel the tension in the air as the guards kept their weapons trained on him and his men. "We come in peace," Tembo called out, his voice clear but measured. "I am Tembo, an envoy from the Kingdom of Zambesi. We seek safe passage into Botswana to meet with the leadership of Trisenberg stationed in Gaborone." The guards exchanged uneasy glances, clearly suspicious. One of them, who appeared to be the officer in charge, stepped forward. His rifle remained aimed at Tembo's chest, though his grip loosened slightly as he assessed the situation. "Why should we trust you?" the officer demanded. "Zambesi is in chaos, and we have no way of knowing if you're truly who you say you are." Tembo knew this was a delicate moment. One wrong word could spark violence, and they were outnumbered and outgunned. He took a slow step forward, ensuring that his movements were deliberate and non-threatening. "You have every right to be cautious," Tembo said calmly. "We are unarmed and we pose no threat. I have identification here to verify my position as a diplomat from Zambesi. If you check it, you'll see that we are here on official business." The officer hesitated for a moment, then nodded to one of his men. "Lower your weapons," he ordered, though his tone remained wary. "Search them for any weapons and check their identification." Two guards cautiously approached Tembo and his group, patting them down to ensure they weren't carrying any weapons. Once they were satisfied, the officer stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as Tembo handed him the official documents he had brought with him. The officer flipped through the papers, scrutinizing them carefully. His expression remained stern, but after a few tense moments he seemed to relax slightly. He handed the documents back to Tembo. "Your papers seem to be in order," the officer said, though there was still a hint of suspicion in his voice. "But that doesn't explain why you've come here, of all places. What is your purpose in seeking out the Trisenberg leadership in Gaborone?" Tembo straightened, sensing that the situation was beginning to ease, but knowing that this next part was critical. "We are here to seek an audience with the Trisenberg officials stationed in Gaborone. Zambesi is in dire need of assistance. Our kingdom is falling apart and we have no other allies to turn to. We wish to discuss a potential alliance." The officer's brow furrowed as he processed Tembo's words. "An alliance," he repeated. "What kind of alliance are you talking about?" "An alliance for mutual benefit," Tembo replied firmly. "Zambesi is strategically important. We control key trade routes that, if lost to the Matyob rebels, could destabilize the entire region. Trisenberg stands to benefit from aiding us in stabilizing our kingdom, both economically and militarily. We are prepared to discuss terms, but we need to speak directly with the leadership in Gaborone." The officer was silent for a moment, clearly weighing the information. Tembo could tell he was considering the risks involved. Allowing a group of Zambesi envoys through the border at a time when their country was collapsing was not a decision to be taken lightly. Finally, the officer lowered his rifle completely and nodded. "Very well," he said. "I will inform the Trisenberg officials in Gaborone of your arrival. You will have to stay here first as we don't have protocol clearance for immediate passage." The officer finished, his stance still cautious. "Explore more at M. Cyrillic letter 475 small cap L." He gestured toward the small outpost, where a group of soldiers were already moving to prepare a place for the Zambesi delegation to wait. Tembo nodded, understanding that this was part of the procedure. "We appreciate your cooperation. Please notify the Trisenberg leadership as soon as possible." "Time is not on our side." The officer gave a curt nod and turned to one of the guards. "Get the communications line open. Let them know we have a Zambesi envoy requesting a meeting with the Trisenberg officials." Tembo and his group were led to a shaded area under a tent near the checkpoint, where they were provided with some basic provisions, water, and a few rations. Tembo remained calm, his mind focused on the task ahead. Every second spent waiting felt like another missed opportunity to save Zambesi. He could only hope the message would reach Gaborone soon, and that the Trisenberg leadership would agree to meet them without delay. The hours dragged on, the sun rising higher in the sky and casting a harsh light over the desolate border area. Tembo sat in silence, his thoughts racing. What if the Trisenberg officials refused to meet them? What if their diplomatic plea fell on deaf ears? There were no other options left for Zambesi. Without outside support, the kingdom was doomed to collapse under the weight of the Matyob uprising and the infrastructure failures left in the wake of Valoria's abandonment. Tembo glanced at his men, who were sitting quietly nearby, their faces weary but determined. They too understood the stakes. There was no turning back now. After what felt like an eternity, the officer from earlier returned, his expression more neutral this time, though still guarded. "I've spoken with the Trisenberg officials in Gaborone," he said. "They've agreed to meet with you. However, it will take time for the arrangements to be made. You'll be escorted to Gaborone under our supervision, but they've requested that only you, Tembo, proceed to the final meeting point. The rest of your men will remain in our custody until the discussions are concluded." Tembo considered the offer carefully. It was a risk, but one they had to take. "Agreed," he said. "Well, comply with those terms." The officer motioned for his men to prepare the vehicles. Tembo's group would be taken to Gaborone in a convoy, much like the one that had been ambushed days earlier. This time, though, they would be under the protection of the Botswana border guard, who had a reputation for their discipline and efficiency. As Tembo climbed into the back of one of the armored vehicles, he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty that gnawed at him. He had made it this far, but the real challenge was still ahead. Convincing the Trisenberg officials to form an alliance with Zambesi would be no small feat. The politics of the region were complex, and Trisenberg had its own interests to consider. The convoy moved steadily through the flat, dry landscape of Botswana. The heat was oppressive, and the dust kicked up by the vehicles clung to the air, making it difficult to see far into the distance. Tembo sat silently, his mind racing with possible strategies for the upcoming negotiations. Hours passed, and the outline of Gaborone finally came into view. The capital of Botswana was a bustling city, its streets filled with traders, soldiers, and officials going about their business. It was a stark contrast to the crumbling infrastructure and chaotic streets of Maputo. Tembo felt a pang of regret as he thought of Zambesis' decline, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. This wasn't the time for sentiment. He had a mission to accomplish. The convoy slowed to a halt at the edge of Gaborone, the capital of Botswana. Tembo peered out of the armored vehicle as they approached the city's administrative district. His eyes scanned the streets filled with people, traders, soldiers, and civil servants moving with purpose. Gaborone was nothing like Maputo. The buildings were well-maintained, the streets orderly, and the signs of prosperity were clear. But for Tembo, the difference only sharpened his sense of urgency. Zambesi was collapsing while their neighbors thrived. As the convoy pulled up to the imposing gates of the governor's palace, Tembo felt a tension settle over him. One of the officers approached Tembo, nodding briskly. "The governor is expecting you, Mr. Tembo. Follow me." The officer led him through the grand doors of the palace, and moments later, they reached a large set of double doors, and the officer paused. "The governor is inside," he said. "Be mindful he is a man of few words, but every decision he makes is calculated." Tembo nodded, appreciating the warning. The doors opened, and Tembo stepped inside. The room was vast, with large windows that let in streams of sunlight, casting shadows across the floor. At the far end of the room sat a man behind a broad desk, his posture rigid and his gaze sharp. Heinrich von Strauss was not a man who smiled easily, and his expression as he regarded Tembo was unreadable. "Mr. Tembo," von Strauss greeted him, his voice carrying a formal tone. "I've been informed of your arrival. Please have a seat." Tembo approached cautiously, seating himself in the chair across from the governor. He noticed how the room was meticulously organized, no clutter, no unnecessary decoration. Everything about von Strauss radiated control and discipline. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Governor," Tembo began, trying to match the man's formal demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tembo, an envoy from the Kingdom of Zambesi. I've come here under dire circumstances. My country is on the brink of collapse, and we seek your help to secure an alliance with Trisenberg." Von Strauss remained still. "I am aware of the turmoil in Zambesi, Mr. Tembo," he said. "You have come a long way. I trust this request is as urgent as your journey implies." Tembo nodded, his expression grim. "It is, Governor. The situation is worsening by the day. Zambesis' infrastructure has crumbled, our military is stretched beyond its limits, and the Matob rebels are gaining ground faster than we can stop them. Valoria's sudden withdrawal left us vulnerable, and without external aid, we will not survive this crisis." Von Strauss raised an eyebrow but said nothing, prompting Tembo to continue. "There is something else you should know," Tembo said, his voice lowering as he thought of Minister Juba. "I was not the first envoy sent to Botswana. Our initial diplomat, Minister Juba, was dispatched days ago. He was a trusted official, tasked with securing this alliance." Tembo paused, swallowing the grief that came with the memory, but he never made it. His convoy was ambushed by Matob forces on the way here. Most of his men were killed, and Juba himself is presumed dead. "A misfortune," he said quietly. "The roads between Zambesi and Botswana are not what they once were. The Matob are well known for their ruthlessness." Tembo nodded, his jaw clenched. "It was more than just a misfortune, Governor. It was a deliberate attack on an official envoy. the rebels have grown bolder, and their influence spreads like wildfire across Zambesi. They've disrupted supply lines, taken control of key regions, and now they are striking at the heart of our government. Von Strauss leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly. And you believe an alliance with Trisenberg will turn the tide? Yes, Tembo answered firmly. Zambesi cannot fight this war alone. We need military support, resources to rebuild our infrastructure, and above all, the backing of a powerful ally. In return, we offer something of great value: control over key trade routes in the region. These routes are essential for maintaining stability, not only for Zambesi, but for neighboring nations like Botswana and, of course, Trisenberg. But were you aware that we once supported and funded the Matel tribes for their cause? Isn't that information be enough to deter you from forming an alliance with us? Read chapters at M. Cyrillic letter 475. Small Capel. Tembo shook his head. I am well aware of the history between Trisenberg and the Matel tribes, Governor. It's no secret that nations make difficult choices when it suits their strategic interests. But what I am proposing is not just a request for charity. This is an opportunity for Trisenberg to reshape the future of the region. The Matel, though once supported by outside forces, have now become a destabilizing force that threatens all nations in our part of the world, including Botswana. Von Strauss remained silent, listening intently as Tembo continued. I do not hold the past against Trisenberg, Tembo went on. The political landscape shifts and alliances evolve. What matters now is the present. Zambesi is falling, and the Matel are no longer a fragmented tribe. They are an organized, even when the Valorian army decimated them. So what do you think? Will the empire of Trisenberg come to our aid? Von Strauss was silent for a moment, and seconds later he spoke. To tell you the truth, I was informed that on any day, the kingdom of Zambesi would come for our aid, and I had received instructions on what to do should that happen. Do you know what that instruction is? What could it be? Tembo asked. It's simple. We are going to accept, Von Strauss said, leaning forward slightly, his eyes locking onto Tembo's with a seriousness that underscored the weight of the moment. The empire of Trisenberg will come to the aid of Zambesi. Tembo exhaled slowly, the tension in his body releasing just a little as the governor's words sank in. Relief washed over him, but only for a moment. This was only the first step. Von Strauss continued, his voice calm but firm. I have been given the authority to formalize the alliance. Zambese's strategic importance has not been overlooked by our leadership. The trade routes, the resources, and the potential to stabilize the region are all factors we cannot ignore. Tembo nodded, understanding the significance of what had just been said. On behalf of my king and my people, Governor, we are grateful. But I must ask, what does Trisenberg require in return? What terms will accompany this alliance? Von Strauss leaned back in his chair, folding his hands in his lap. Our terms will not be unreasonable, Mr. Tembo, but they will be necessary. First, we will provide military support troops, equipment, and tactical advisors to help you stabilize your borders and push back the Matel forces. However, in exchange, Trisenberg will assume control over the trade routes running through Zambesi. This will allow us to ensure that these routes remain secure and profitable, not just for Zambesi, but for Trisenberg and our allies as well. Tembo listened carefully, his mind racing. The offer was generous, but control over the trade routes was a significant concession. Zambesi had long prided itself on its control of those routes, but the reality of the situation was that without Trisenberg's help, there would be no trade routes left to control. What you ask is reasonable, given the circumstances, Tembo said after a brief pause, but I must stress that Zambesi will need to retain some measure of control. We are willing to share oversight of the routes, but complete control would undermine our sovereignty. Von Strauss nodded slowly, considering the proposal. Shared oversight is possible, he conceded. We are not here to strip Zambesi of its sovereignty, Mr. Tembo, but we need to ensure that our interests are protected. The Matel rebels are not just a threat to Zambesi, but to the entire region. If they gain control of the trade routes, the economic impact will ripple far beyond your borders. I agree, and Zambesi is committed to protecting those routes with your help. What other terms do you have in mind? The second part of the agreement will involve economic assistance. Trisenberg will assist in rebuilding your infrastructure, roads, power grids, and communication networks. However, we will need assurances that Zambesi will prioritize trade with Trisenberg and its allies. Your markets will need to open to our goods, and we will expect favorable trade terms in return for our investment. Zambese's infrastructure had been decimated, and without external help, there was no way it could recover on its own. The promise of Trisenberg's assistance was vital, but opening up Zambese's markets could have long-term implications for the nation's economy. Still, there was little choice. Zambese's survival depended on this alliance. We can agree to that, Tembo said finally. Our markets will be open to Trisenberg's goods, and we will ensure that your investment in our infrastructure is protected. Zambesi is prepared to meet these terms. Von Strauss nodded, satisfied with Tembo's response. Very well. Then it is settled. I will draft the official documents, and once they are signed, we can begin the process of deploying military support to Zambesi. Tembo felt a surge of relief. The alliance was a lifeline, the first real hope Zambesi had had in weeks. December 1st, 1938, at Volkshow, Alexander's residence. Julien entered his office and greeted Alexander, who was watching the television. Good morning, Your Excellency. I have an official report to you. This just came from our intelligence department from the Ministry of Defense. The Kingdom of Zambesi just allied themselves with the Tr Isenberg Empire. Alexander simply nodded at the report as he continued watching the television, seemingly engrossed by it. Your Excellency, Julien called, as if trying to get his attention. The Kingdom of Zambesi, I know, Julien. I have heard of your report. You don't have to repeat it, Alexander said. The Kingdom of Zambesis action moved as we anticipated, and we are going to act accordingly. I don't want a warmongering nation such as the Empire of Trisenberg right across our ocean. Well, Your Excellency, isn't this the plan to let the Empire of Trisenberg conquer the Kingdom of Zambesi so that you can further the plan that you have developed? Alexander nodded again. The plan was simple. Lure the Trisenberg to ally with the Kingdom of Zambesi and crush them together, with the justification being that the Empire of Trisenberg being too near their borders and a threat to their national security. But of course they couldn't do that just yet, as the Trisenberg doesn't show apparent hostile actions against Valoria, and they are on good terms for now. For now, it's going to sideline first, as there was a new mission from the system. Mission 75, introduce your nation to the world reward, 50000. It was a simple mission from him, to announce himself as a new country in this world, participating in global trade and politics. Nothing complicated, and the funds that he is going to receive could be used for nation building. Julien, keep an eye on that Kingdom of Zambesi for now. For now, let's focus ourselves in a different task. We are going to use the Empire of Trisenberg as a platform to introduce ourselves. What are you planning? Your Excellency, Julien asked. I want you to reach out to the Empire of Trisenberg and tell them that I want to see the Emperor in person. Julien hesitated for a moment, her eyes widening at Alexander's request. Her surprise was clear, though she tried to mask it with her usual composed demeanor. She knew all too well the weight behind his words. The Emperor of Trisenberg wasn't just any ruler, he was Alexander's father, the very man who had banished him from his homeland. The idea of a meeting between them was more than just a political maneuver. It was deeply personal. Your Excellency, she began carefully, choosing her words with caution. You wish to meet with the Emperor of Trisenberg in person. Alexander continued watching the television, his face impassive, though Julien could sense a subtle tension in his posture. He didn't respond immediately, allowing a beat of silence to settle between them. Yes, he said after a moment, his voice controlled, almost emotionless. I need to meet him face to face. It is necessary for the plan. Your Excellency, Julien said gently, with all due respect, I understand the importance of your plan, but are you certain this is the right course of action? The Emperor of Trisenberg is my father, Alexander interrupted, his tone sharp but not unkind. I am well aware, Julien, so do what I'm telling you to do. Yes, Your Excellency, she replied. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Julien left his office and began working on the task. She reached her office and sat down at her desk, quickly gathering the necessary documents to begin the arrangements. She started drafting a formal letter to the Empire of Trisenberg, outlining Alexander's request for an audience with the Emperor. As she worked, she couldn't help but wonder how the Emperor would respond to such a request. Would he refuse outright, or would he see it as an opportunity to confront the son he had cast out? Regardless, it was Julien's task to ensure the message reached Trisenberg's leadership. She couldn't let her own concerns interfere with the job. She picked up the telephone and made a call to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hello, this is the Chief of Staff of the Supreme Leader. I would like to send a formal communication to the Trisenberg Empire. It concerns a direct request from His Excellency to meet with the Emperor in person. Please prepare the necessary diplomatic channels and ensure it reaches their offices without delay. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs operator absorbed the gravity of the request. Yes, Chief of Staff, came the reply, steady but tinged with a hint of unease. We will prepare everything immediately. 2 minutes later, the telephone buzzed and she picked it up. This time she heard a familiar voice. Julien, I was told that you are making a request to reach out to the Trisenberg Empire for a meeting between Alexander and the Emperor. Is this correct? Emily asked. Julien took a breath, knowing how significant this request was. Yes, Emily. His Excellency has instructed me to make the formal arrangements. He wants to meet the Emperor in person. Very well, I am going to prepare for it now. It will take about an hour. I will inform you of the updates when everything is finalized, Emily said. Thank you, Emily, Julianne responded, hanging up the phone. She sat back for a moment, her mind racing. The meeting between Alexander and his father, the Emperor of Trisenberg, would be monumental. She understood the political implications, but the personal weight it carried for Alexander was undeniable. As the minutes passed, Julianne remained focused on the task at hand, knowing that every step in these diplomatic exchanges had to be executed with precision. She began drafting a follow-up message for Alexander, updating him on the progress with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Once done, she gathered the rest of the necessary documents to ensure all protocols were met. Your next read is at M. Cyrillic letter 475 small capel. An hour later, the phone rang again. Julianne, it's Emily. The request has been formally submitted through the diplomatic channels, and it's been acknowledged by Trisenberg's representatives. They've indicated that the Emperor will personally review the request and respond within 24 hours. Julianne nodded, though Emily couldn't see her. That's excellent news. Thank you, Emily. After hanging up, Julianne sat quietly, feeling the weight of what was to come. She knew Alexander's meeting with his father wouldn't be easy. The Emperor had not only cast Alexander out, but had erased him from the political landscape of Trisenberg entirely. For Alexander to request an audience now, especially with the rising tension in the region, was a bold move, one that could either strengthen their position or open old wounds. Later that evening, Julianne returned to Alexander's office to give him the latest update. Your Excellency, she began, standing before his desk. The formal request has been submitted to the Empire of Trisenberg. The Emperor will review it and respond within 24 hours. Alexander, still sitting behind his desk, looked up at her, his expression unreadable. Good, now we wait. 2 days later, Emperor Trisenberg sat in his private study, deep in thought as he went through several state documents. The soft morning light filtered through the large windows, casting long shadows across the room. Despite the calmness of the surroundings, the Emperor's mind was preoccupied with the recent developments in the region. A light knock came at the door. It was Prince Theodore, his son, carrying a sealed letter. Father, Theodore greeted as he entered the room. A message has arrived for you. It's from Valoria's leadership. They've formally requested a meeting. The Emperor raised his gaze slowly from the papers on his desk. He had been expecting this. The recent alliance between Trisenberg's empire and the Kingdom of Zambesi had undoubtedly caught Valoria's attention. Now, with tensions building and strategic interests at stake, it was no surprise that Valoria would seek to engage with him directly. Valoria Trisenberg muttered, his tone neutral, yet weighted with consideration. He gestured for Theodore to hand over the letter. Breaking the seal, Emperor Trisenberg read through the contents of the letter carefully. As expected, Valoria's leadership had requested an audience to discuss the shifting power dynamics in the region. The letter was polite, diplomatic, but it was clear that Valoria was positioning itself to secure its interests amid the growing influence of Trisenberg's empire. They want a meeting, the Emperor said aloud, glancing up at Theodore. Tell me, is the leader of Valoria going to meet me with his mask on? Trisenberg added, his voice laced with sarcasm. He handed the letter to his son, knowing full well that Valoria's enigmatic leader had a reputation for keeping his identity hidden behind an iron mask during all public appearances. It was a peculiar quirk that made diplomatic dealings with him more impersonal and harder to read. Theodore took the letter, scanning through its contents as he responded. It's likely, Father. From everything we know, Valoria's leader prefers the mask to maintain an aura of mystery. It also allows him to project power without showing emotion. The Emperor gave a small, humorless laugh. He hides behind that mask, hoping to control the narrative, but he won't be able to hide his intentions from me, mask or not. Theodore nodded in agreement, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. The Valoria leader was known for his cunning, and the fact that he was requesting a direct meeting meant he likely had something significant in mind. The stakes were high, and it was clear that both Valoria and Trisenberg's empire were navigating dangerous waters. What do you plan to do? Father Theodore asked, setting the letter down on the desk. Will you grant his request? Trisenberg stood up from his chair, walking over to the large window that overlooked the imperial gardens. His hands clasped behind his back, he stared out in silence for a moment before speaking. I will meet with him, the Emperor finally said, his voice steady but thoughtful. I am curious about the person. I think he'll be the first person in the world to unmask him and see what he truly looks like. Theodore raised an eyebrow at his father's comment. You think he'll allow that? A slight smile tugged at the corners of Trisenberg's mouth. No, but I am sure he'll find a way to make it happen. A mask is only as good as the man wearing it, and from what I've learned, Valoria's leader depends too much on his secrecy. That makes him vulnerable. Theodore remained quiet for a moment, considering his father's words. and if he has something up his sleeve, something we aren't anticipating. Treisenberg turned away from the window, his expression growing more serious. He likely does. This invitation isn't just about diplomacy, it's about gauging our strength, our intent. Hell be feeling us out, but well be doing the same. The room fell into a quiet tension as the Emperor continued to think through the upcoming encounter. I'll have to be ready for anything. Send word that I've accepted the meeting. I want the location to be here in Berlin. Continue reading at M. Cyrillic letter 475 small capel. Prince Theodore gave a quick nod, his expression tight with understanding. I'll make the arrangements immediately, father. As Theodore exited the room, Emperor Treisenberg remained by the window, gazing out at the imperial gardens, but seeing beyond them to the geopolitical chessboard that was taking shape. Valoria's leader was a figure that fascinated and unsettled him, a country that has the same technological edge and military might as Western countries. It's going to be interesting. 2 days later, Alexander sat in his office at Volkshalle, the cold winter air seeping through the cracks of the thick walls, though it did little to disturb him. He was reviewing logistics reports from Valoria's industrial sectors when Julienne entered, carrying a document in her hands. Your Excellency, she began, her voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of anticipation. We've received word from Treisenberg. The Emperor has agreed to your request for a meeting. Alexander paused, lifting his gaze from the reports to meet hers. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. He accepted. Yes, Your Excellency, Julienne confirmed. The Emperor has asked that the meeting take place in Berlin at his palace. It seems he's chosen the venue carefully. Of course he did. Treisenberg is a man who thrives on control. Berlin is his stronghold, his seat of power. He will want to remind me of that during our meeting, Alexander said. Prepare everything for the trip to Berlin, Alexander said after a long pause. I want the delegation to be small, just you, me, and a select few of my personal guards. This isn't a show of force. It's a test of wills. Julienne nodded. Understood, Your Excellency. I will make the necessary arrangements. Is there anything else you wish to convey before we depart? Alexander stood from his desk, walking to the large window that overlooked the capital of Valoria. The skyline, filled with industrial progress and military infrastructure, represented everything he had built since his exile. But his gaze was focused far beyond the horizon toward Treisenberg. It's going to be a heck of a reunion. I have nothing to convey. The crisp winter air lingered in the capital of Valoria as the day of departure finally arrived. The city of Volkshalle was abuzz with anticipation. Streets were lined with flags bearing the Valorian crest, fluttering in the cool breeze. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a pale light over the city, making the metallic edges of its modern skyscrapers gleam with pride. This was a nation built from Alexander's vision, a country transformed from exile into a powerful force. Inside the grand palace of Volkshalle, Alexander stood in front of a wide, ornate mirror, adjusting his high-collared military coat. His reflection, though stern, betrayed a subtle satisfaction. This journey was not just another diplomatic mission, it was a return, a long-overdue reckoning with the father who had cast him out. Julienne entered the room silently, dressed in a simple but elegant navy coat that matched the diplomatic tone of the trip. She glanced at Alexander as he straightened the last button of his uniform and cleared her throat to announce her presence. Your Excellency, the preparations are complete, she said, her voice calm and composed as always. Your speech will be broadcast live across Valoria in 5 minutes. The convoy is ready to depart once you've finished. Alexander met her gaze in the mirror, his expression unreadable for a brief moment. Then, with a nod, he turned to face her directly. Thank you, Julienne. Let's make sure everything runs smoothly today, he said, his voice carrying an air of command that left no room for doubt. Staff members hurried past, making last-minute adjustments to the live broadcast equipment, while guards in dark uniforms stood at attention along the hallway. Their faces were stoic, but there was no denying the significance of what was about to unfold. At the end of the hallway, the double doors opened to reveal the Great Dome of Volkshalle, the grandest structure in Valoria. Thousands of citizens filled the space, waiting with bated breath. Alexander walked toward the podium, his gaze unwavering as he took in the sight of the crowds before him. Julienne stepped aside as Alexander positioned himself at the podium, the microphones picking up the low hum of the waiting crowd. The cameras zoomed in, broadcasting his image lived to every corner of the country. Silence fell over the city as everyone waited for their supreme leader to speak. Alexander took a breath, then began. People of Valoria, he started. Today marks a significant moment in our nation's history. We stand at the crossroads of a new era, where Valoria will no longer be in isolation. It will make itself known to the world, Alexander continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. Valoria will no longer stand in the shadows of other nations. Today, we begin the next phase of our rise that will see us become a dominant force in the world, politically, economically, and militarily. The crowd stood in rapt attention, their eyes locked on their leader, hanging on every word. Alexander's presence commanded the room, and the silence in the dome was a testament to the weight of the moment. Even those watching from their homes could feel the significance of this speech. The path ahead will not be easy, Alexander continued, but we are prepared for the challenges that await us. Our nation has been built on perseverance, resilience, and unity. We have achieved greatness together, and we will continue to do so. A murmur of approval rippled through the audience, though it was quickly stifled as Alexander raised a hand. His face, stern and focused, projected the certainty of a man who was unshakable in his vision. As I depart today to meet with the Emperor of Trisenberg, I do so with the full knowledge that this meeting is not just about diplomacy. It is about the future of Valoria. Our strength, our ambitions, and our commitment to greatness will be on display for the world to see. The cameras zoomed in as Alexander's expression hardened, his voice taking on a commanding tone. This meeting is not merely a gesture of goodwill. It is a reminder to the world that Valoria will not be ignored or underestimated. We will ensure that our place in history is secured. A roar of approval erupted from the crowd, and for a moment, the dome seemed to tremble with the force of their applause. Alexander stood firm, waiting for the noise to subside before speaking again. I leave today not as a leader seeking favors, but as the representative of a nation poised to define its own destiny. The Emperor of Trisenberg may seek to understand our intentions, but let there be no mistake. Valoria's course is set, and we will not waver. Another round of applause surged through the dome, and this time Alexander allowed it to linger. He took a moment to glance over the crowd before delivering his final words. Stand tall, Valoria, stand united. Our future is bright, and together we will reach heights that the world has never seen. For Valoria, for our people, and for the legacy we leave behind. The crowd exploded into cheers, the sound carrying far beyond the dome and into the streets of Volkschau, where citizens waved flags and chanted Alexander's name. His image remained on screens across the nation, a symbol of the strength and unity that Valoria had come to represent. As the cheers continued, Alexander gave a final nod, then turned from the podium. Julianne was waiting for him just off stage, her expression as composed as ever, though there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Your Excellency, she said softly, the convoy is ready. Alexander gave a single nod, his mind already shifting to the task ahead. Let's not keep them waiting. Outside the great dome, the convoy was waiting just as Julianne had promised. The black vehicles gleamed in the sunlight, their engines humming quietly in anticipation. Captain Marcus Everglade stood at the front of the convoy, his posture straight and alert. His icy blue eyes scanned the surroundings, ensuring everything was in place for their supreme leader's departure. Your Excellency, Everglade greeted with a sharp salute as Alexander approached. The convoy is ready. Our route has been secured and the airport is fully prepared for your arrival. Alexander gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. Good, let's move out. Without further delay, he climbed into the lead vehicle, followed closely by Julianne. Everglade joined the security detail in the following car, his eyes constantly surveying the streets as they began their journey. The convoy moved smoothly through the bustling streets of Volkschau, flanked by cheering citizens on either side. Flags waved and shouts of encouragement filled the air. Inside the vehicle, Alexander sat in silence, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Though he remained calm and composed, his mind was already shifting to the meeting that awaited him in Berlin. The Emperor of Trisenberg was a formidable opponent, cunning, experienced, and deeply entrenched in the old ways of global power. But Alexander was ready for the meeting as he knew who he was facing against. Julianne, sensing his focus, remained quiet as well, glancing occasionally at the updates on her clipboard. Everything was proceeding as planned, and soon they would be airborne. As the convoy approached the airport, the sleek Valorian aircraft came into view. Captain Everglade opened the car door as they arrived at the private terminal. Your Excellency, the plane is ready for departure. We've secured clearance for the flight path, and the Trisenberg authorities have confirmed landing arrangements. Alexander stepped out of the car, his coat billowing slightly in the cold breeze. He took a moment to survey the aircraft before turning to Everglade. Ensure everything remains secure throughout the flight. I want no interruptions, Alexander ordered. Understood, Your Excellency, Everglade replied, giving a final salute before moving to oversee the final security checks. Julianne followed closely as they ascended the steps to the aircraft, the roar of the engines growing louder. Inside, the interior was sleek and minimalist, designed for efficiency and comfort. Alexander settled into his seat near the front, while Julianne took a seat across from him. Your Excellency, we will be in the air shortly. The flight to Berlin is expected to take approximately 18 hours. I've also received confirmation that the Emperor's representatives will meet us upon landing. Alexander nodded at Julianne's words, his gaze fixed ahead. As the aircraft's engines roared to life, the aircraft began its slow taxi toward the runway. As the aircraft picked up speed, racing down the runway, Alexander leaned back in his seat, watching as the city grew smaller beneath them. Hours passed as the aircraft soared over continents. The cabin remained quiet, save for the occasional exchange between Julianne and the diplomatic staff seated nearby. Alexander, however, was deep in thought, reviewing strategies in his mind for the upcoming meeting. He'd meet his father, brothers, and sisters. After all, he wouldn't want to ruin the occasion by getting personal, so he has to be strategic. As Alexander's aircraft approached Trisenberg airspace, the steady hum of the engines filled the cabin. The peaceful quiet was soon interrupted by a voice over the intercom. "Your Excellency, we've established communication with Trisenberg's air control tower," the pilot announced, his voice calm but formal. In the cockpit, the Valorian pilots exchanged glances as they received the first incoming transmission from Trisenberg. "Valorian 1, this is Berlin Control. You are now entering Trisenberg airspace. Please maintain your current altitude and speed. 2 Trisenese fighter jets will escort you to Berlin International Airport." Over, the clear voice of the Trisenese air traffic controller echoed through the cockpit. The Valorian co-pilot responded promptly. "Berlin Control, this is Valorian 1. We acknowledge your instructions and await visual confirmation of the escort." Over. A moment later, the pilots spotted 2 sleek Trisenese fighter jets approaching from either side of their aircraft. Their presence was a clear sign that Trisenberg wasn't leaving anything to chance, even when welcoming an esteemed guest like Alexander. "Valorian 1, this is Berlin Control. Your escort is now in place. Maintain your heading and speed. You will be guided directly to the airport. Copy that, Berlin Control. We are maintaining our course," the Valorian pilot confirmed, his hands steady on the controls. From his seat in the cabin, Alexander remained composed, though he noticed the slight change in the aircraft's flight pattern as it began its final approach. Julianne, seated across from him, glanced out the window, catching sight of the fighter aircrafts keeping pace with them. "The escort is a bit of a statement, isn't it?" Julianne remarked quietly, keeping her tone neutral. Alexander didn't look up, his gaze still focused ahead. "Trisenberg wants us to know they're watching. It's expected." In the cockpit, the pilots continued to monitor their instruments as Berlin International Airport came into view on the horizon. The radio crackled again with another update from the air traffic controller. "Valorian 1, you are cleared for landing on runway 3. Proceed to descend at your discretion. Maintain visual with your escorts." Over. Copy, Berlin Control. "Initiating descent now," the Valorian pilot responded. The aircraft began its smooth descent toward the sprawling Berlin International Airport, a massive facility that represented the grandeur of the Trisenberg Empire. Inside the cabin, the shift in altitude was barely noticeable, but Julianne could feel the growing anticipation as they neared the ground. "We'll be there soon," she said, more to herself than to Alexander, as she made final adjustments on her tablet. The pilot's voice came over the intercom again. "Your Excellency, we've begun our approach to Berlin International. We'll be on the ground shortly." Outside, the 2 fighter jets maintained their escort positions until the aircraft neared the airport. Then, as if on cue, they broke off, banking sharply upward and disappearing into the clouds. "Valorian 1, this is Berlin Control. Your escorts are disengaging. You are cleared to proceed to the runway. Ground crew is standing by for your arrival. Welcome to Trisenberg," the air traffic controller stated, their tone crisp but professional. "Understood, Berlin Control." Proceeding to land, the pilot responded, his hands steady as the aircraft made its final approach. The aircraft descended smoothly, touching down with barely a bump as it rolled down the runway. The familiar rush of deceleration filled the cabin as the brakes engaged, bringing the jet to a gradual stop. In the cockpit, the Valorian co-pilot took the final transmission. "Valorian 1, this is Berlin Ground. Proceed to taxi to the designated area. Ground personnel will guide you. Welcome to Berlin." "Thank you, Berlin Ground." Proceeding to taxi now, the co-pilot responded. The aircraft began its slow roll toward the designated terminal, where a diplomatic welcoming committee awaited. The airstrip itself was pristine, surrounded by the subtle grandeur of Trisenberg's military presence. The terminal building was flanked by armed guards and black diplomatic vehicles, waiting to transport Alexander and his delegation. From inside the cabin, Alexander observed the scene through the window as the aircraft came to a stop. Everything was as he expected: formal, controlled, and meticulously prepared. Trisenberg's imperial structure was on full display. The pilot's voice came over the intercom one final time. "Your Excellency, we've arrived. The ground crew is in place. You are clear to disembark when ready." Julianne stood, collecting her belongings and ensuring everything was in place. "We're all set, Your Excellency," she said, looking over at Alexander. He stood, adjusting his coat one last time before heading toward the door. Standing in front of the door, Alexander extended his hand to Julianne. "My mask," Alexander ordered simply, and Julianne handed the mask to him without hesitation. Alexander slid the mask over his face, securing it in place. Julianne, with a glance at his now-hidden expression, gave a small nod. Everything is prepared. The Tricenese delegation will meet us at the base of the steps. Alexander, now fully composed behind his mask, moved toward the exit. The door of the aircraft opened, revealing the cold winter air of Berlin, rushing inside as the steps were lowered to the tarmac. As he stepped out into the open, a formal diplomatic reception awaited below. The Tricenese officials, dressed in their stately uniforms, stood at attention. Their faces were a blend of calm formality, though a trace of curiosity flickered behind their eyes as they observed the supreme leader in a mask. Why would he hide behind that mask? Perhaps it's a show of power or something more personal. As Alexander reached the base of the steps, the senior official in charge of welcoming him stepped forward, bowing slightly. Supreme Leader of Valoria, he said carefully, avoiding using any name as they had none to address him by. We welcome you to Tricenberg. His Majesty the Emperor is expecting your arrival at the Imperial Palace. Your presence here marks a significant moment for both our nations. The official's words were measured, his tone professional. He, like the others, was clearly curious but dared not ask anything directly about the mask. It was not his place, and he wouldn't risk disrespecting such a powerful guest. Alexander gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Thank you, he replied, his voice firm but emotionless behind the mask. I look forward to our discussions. As the formalities continued, Julianne stood quietly by his side, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings, while Captain Everglade and his security detail remained alert yet discreet, ensuring the Supreme Leader's safety. The convoy of black vehicles, sleek and polished, stood ready to transport them to the Imperial Palace. Your Excellency, the senior official said, gesturing to the lead vehicle, if you are ready, we will proceed to the palace. The Emperor is awaiting your arrival. Alexander gave a single nod and, without hesitation, moved toward the vehicle. As he climbed into the backseat, Julianne followed, taking her seat next to him. Captain Everglade and the rest of the security detail quickly positioned themselves in the vehicles that followed. As the convoy neared the gates of the Imperial Palace, the grand scale of Tricenberg's seat of power became even more apparent. The towering spires of the palace pierced the cold winter sky, and the massive iron gates swung open slowly, revealing a meticulously kept courtyard flanked by Imperial guards in ceremonial uniform. The convoy's sleek black vehicles rolled through, the sound of their engines barely disturbing the silence of the palace grounds. Inside the lead vehicle, Alexander sat calmly, his mask still in place. Julianne, seated next to him, scanned her tablet for the final details of the meeting. The tension in the air was subtle but undeniable. This was no ordinary diplomatic visit, and everyone present knew it. The Emperor of Tricenberg was a formidable leader, and this meeting between two powerful figures would carry immense weight. Your Excellency, Julianne said softly, glancing over at Alexander, we've received word from inside the palace. The Emperor is waiting for us in the throne room. The formal proceedings will begin immediately upon your arrival. Alexander gave a slight nod, his expression hidden but his demeanor composed. Good. The convoy came to a halt at the base of the palace steps, where another group of high-ranking Tricenese officials awaited them. The vehicle door was opened by one of Alexander's security detail, and he stepped out, his presence immediately commanding attention. The senior official who had greeted them at the airport was once again present, bowing slightly as Alexander approached. Supreme Leader, he said formally, welcome to the Imperial Palace. His Majesty is eager to meet with you. If you are ready, we will escort you inside. I am ready, Alexander replied, his voice carrying the authority of a man who had been preparing for this moment for years. Julianne and Captain Everglade followed closely as Alexander ascended the steps, flanked by his own security team and Tricenese guards. The large, ornate doors of the palace were opened for them, revealing the grandeur of the interior. Tall marble columns lined the grand hall, and the floor beneath them gleamed as though polished to perfection. As Alexander stepped into the grand hall, a wave of memories washed over him, though his mask concealed any trace of emotion. The Imperial Palace had once been his home, a place of opulence, power, and privilege, but for him it had been a symbol of exclusion. He had never truly belonged here, born not of pure royal blood, but still tied to the imperial family. His presence had been tolerated but never celebrated. Julianne, ever perceptive, glanced at Alexander as they walked, sensing the layers of history that filled the space. She said nothing, knowing this was a moment of personal significance for her leader. The palace official leading them walked with purpose, his footsteps echoing through the grand hall. The silence was thick, broken only by the soft clinks of the ceremonial guards shifting their stances as the group moved deeper into the palace. The path was familiar to Alexander, taking him through corridors he had once traversed, past rooms where decisions of immense consequence had been made without his input. As they neared the entrance to the throne room, the nostalgia that tugged at Alexander's mind shifted into focus. This was where he had been dismissed, where his exile had begun. Today, however, he returned not as a rejected son, but as a leader who had carved his own path. The large golden doors of the throne room loomed ahead, flanked by 2 imperial guards who stood at attention, their faces unreadable. The senior official stepped forward and gestured to the guards, who opened the doors with a synchronized pull, revealing the vast throne room beyond. Alexander stepped inside, his movements controlled, his posture regal. The room was as grand as he remembered: high ceilings adorned with intricate chandeliers, large windows allowing the winter light to filter in, casting long shadows across the polished floor. The paintings and tapestries that hung on the walls depicted scenes of Trisenberg's conquests and achievements. At the far end of the room, seated on a grand throne, was the Emperor of Trisenberg. His presence filled the room, though his expression remained composed, betraying nothing of what he might be thinking. The emperor had aged since Alexander last saw him, but his aura of authority had not diminished. His piercing eyes locked onto Alexander as he approached. The throne room was arranged for the meeting, a long table set before the emperor's dais. Advisors and high-ranking officials of the empire stood quietly to the side, observing the proceedings with careful attention. As Alexander approached the throne, the emperor stood, a gesture that immediately drew attention. It was rare for the emperor to rise to meet anyone in acknowledgement of Alexander's status, or perhaps of the weight of the moment. "Supreme Leader of Valoria," the emperor greeted. "I see that you have a mask, Supreme Leader. A mask is a tool, Your Majesty. It allows one to shape the world's perception, but it is not what defines the individual behind it." The emperor studied Alexander for a moment longer, as though weighing the significance of his words. The emperor gave a slow nod, acknowledging Alexander's response without further comment. "Indeed, we all wear masks in one way or another," he said, his tone shifting to one of formal diplomacy. "Let us proceed. There is much to discuss." With that, the emperor gestured toward the long table that had been prepared for the meeting. Alexander moved forward, taking his seat at one end, while the emperor sat at the other. Advisors from both sides positioned themselves behind their respective leaders, ready to observe and support where needed. Julienne stood quietly behind Alexander, her gaze focused but composed. She was ready for whatever direction this meeting would take. The emperor leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped on the table in front of him. "Valoria's rise has been impressive," he began. "In a short time, you have turned your nation from isolation into a formidable force. I commend your leadership." "Thank you," Alexander acknowledged. "And now you want to introduce yourself to the world through us." "That is one of the reasons why I came here," Alexander said. "In that case, we have so much to discuss." As the conversation between Alexander and the Emperor of Trisenberg continued, the atmosphere remained formal and direct. Both leaders knew this was a crucial moment, but neither betrayed anything more than calm control. The emperor leaned back slightly in his chair, eyes on Alexander. "So, Supreme Leader, Valoria seeks to enter the world stage. After years of isolation, you now wish to engage in trade and form relationships with other nations. Tell me, what are your true intentions?" Alexander, composed behind his mask, answered without hesitation. "Valoria's isolation allowed us to focus on growth. Now we are ready to establish ourselves as a vital part of the global economy. We aim to engage in fair trade and diplomacy, starting with your empire and its allies. Our intentions are clear: to build strong, mutually beneficial partnerships." The emperor listened carefully. "Do you believe that Trisenberg and its allies are the right place to start?" "Indeed," Alexander replied. "Trisenberg has a respected network of alliances. Establishing ties with your empire will open the door to further cooperation with your allies. We offer innovation, resources, and a fresh approach to solving shared challenges." The emperor nodded slightly. "Valoria's rise has been impressive, no doubt, but nations are cautious, especially with a newcomer. Some may view Valoria's sudden engagement as a challenge. How do you propose to ease those concerns? By proving our value," Alexander said confidently. "We do not seek to upset the global balance. Valoria brings technological advancements, energy solutions, and access to natural resources that can strengthen your alliances. Our goal is to enhance what already exists, not disrupt it." The emperor leaned forward. "You say Valoria brings innovation and resources. And what do you expect in return?" "Access," Alexander replied, his voice even. "We seek opportunities to trade, to engage in international dialogue, and to protect our sovereignty. In return, we offer stable partnerships, economic growth, and collaboration in sectors such as defense, infrastructure, and technology." The emperor listened closely, his expression thoughtful. "And you believe that Trisenberg's allies will see this the same way with your support?" "I believe they will," Alexander said. "Trisenberg's influence carries weight. If we can establish a productive relationship, your allies will follow, seeing Valoria as a contributor to stability, not a threat. The Emperor's advisors exchanged glances, weighing the implications. After a brief pause, the Emperor spoke again. You make a strong case, Supreme Leader, but alliances are built on trust. How do you intend to demonstrate that Valoria is a trustworthy partner through action? Alexander said. Valoria is prepared to commit to joint ventures economic, technological, and strategic. We will open our markets and collaborate in areas that benefit both sides. Our word is backed by our willingness to follow through on these commitments. The Emperor considered this. Actions speak louder than words, as always. Treisenberg's allies will want to see results before they trust a new player. Valoria will deliver, Alexander responded confidently. We are here to build lasting relationships, and we understand that trust must be earned. The Emperor stood, signaling the end of the formal discussion. Very well, I will consider your proposals. Treisenberg does not make decisions lightly, but if Valoria proves itself, there may be room for cooperation. Alexander stood as well. That is all I ask, Your Majesty, the opportunity to prove that Valoria is ready to engage with the world. The Emperor gave a brief nod. We shall see how things develop in the coming months. For now, consider this meeting a first step. As the conversation drew to a close, the Emperor motioned for an aide standing near the entrance. Prepare the banquet, he said in a calm, authoritative tone. The aide bowed and disappeared through the large doors of the throne room. The Emperor turned his attention back to Alexander. A formal banquet has been arranged in your honor, Supreme Leader. It is customary in Treisenberg to follow such discussions with a more relaxed gathering, where we can continue our dialogue in a less formal setting. You will have the chance to meet with some of our key advisors and influential figures. Alexander gave a slight nod. I appreciate the gesture, Your Majesty. Julianne, standing just behind Alexander, made a subtle note on her notice, ensuring that their schedule would accommodate this unexpected yet crucial event. Captain Everglade remained vigilant but allowed a small nod of approval. It was a positive sign that the Emperor was open to furthering their discussion. The Emperor rose from his chair, and with that, the officials and advisors who had remained quietly observing the conversation began to move toward the banquet hall. Alexander followed, his mask still firmly in place, masking any expression that might betray his thoughts. As they passed through the grand corridors of the palace, the opulence of Treisenberg's imperial power was on full display: paintings, sculptures, and tapestries, each telling a story of the empire's victories and heritage. The banquet hall itself was a spectacle. Chandeliers adorned with crystals hung from the ceiling, casting a warm light over the long tables draped in rich fabrics. Golden candelabras stood at intervals, their flames flickering gently. The scent of exquisite food filled the air, delicacies from across the empire, arranged in a display of wealth and abundance. As they entered the hall, the Emperor gestured toward the head of the table, offering Alexander the seat to his right. Please, Supreme Leader, take your place. This day is in your honor. Alexander inclined his head slightly, taking his seat. Julianne and Captain Everglade positioned themselves discreetly near the far end of the table, allowing the banquet to proceed without intruding on the more personal interactions that would unfold. The Emperor began to introduce his key advisors and dignitaries, each bowing slightly to Alexander as they were named. Conversations were polite and cordial, with several of the Emperor's closest advisors showing keen interest in Valoria's rise. But it was clear to Alexander that this was still part of the negotiation, each word, each gesture carefully considered. As the banquet continued, the air remained cordial but formal, with the Emperor's advisors and key figures engaging Alexander in discussions about potential collaboration and the future of Valoria on the world stage. Conversations flowed easily, but the supreme leader of Valoria, hidden behind his mask, remained a figure of mystery to all in the room. The Emperor himself seemed satisfied with the day, occasionally glancing in Alexander's direction as if trying to read the man behind the mask. For now, it seemed the focus was on diplomacy and alliances, not identities. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the doors to the hall opened once again, and a figure stepped in, a tall man with an air of authority, dressed in the dark, regal attire of the imperial family. His presence was immediately felt by those at the table, and all eyes turned toward him. Prince Theodore, the Emperor's eldest son, entered the room. Unlike the formal greetings exchanged earlier, there was no immediate announcement of his presence. He simply strode toward the head of the table where his father and the supreme leader of Valoria sat. Your Majesty, Theodore greeted his father with a respectful nod, his sharp gaze then shifting to the masked figure seated at his right. Supreme Leader of Valoria, he said, his voice carrying an air of curiosity mixed with formality. Alexander, behind his mask, gave a slight nod in return. Prince Theodore, it's an honor. Theodore's eyes lingered on the mask for a moment longer, clearly intrigued. You still wore that mask, huh? Theodore said, Yes, I do, Alexander responded calmly, his voice unwavering behind the mask. It serves its purpose. Theodore's lips curled slightly, though it wasn't quite a smile. A purpose you seem committed to. Most leaders prefer to show their face when making alliances, but I suppose Valoria does things differently. Alexander remained composed, unfazed by the remark. Valoria's methods may be different, but the results speak for themselves. Our strength lies not in appearances, but in action. Theodore leaned back in his chair, clearly intrigued. And what actions should we expect from Valoria in the coming months? Supreme Leader actions that will benefit both Valoria and its allies, Alexander answered. We seek partnerships built on mutual interests and respect. Trisenberg can expect Valoria to follow through on every commitment we make. Theodore's eyes narrowed slightly, studying Alexander. There was something about the masked leader that intrigued him, something familiar yet elusive. But he said nothing more on the matter and instead shifted his focus back to his father, the Emperor. Your Majesty, I trust the day has been productive, Theodore asked, though his eyes briefly flicked back to Alexander as if searching for something unspoken. The Emperor nodded. It has, Theodore. The Supreme Leader of Valoria has laid out a clear vision for collaboration between our nations. There is potential for growth, and I believe we are entering a new phase of our relationship. Theodore remained quiet for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the world is watching closely. A partnership between Trisenberg and Valoria will not go unnoticed. Our allies will certainly have their eyes on us. The banquet had finally drawn to a close. Plates of exquisite food were cleared away, and the hum of conversation had gradually diminished. Alexander, still wearing his mask, exchanged final pleasantries with the Emperor of Trisenberg and key dignitaries before standing to leave. The masked Supreme Leader of Valoria had managed to navigate the evening without revealing any more than necessary, holding his cards close to his chest, as he always did. As the Emperor stood to bid him farewell for the night, he gestured for one of his aides. Supreme Leader, the Emperor began warmly, we have prepared a residence for you during your stay in Trisenberg, a place fitting for a guest of your status, away from the bustle of the city. You and your delegation will find it most comfortable. Alexander inclined his head slightly. Your generosity is appreciated, Your Majesty. The Emperor gestured for the aide to step forward, a man dressed in the formal attire of the Trisenberg court. You will be escorted to the residence. It's a palace on the outskirts of the capital, just a short distance from here, but far enough for privacy and peace. That sounds perfect, Alexander replied, his voice calm yet commanding as always. We shall retire for the evening then. The formalities concluded, and Alexander, flanked by Julianne and Captain Everglade, followed the aide through the palace corridors. The splendor of the royal surroundings gave way to quieter elegance as they moved further from the banquet hall, the halls gradually dimming in grandeur but never lacking in opulence. The convoy awaited them outside the palace entrance, sleek black vehicles once more prepared for transport. As Alexander entered the lead car, Julianne and Everglade followed suit, their expressions unreadable but alert. The drive through the darkened streets of Trisenberg's royal capital was smooth and uneventful, though each turn of the road brought them closer to the secluded estate that had been prepared for them. The palace residence soon came into view, its towering silhouette bathed in moonlight. The structure was smaller than the main imperial palace, but no less imposing. Its architecture mirrored the grand designs of Trisenberg's royal style, stately and regal, with high arches and intricate stonework that reflected the history of the empire. The gates opened slowly as the convoy approached, and the cars rolled to a stop in front of the grand entrance. Stepping out of the vehicle, Alexander paused, surveying the estate. His mask concealed any hint of his thoughts, but Julianne, ever attuned to his mood, sensed his contemplation. It was the kind of residence that once would have seemed beyond reach for the young Alexander, now Supreme Leader of Valoria. He was no longer bound by such limitations. Captain Everglade signaled to his team, and the Valorian security detail immediately spread out, efficiently sweeping the area. Julianne stayed close, her eyes observing everything with quiet intensity. No words were exchanged between her and Alexander as they ascended the marble steps into the palace, their focus now entirely on securing their temporary home for the night. Inside, the palace was just as grand as one would expect from Trisenberg. Large rooms with high ceilings, adorned with tapestries and paintings, led to wide hallways lined with marble columns. The servants stood quietly as the group moved through the estate, waiting for instructions. Everglade's men quickly went to work, ensuring every room, every window, and every corridor was thoroughly checked. When they finally reached the master bedroom prepared for Alexander, the security team made one final sweep. No corner was left unchecked. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn tightly closed, and the door secured from the inside. Only when Captain Everglade gave a brief nod of confirmation did Alexander allow himself to relax slightly. The bedroom was spacious, with an ornate four-poster bed at the center, draped in velvet. Golden accents shimmered in the soft glow of the lamplight, casting shadows on the thick rugs below. A large fireplace crackled quietly, its warmth seeping into the room. Julienne stepped forward, as always, ready to assist. She approached Alexander, helping him first remove the long, formal coat he had worn throughout the evening. The weight of the garment slipped from his shoulders, revealing the sleek black suit beneath. Still, Alexander remained silent as he turned toward the large mirror that stood against one wall. The mask, a symbol of the persona he had crafted, remained in place for the moment. It was as if he was not yet ready to step out of the role he had played so flawlessly all evening. Julienne stood nearby, waiting patiently for the final gesture. After a moment, Alexander lifted his hands and slowly removed the mask. His face, once hidden behind the crafted exterior, was now visible to only those closest to him. He handed the mask to Julienne, who carefully placed it on the nearby table, treating it with the same respect as if it were an extension of him. With the mask gone, Alexander exhaled, though his posture remained as composed as ever. He finally turned toward Julienne, who was waiting with her usual calm demeanor. She began to assist him further, helping him out of his suit jacket. Her hands moved deftly, aware of the routine but never losing the precision required for such moments. "You handled the evening well, Your Excellency," Julienne said softly, her voice cutting through the quiet in the room. Alexander gave a small nod. "It was necessary," he replied, his voice no longer obscured by the mask. The weight of the evening had been immense, but he carried it as he always did, with complete control. "To see your father and brother in one event, it must be hard for you," Julienne commented. Alexander's expression remained neutral. "It is of no consequence," he stated firmly. "The past is irrelevant to our current objectives." Julienne knew better than to press further. Instead, she focused on the task at hand, ensuring Alexander's comfort. "Shall I prepare your attire for tomorrow's meeting?" she asked. "Yes, please," Alexander replied. "We have a long day ahead." As Julienne said about her duties, Alexander took a moment to reflect on the day's events. The discussions with the emperor had been promising, and the banquet provided an opportunity to gauge the sentiments of Trisenberg's advisors. Establishing a residence near the capital would facilitate further diplomatic engagements and strengthen the burgeoning relationship between Valoria and Trisenberg. Satisfied with the day's progress, Alexander retired for the night, anticipating the challenges and opportunities that awaited him in the days to come. As the night deepened, the quiet within the grand bedroom seemed to echo Alexander's own thoughts. The flames in the fireplace flickered softly, casting warm shadows on the luxurious furnishings of the room. He sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze drifting over the intricate designs carved into the wooden posts of the bed, but his mind was elsewhere. Though he had dismissed Julienne's comment about seeing his father and brother earlier that evening, the truth was not so simple. It had been years since he had last set foot in Trisenberg, years since he had seen their faces, his father's cold and composed, and Theodore's, full of ambition and pride. The emperor had aged, but his aura of authority had not diminished. For a brief moment during their discussion, Alexander had wondered whether his father had recognized something familiar in the way he spoke or carried himself. But as always, the emperor had remained inscrutable, revealing nothing beyond the surface of diplomacy. And Theodore Alexander could sense the intensity behind his brother's gaze. Though neither had acknowledged it aloud, there was an unspoken tension between them, a past neither could fully forget. Julienne, now quietly preparing his attire for the following day, was a constant presence at his side, attuned to his moods and the subtle shifts in his demeanor. She knew better than to pry, but her remark earlier had been a reminder that she understood the complexities beneath the surface. Despite his mask of composure, Alexander was not immune to the emotions tied to his return to Trisenberg, but he was determined to remain focused, to keep personal feelings at bay. Valoria's future depended on his ability to stay the course. Behind him, Julienne spoke softly. "Everything is ready for tomorrow, Your Excellency." He turned back to face her, nodding in acknowledgement. "Good," he replied, his voice low but resolute. "Tomorrow will be important. We must secure what we came for." Julienne gave a small bow of understanding before gathering the rest of her things. "Rest well, Your Excellency," she said before quietly slipping out of the room, leaving Alexander. Outside, the security team under Captain Everglade remained vigilant. They stood guard in strategic positions, ensuring that no one entered Alexander's quarters without authorization. Every entrance and hallway was monitored closely, a precaution against any potential threats or unwanted visitors. Inside the room, Alexander prepared himself to sleep, and his eyelids began to slowly cover his eyes. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale light through the heavy curtains in Alexander's room. The day ahead was crucial, and as he stirred from sleep, his mind quickly turned to the challenges that awaited him. Today would mark Valoria's first real step onto the world stage, and there was no room for hesitation. he rose from the bed, moving purposefully across the cold floor. Julianne was already waiting for him, as always prepared and efficient. She had laid out his attire for the day, a dark, formal suit that projected authority without excess. Without a word, she helped him dress, adjusting the collar and cuffs with careful precision. "The Emperor has arranged for breakfast to be served in the main dining hall, Your Excellency," Julianne said, her tone businesslike. "It will be a substantial meal to prepare you for the day." "Good," Alexander replied. "We need to be ready." Julianne nodded, and as she assisted him with the last adjustments, she added, "The Emperor has also gathered diplomats from his allied nations, the Ruthenia Empire, the Francois Republic, the Sardinia Empire, Britannia, and the United States of Fredonia. These are powerful countries with significant global influence. This meeting will be critical." Alexander acknowledged her words with a simple nod. Today's success depended on making a strong impression, but he was prepared for the challenge. Once dressed, they left the room and made their way to the dining hall. The palace was even more imposing in the morning light, with its towering marble columns and long, elegant corridors. As they entered the hall, the scent of freshly prepared food greeted them. The table was set with a variety of dishes, sausages seasoned with local spices, thick slices of dark bread paired with butter, and platters of smoked fish and cheeses. Fresh eggs, cooked with herbs, filled the air with a rich aroma. Alexander seated himself, and Julianne and Captain Everglade joined him at the table. The meal was quiet, each of them focused on the tasks ahead. The Emperor had gone to great lengths to ensure Valoria's supreme leader was well prepared, and this breakfast was no exception. Alexander ate methodically, his thoughts occupied by the upcoming meeting at Volkschau. Today, he would meet with diplomats from the most powerful nations in the world, nations that could either support or challenge Valoria's rise. His goal was simple: to gain their trust and secure their cooperation. The food, though excellent, was secondary to the planning in his mind. When the meal was finished, Alexander wiped his mouth and stood. "It's time," he said, glancing at Julianne and Captain Everglade. Julianne quickly rose to follow him, checking her tablet for any final details. Captain Everglade remained alert, his eyes scanning the room before nodding to his team. Together, they exited the dining hall and made their way to the waiting convoy of vehicles outside. The drive to Volkschau was quiet and uneventful. As they passed through the streets of the capital, Alexander remained deep in thought, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Julianne sat beside him, occasionally glancing at her tablet to confirm the day's schedule. Captain Everglade, seated in the front, kept his eyes on the road, ever vigilant. When they arrived at Volkschau, its imposing structure loomed ahead, a symbol of Traisenberg's political power. The convoy came to a halt, and Alexander, Julianne, and Captain Everglade stepped out. The Emperor's aides were waiting for them, and they were quickly escorted inside. The meeting room was grand, with high ceilings and an oval table at its center. Seated around the table were the diplomats from the Emperor's allied nations, each representing their country's interests. As Alexander entered, all eyes turned to him. The room was quiet, the air heavy with the weight of the moment. The Emperor stood at the head of the table, gesturing for Alexander to take his seat at the center. Julianne and Captain Everglade positioned themselves nearby, ready but silent. "Supreme Leader of Valoria," the Emperor started. "As promised, I have gathered representatives from our most trusted allies. These diplomats hold significant influence in their respective countries, and today's meeting is an opportunity for you to present Valoria's intentions." Alexander nodded, acknowledging the Emperor's words as he took his seat. The room remained silent as the Emperor continued. "To your right," the Emperor gestured, "is Grand Duke Sergei Voronsky from the Ruthenia Empire. He represents one of the most powerful military and resource-rich nations in the East." Grand Duke Sergei, a broad man with a stern expression, offered a brief nod in Alexander's direction but remained silent. "Next," the Emperor continued, "is Ambassador Henry Bouchard from the Francois Republic." Ambassador Bouchard, sharply dressed, gave a small nod of acknowledgement but also did not speak. "To your left is Duchess Maria of the Sardinia Empire." The Emperor introduced the next diplomat. Duchess Maria, poised and composed, met Alexander's gaze with a steady look but kept her thoughts to herself. The Emperor then gestured to the man across from Alexander. "Here we have Lord Edward Kensington from Britannia." Lord Kensington offered a courteous nod, his expression thoughtful as he studied Alexander. And finally, the Emperor said, "We have Ambassador Charles Blackwood from the United States of Fredonia." Ambassador Blackwood nodded in return, though he, like the others, remained silent. With the introductions complete, the Emperor took his seat at the head of the table. The room was now fully focused on Alexander, the weight of the moment clear. The gathered diplomats were powerful figures, representing nations that could either bolster Valoria's rise or challenge it. "I didn't expect you would call diplomats from different nations so quickly," Alexander said, his voice calm yet direct, hiding any hint of surprise. The Emperor leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression neutral but with a hint of amusement. "You mentioned Valoria's intent to enter the world stage. I thought it appropriate to introduce you to those who could make that happen. Trisenberg's emperor wasn't wasting any time, and neither could he." These diplomats represented powerful nations, each one a potential ally or obstacle in Valoria's ascent. It was clear that this meeting wasn't merely about introductions. The emperor had set the stage for something larger. "Thank you for the opportunity," Alexander replied smoothly. He turned his attention to the diplomats around the table. "I am aware that each of your nations holds significant influence in global affairs, and I hope that through today's discussions, we can begin to form a mutually beneficial relationship." "Well, we can begin by removing your mask," said Ambassador Charles Blackwood from the United States of Fredonia, his tone direct, breaking the silence that had settled in the room. Alexander turned his masked face toward Blackwood, his expression hidden but his posture unfazed. There was a slight pause before he responded. "I'm afraid this is something that I must keep for now," Alexander said calmly. "My appearance is not what defines Valoria's position here today. What matters are the ideas, the partnerships we seek to establish." The room remained still, the other diplomats observing the exchange closely. Blackwood leaned back in his chair, clearly intrigued but unsatisfied. It's difficult for many of us to engage with a leader who remains hidden supreme leader. Trust, after all, starts with transparency. Before Alexander could respond, Lord Edward Kensington of Britannia spoke. "I must say, I agree with Ambassador Blackwood. Valoria's sudden entrance onto the world stage is already a topic of much discussion, and your decision to keep your identity hidden only adds to the mystery." Alexander, still composed, replied, "I understand your concerns, Lord Kensington, but rest assured, Valoria is here in good faith. Our actions will define us, not appearances." Duchess Maria of the Sardinia Empire, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "Mystery can be a useful tool, but in diplomacy, it often leads to suspicion. What is it that you're a hiding, supreme leader? It's difficult to trust someone we cannot see." The room grew tense as Alexander took in the words of the diplomats. Then his gaze flickered at the emperor, who seemed to couldn't care less about it. He sensed that the emperor was on this, pressuring him to reveal his identity, but that won't happen. Alexander's gaze shifted subtly towards the emperor, noting the indifferent expression on his face. It was clear now that the Emperor of Trisenberg had anticipated this line of questioning from his allies. This subtle pressure to unveil his identity was not unexpected, but Alexander knew he could not yield, not yet. "The matter of my appearance is a strategic decision," Alexander replied, his voice remaining calm but firm. "In Valoria, we believe that actions speak louder than appearances, and our contributions to the global stage will prove our sincerity. I ask that you judge Valoria not by what is hidden, but by what is offered." The tension in the room lingered as the diplomats exchanged glances. Duchess Maria of the Sardinia Empire narrowed her eyes, clearly unsatisfied but intrigued. Lord Kensington maintained his composed posture, though his curiosity was evident. The conversation had veered from diplomacy into a deeper questioning of trust and transparency, and Alexander knew he needed to steer it back to where Valoria's strengths lay. "Your supreme leader asks for our trust," Grand Duke Sergei Voronsky finally spoke, his deep voice cutting through the air. "Trust is not given freely. In Ruthenia, we value strength and honor above all. A man who hides his face is a man who hides his intentions." Alexander turned his attention to the Grand Duke. He understood that Ruthenia valued power and transparency in its dealings, but he had prepared for such objections. "Ruthenia values strength, as does Valoria," Alexander responded. "And strength comes from action, not from revealing one's face. I stand here before you as the leader of Valoria, committed to forging alliances that will benefit all of us. I believe the substance of our discussions will outweigh any concerns about my appearance." The Grand Duke studied him for a moment, his stern features unreadable. Then he nodded slowly, as if acknowledging Alexander's words but not yet fully convinced. "If the supreme leader won't reveal himself, then let it be," Bouchard said. "Let's get this over with." The room settled after Bouchard's remark, and the emperor took control of the meeting again. He gestured to the Grand Duke, who sat to Alexander's right. "Let us begin," the emperor said. "Grand Duke Sergei Voronsky, representing the Ruthenia Empire, you may speak first." Sergei adjusted in his seat, his broad shoulders shifting as he leaned forward slightly. His voice, deep and authoritative, filled the room. "The Ruthenia Empire is vast, stretching across the east. We are rich in natural resources: oil, coal, iron. Our military is one of the strongest in the world, with advanced technologies in weaponry and defense systems. Our alliance offers access to these resources, and the strength of our military should Valoria ever require it. Ruthenia was well known for its military might and industrial capabilities." Alexander listened carefully, aware of how valuable such resources could be in the long term, especially with Valoria's own focus on expanding its military and industrial sectors. Sergey continued, in return, we seek partnerships that would expand Ruthenia's technological capabilities in energy and infrastructure. We are always looking for ways to modernize and improve, and Valoria's advancements in those areas have been noted. Alexander nodded slightly, acknowledging the offer. Ruthenia's vast resources and military power were undeniable assets, but the key would be to ensure that Valoria maintained its independence in any collaboration. Next, the Emperor turned to Ambassador Henry Bouchard, representing the Francois Republic. Bouchard, sleek and composed, folded his hands on the table before speaking. His voice was measured, direct, but with a hint of the elegance the Francois Republic was known for. The Francois Republic prides itself on innovation and culture, Bouchard began. We have long been at the forefront of scientific advancements, particularly in medicine, aerospace, and renewable energy. We offer Valoria access to these innovations partnerships that will drive technological growth on both sides. Beyond that, our cultural influence spreads across the world, and with our support, Valoria can have a stronger foothold in global trade networks and diplomatic circles. The Francois Republic was renowned for its intellectual capital, universities, and research institutions. Aligning with them would not only enhance Valoria's technological capabilities, but also its standing in global commerce and culture. In exchange, Bouchard continued, we seek to tap into Valoria's resources, your energy advancements, and infrastructure expertise, particularly. The Francois Republic has always valued partnerships built on shared knowledge and mutual growth. Alexander remained silent, but appreciated the clear and straightforward nature of the offer. The Francois Republic's innovation-driven economy could complement Valoria's own ambitions to lead in cutting-edge technologies. The Emperor then looked to Duchess Maria of the Sardinia Empire. She sat upright, her posture regal and confident. The Sardinia Empire is a maritime power, she said, her voice steady. Our strength lies in our control of sea routes and our powerful naval forces. We are also rich in natural resources, particularly in minerals and metals. Sardinia has a long tradition of craftsmanship, producing some of the finest machinery and ships in the world. An alliance with Sardinia would give Valoria access to our ports, naval expertise, and resources. Sardinia, with its extensive naval history and control of important sea lanes, would provide Valoria with strategic military and trade advantages. Their resources in metals and their renowned craftsmanship could bolster Valoria's industrial ambitions. In return, Duchess Maria continued, we seek Valoria's technological advancements in energy and infrastructure. Sardinia has the resources, but we are always looking to improve how we utilize them. We believe that Valoria's innovations can help us modernize our industries and enhance our global standing. Alexander listened carefully. Sardinia's maritime power and control of trade routes could prove invaluable as Valoria sought to expand its influence. Next, the Emperor turned to Lord Edward Kensington of Britannia. Lord Kensington, ever the diplomat, spoke with an air of confidence that matched the stature of his empire. Britannia stands at the center of global trade, Kensington began, his voice calm and assured. Our empire has built its strength on commerce, banking, and diplomacy. We have vast networks across the world, and our alliances are built on trust and shared prosperity. What we offer Valoria is access to these networks' trade routes, financial partnerships, and diplomatic support. Britannia's power lay in its vast global reach, its economic influence, and its extensive diplomatic relations. Partnering with Britannia could open doors for Valoria across the world, especially in terms of trade and international diplomacy. In return, Kensington continued, we seek collaboration in areas of technological development. Valoria's advancements in defense and energy have caught our attention, and we believe there is much we can achieve together. Britannia values strong, stable partnerships, and we see potential in Valoria. Alexander remained focused. Britannia's offer of access to its global trade and diplomatic networks was significant. It would give Valoria the ability to expand its influence beyond its borders, and in exchange, Britannia sought the technological benefits Valoria had to offer. Finally, the Emperor turned to Ambassador Charles Blackwood of the United States of Fredonia. Blackwood, who had been the first to question Alexander's mask, spoke next, his voice clear and businesslike. The United States of Fredonia is a land of opportunity, Blackwood said. We are known for our entrepreneurial spirit, our innovation, and our military power. What we offer Valoria is access to our markets, one of the largest in the world, and our expertise in business, technology, and defense. The United States of Fredonia was known for its economic strength and its technological advancements, particularly in the defense sector. Aligning with them would give Valoria access to vast markets and cutting-edge technologies. In return, Blackwood continued, we seek Valoria's cooperation in areas of energy and defense. We have heard much about Valoria's innovations in renewable energy and its potential in the military sector. We believe that a partnership between our two nations could lead to significant advancements that benefit both of us. With all the nations having presented their offers, the room grew silent once more. Alexander sat back slightly, processing the various proposals. Each nation had something valuable to offer: resources, technology, trade networks, and military support, but each also sought something from Valoria in return. It was time for Valoria to present its position. Alexander leaned forward, his hands resting on the table. His voice, calm and measured, filled the room. Valoria appreciates the offers presented here today, he began. Each of your nations brings something unique to the table, whether it be resources, technological advancements, or global influence. Valoria seeks partnerships that are mutually beneficial, and we believe that together we can achieve great things. He paused for a moment, meeting the eyes of each diplomat before continuing. Valoria offers advancements in renewable energy, technology, and defense. We have developed systems that can improve energy efficiency, reduce dependence on fossil fuels, and enhance military capabilities. In return, we seek access to your resources, markets, and expertise. Together, we can create a future that benefits us all. The diplomats nodded in acknowledgement, clearly intrigued by what Valoria had to offer. The emperor watched the exchange with interest, his eyes shifting between Alexander and his allies. Alexander continued, "Our partnerships will be built on trust, cooperation, and action. Valoria is ready to move forward, and we look to each of you as potential allies in building a stronger, more prosperous world." With that, the initial round of discussions came to an end. The next steps would involve negotiations, agreements, and actions, but for now the foundation had been laid. Valoria had made its entrance onto the world stage, and Alexander knew that the real work was only just beginning. The room was still, with each diplomat quietly processing Alexander's words. The tension from earlier had faded, but now curiosity hung in the air. Ambassador Henry Bouchard from the Francois Republic shifted slightly in his chair, his sharp eyes fixed on Alexander. "Renewable energy," Bouchard said, his tone thoughtful but curious. "It's not a concept we are entirely familiar with. You speak of reducing dependence on fossil fuels, but what alternatives are there? We in the Francois Republic rely heavily on coal and oil to power our industries. How do you propose to generate energy without such resources?" All eyes turned toward Alexander, waiting for his response. Even the Emperor of Trisenberg seemed intrigued by the question. Alexander, ever composed, met Bouchard's gaze before addressing the room. "Renewable energy," he began, "is the idea that energy can be harnessed from the natural elements around us: wind, water, and sunlight. These sources are abundant and, most importantly, replenishing. Unlike coal and oil, which deplete over time, these natural elements can provide power without the risk of running out." He paused briefly, letting his words settle. The room remained quiet, a few diplomats exchanging curious glances, as the concept was foreign to them, especially in this alternate 1938 where fossil fuels dominated energy generation. Alexander continued, "In Valoria, we have begun small-scale experiments using the power of wind and water. Windmills, for example, can be used to generate electricity by converting wind energy into mechanical power. Water, through the movement of rivers or waterfalls, can drive turbines to produce electricity. And sunlight, while primitive in its current application, we believe one day solar power will harness the energy of the sun efficiently enough to power homes, industries, and even military operations." Lord Kensington leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. "So you're saying that the very forces of nature around us, wind, water, and sunlight, could replace our reliance on coal and oil?" "Yes," Alexander replied, "but we are still in the early stages. Our technology is not yet advanced enough to fully replace fossil fuels. However, I firmly believe that with time and development, renewable energy will become a key player in the future of global power generation. It's not only about sustainability, it's about reducing reliance on depleting resources and creating a cleaner, more stable energy supply." The room remained quiet as the diplomats processed Alexander's explanation about renewable energy. Some seemed intrigued, while others were clearly still skeptical. The Emperor of Trisenberg, watching the exchange with calm interest, took the opportunity to close the formal meeting. "Well," the Emperor said, rising to his feet with an air of finality, "I believe we've covered the essentials for now. Each of you has heard what Valoria brings to the table, and I believe this is only the beginning of what could be fruitful partnerships for all involved." The diplomats stood as well, following the Emperor's lead. The tension that had initially permeated the room had dissolved, replaced by a cautious curiosity and perhaps even a sense of opportunity. "Before we conclude entirely, however," the Emperor continued, "I invite you all to join me for refreshments in the palace gardens." The weather is pleasant, and it will give us an opportunity to continue our discussions in a more relaxed environment. The offer was met with murmurs of approval, and soon the group was guided out of the grand meeting room and down a series of wide corridors lined with intricate tapestries and artwork. The atmosphere shifted from the weight of formal diplomacy to something lighter, as the attendees anticipated a more casual exchange in the palace gardens. As they walked, the emperor moved to Alexander's side. "You handled yourself well, Supreme Leader. Convincing these diplomats won't be easy, but you've given them much to think about." Alexander offered a polite nod. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I understand their reservations, but I believe that in time they will see the value in what Valoria offers." The emperor smiled slightly, his eyes shifting to the large windows lining the corridor, beyond which the manicured gardens were visible. "We shall see," he said quietly. Outside, the gardens were an impressive display of Trisenberg's grandeur. Flowers of every color lined the walkways, and the scent of fresh blooms filled the air. Small fountains dotted the landscape, their gentle splashes providing a calming background to the hushed conversations that had already begun between the diplomats. Large tables had been set up beneath the shade of ancient trees, each one laden with delicacies from across the empire's vast territories. Pastries, cheeses, fruits, and more exotic fare were displayed alongside bottles of fine wine and other refreshments. The emperor gestured to the tables. "Please help yourselves. We will continue our discussions here." The group dispersed, some making their way to the tables while others found seats around the garden. The more relaxed setting allowed the diplomats to speak freely, no longer bound by the formalities of the earlier meeting. However, Alexander remained ever composed, knowing that this informal setting was just as important as the official negotiations. As Alexander moved toward one of the tables, he was joined by Ambassador Bouchard, who still appeared intrigued by the earlier conversation on renewable energy. He poured himself a glass of wine before turning to Alexander. "You mentioned earlier that renewable energy is still in its early stages in Valoria," Bouchard began. "But tell me, how realistic is it that such technology could ever replace fossil fuels? You speak with confidence, but the practicality of it seems distant." Alexander took a sip of water before answering. "I understand the skepticism, Ambassador. It is true that our current technology is not enough to completely replace coal and oil. But I believe that great advancements often come from small beginnings. The potential of renewable energy is there, and it's only a matter of time before the necessary innovations are made." Bouchard nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but in the meantime, the Francois Republic still has a vested interest in coal and oil. We must balance our investments carefully." "Of course," Alexander replied. "I don't expect any nation to abandon what works for them now, but what I offer is a chance to be part of the future. Renewable energy will not only provide a cleaner alternative, but will also reduce dependency on limited resources. When that time comes, those who have invested early will be ahead of the rest." Bouchard's expression remained contemplative, but before he could respond, Grand Duke Sergei Voronsky approached. His large frame cast a shadow over the table as he joined the conversation. "I couldn't help but overhear," Sergei rumbled. "This talk of renewable energy is all well and good, but in Ruthenia, we measure strength by results, not potential. Oil and coal power our armies and industries. How does Valoria plan to compete with that?" Alexander met Sergei's challenging gaze. "By focusing on innovation. Ruthenia has built a powerful nation with traditional energy sources, and that strength is undeniable. But imagine what could be achieved if that power was combined with new renewable energy technologies. Your industries would continue to thrive, but with a cleaner, more efficient source of energy that doesn't deplete over time." Sergei grunted, folding his arms. "It's a fine vision, Supreme Leader, but Ruthenia needs results now. We'll see if your ideas bear fruit in time." Alexander nodded, understanding the Grand Duke's stance. "I wouldn't expect anything less from a nation like Ruthenia." As the conversation continued, the group began to migrate toward the seating area, where the Emperor was entertaining Lord Kensington and Duchess Maria. The lighthearted atmosphere allowed for more casual exchanges, but Alexander remained focused on observing the dynamics between the different diplomats. Duchess Maria, with her graceful posture and sharp eyes, had been discussing Sardinia's naval dominance with Lord Kensington. As Alexander joined them, the conversation shifted. Supreme Leader Duchess Maria greeted him with a nod. "I must say, Valoria's approach is ambitious. Sardinia has always been proud of its naval power, and we're constantly looking for ways to strengthen it. But your ideas about energy have me curious. How do you envision these renewable sources being used for military purposes?" Alexander considered her question carefully. "In time, renewable energy could be used to power entire fleets. Imagine ships powered by wind or solar energy vessels that don't rely on fuel supplies that can be cut off or depleted. It's a long-term goal, but one that could revolutionize naval power." Maria raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. It's certainly an interesting proposition, but as with all things, it will take time and results to convince Sardinia. Of course, Alexander replied, I wouldn't expect any nation to commit without seeing the benefits firsthand, but with cooperation, those results can come sooner than later. As the afternoon wore on, the diplomats continued to mingle, their earlier skepticism giving way to genuine interest. Alexander had successfully planted the seeds of Valoria's future in the minds of these powerful figures, but he knew that much work remained. Eventually, the emperor rose from his seat and addressed the group once more. I want to thank all of you for attending today's discussions. I believe we've made great progress, and I look forward to seeing where these partnerships take us in the future. The group offered polite applause, and with that, the meeting and informal gathering came to a close. As Alexander and his delegation prepared to depart the palace, he knew that the first steps had been taken. Valoria had made its entrance onto the world stage, and now it was up to him to ensure that the alliances formed today would lead to a stronger, more prosperous future. But as they left, he couldn't help but think about the long road ahead. Alexander stepped into the black convoy waiting outside the emperor's palace. The afternoon light was fading, casting a soft glow over the city of Trisenberg as the car made its way through the streets. Julien and Captain Everglade sat on either side of him, both quiet, Your Excellency. Julien spoke softly, breaking the silence. The meeting was a success, but we must prepare for the next steps. Each nation will want to see results before committing fully to an alliance. Alexander nodded, his gaze still fixed outside the window. We'll need to move quickly. Captain Everglade, always alert and watchful, shifted slightly. Our security measures back in Valoria are ready. We can begin inviting engineers and military officials from these nations to observe our advancements firsthand. Yes, Alexander agreed. Do that. They soon arrived at his temporary residence in the city, a large, secure estate provided by the Trisenberg government for the duration of his stay. The convoy pulled to a stop, and Captain Everglade signaled his team to clear the area before Alexander stepped out. As they entered the building, Alexander allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Julien turned to him as they walked through the entrance. I'll review the reports from today's meeting, Your Excellency, and ensure that everything is in order for tomorrow. Do that, Alexander replied, his voice quiet but firm. He gave her a brief nod of appreciation. We'll reconvene in the morning. Julien took her leave, disappearing into the hallway to attend to her tasks. Captain Everglade lingered for a moment, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if ensuring everything was still secure. I'll check in with the team and have the perimeter double-checked, sir, he said before also departing. 2 weeks later, in the Empire of Trisenberg, as the convoy made its way through the streets of Trisenberg, Alexander sat quietly in the back seat, his mind occupied with thoughts of the day's exhibit. Valoria's technology was about to be showcased to the Trisenberg public, along with key military and government officials. Though not dramatically futuristic, Valoria had managed to pull ahead of the rest of the world with innovations in vehicles, aircraft, and communications systems enough to cause a stir. Arriving at the city square, Alexander stepped out of the vehicle, followed closely by Julien and Captain Everglade. The square had been transformed into an exhibit area, with rows of Valorian vehicles, aircraft, and household appliances ready to be displayed. Crowds had gathered behind the barriers, eager to catch a glimpse of what Valoria had brought. Government officials and military officers from Trisenberg stood nearby, watching closely as the first vehicles rolled into the square. Valoria's cars weren't the futuristic electric or autonomous vehicles of a distant future, but they were undeniably more advanced than anything the world had seen in this era. Sleek and streamlined, with better engines, enhanced fuel efficiency, and mechanical improvements that made them stand out from the boxy, less efficient cars of the current era. The onlookers marveled at the subtle but noticeable differences. These vehicles run on more efficient combustion engines, Alexander explained to a group of Trisenberg officials. They have increased horsepower, better handling, and reduced fuel consumption compared to current models. A Trisenberg general leaned forward, inspecting one of the cars. It's certainly ahead of what we have, and if Valoria's cars are already here, I can't imagine what your military vehicles are capable of. Alexander gave a small nod, noting the general's quiet concern. You'll see soon enough. Next came the aircraft, a pair of fighter planes taxied into position. These planes have a rather odd design, as instead of propellers, it had jet engines. The sleek design and more powerful engines made them faster and more agile than the propeller-driven aircraft that were the current standard. It immediately drawn attention from the top officials in the Empire of Trisenberg. Wait, isn't that aircraft the same as the prototypes our men in white coats are experimenting with? Yes, they are called jet engines, said one of the officials. And they already done it. Alexander observed the exchange with quiet confidence as the officials took in the jet engines, a technology Valoria had perfected ahead of Trisenberg and its allies. But the real focus of today's exhibit wasn't meant to be military technology. Instead, Alexander had arranged to showcase consumer advancements that would demonstrate Valoria's industrial ingenuity and forward-thinking approach to everyday life. After the jet aircraft garnered the expected admiration and concern from the officials, the exhibit shifted to more relatable technologies, the kind that would impact the daily lives of Trisenberg citizens. The next section of the exhibit featured household appliances, some of which the public had only dreamed of. The first display was of a Valorian-made refrigerator. While refrigeration technology existed in the world, Valoria's version was more efficient, quieter, and compact. With improved insulation and cooling mechanisms, these refrigerators required less energy and could maintain a lower temperature, preserving food for longer periods. This refrigerator, Alexander explained to a gathering of officials and press, uses new materials to enhance energy efficiency. It can keep perishable goods fresh longer while using significantly less power. The onlookers murmured in surprise, with several noting how much energy savings would mean for households, especially as electricity became more widespread. One of the Trisenberg engineers approached the refrigerator, peering inside and running a hand along the smooth surface. "It's remarkable," the engineer said. "Our current models are far less efficient. This could change how people store food, especially in rural areas." Next to the refrigerator was a washing machine, another leap forward in convenience for the Valorian people. Unlike the manual or semi-automatic machines currently used, Valoria's washing machines were fully automated. They boasted more effective spinning cycles and could handle larger loads of laundry with reduced water consumption. Housewives and families watching from the sidelines marveled at the prospect of less labor-intensive laundry work. This washing machine, Alexander continued, is designed to simplify household chores. It can wash, rinse, and spin-dry clothes in one cycle, cutting down the time and effort required for daily tasks. The reactions from the crowd were immediate. Gasps and excited whispers rippled through the onlookers, especially from women in the audience, many of whom performed these chores by hand or with rudimentary machines. Several journalists took notes as they watched the demonstration, clearly imagining the impact such innovations could have on domestic life. "Imagine the time saved," one woman whispered to another. "No more hours spent scrubbing and rinsing." Beside the washing machine was another invention that piqued the interest of both civilians and officials alike: the radio. Valoria's latest models boasted enhanced range, clarity, and reliability. While radios were already popular across the world, Valoria had taken the technology a step further. Their radios were smaller, portable, and could pick up a broader range of frequencies with minimal static. With improved frequency modulation and amplification, Alexander explained, these radios can reach further distances and deliver clearer sound quality, allowing people to stay connected and informed no matter where they are. One of the Trisenberg officials, an older man with an interest in communication technologies, examined the radio closely. "This could revolutionize how we communicate," he muttered. "Our current radio technology is nowhere near as reliable." Indeed, the portable radios represented a significant leap forward. They were lightweight enough to be carried anywhere, making them ideal not only for military use, but also for everyday communication in remote areas or during emergencies. The exhibit then shifted to kitchen appliances. Valoria's toasters, electric stoves, and mixers were all more refined and efficient than their Trisenberg counterparts. The toasters could brown bread evenly in half the time, and the electric stoves offered more precise temperature control, allowing for faster and safer cooking. Every home could benefit from these devices, Alexander explained. They save time and energy, making daily tasks easier for families. Chapter Stay. As the crowd moved to the next section, Valoria's advancements in entertainment technology were on display. The centerpiece was an early television model. While television had only just begun to emerge in parts of the world, already had the advanced model of it. Their television sets offered clearer images and better sound quality, though they were still far from the sleek, high-definition models of a distant future. "This is our latest television," Alexander explained, gesturing toward the bulky but functional unit. "The picture quality is much improved, and it can broadcast across greater distances. We see television becoming a major form of entertainment and information in the near future." The gathered crowd stared in awe as the television displayed a live feed of a local news broadcast. The image, though black and white, was clearer than what anyone in Trisenberg had seen before. The potential of television as a medium for communication and entertainment was apparent to all. "It's like having the news right in your living room," one man in the crowd marveled. "And think of the cultural impact," added another. Valoria is ahead of us in so many ways. They'll shape what people see and hear. As the day's exhibition continued, the reactions from the Trisenberg public and officials shifted from curiosity to awe. While Valoria's military capabilities had impressed earlier, it was their advancements in consumer technology that truly captured the imagination of the crowd. The appliances, electronics, and communication devices represented a future where everyday life was more convenient, more efficient, and more connected. However, alongside the admiration came an underlying sense of unease. Several Trisenberg officials huddled together, quietly discussing the broader implications of Valoria's technological edge. If their consumer products are this advanced, what else are they hiding? One of the officials whispered. It's clear they've been working on innovations we haven't even considered yet. Another nodded. This is a concern to our national security. We should report this to the High Command as soon as possible. Alexander overheard fragments of the conversation between the Trisenberg officials as they expressed their concerns. He knew such reactions were inevitable, but it was all part of Valoria's plan. The subtle display of technological superiority was meant to evoke both admiration and caution. As the exhibition drew to a close, Alexander allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. The seeds of Valoria's influence had been planted. The Trisenberg officials, while intrigued by the practical benefits of Valoria's technology, were also visibly unsettled by the implications. He could see it in their hushed whispers, the way they exchanged glances, and their growing awareness that Valoria was further ahead than they had anticipated. Julianne approached quietly, her expression unreadable. It seems we've achieved the desired effect, Your Excellency. Alexander nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the crowd as they dispersed. Indeed, now we wait for their next move. The large wooden doors to the Emperor's private council chamber swung open as the generals and top military advisors of Trisenberg filed in, each carrying the weight of the day's events on their shoulders. Emperor Trisenberg sat at the head of a long table, his expression calm but alert. The room was lit by a series of tall windows, allowing the last light of the day to spill into the chamber. General Klaus Weissen, the highest-ranking officer in the Trisenberg military, was the first to speak once everyone had taken their seats. Your Majesty, he began concernedly, we need to discuss the Valorian technology displayed at today's exhibit. What we witnessed today requires careful consideration. It's clear that Valoria is ahead of us in more ways than we initially thought. The Emperor leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping the edge of the table thoughtfully. Go on, General. What are your primary concerns? Weissen exchanged a glance with the other generals before continuing. Their advancements in consumer technology, things like refrigerators, washing machines, even their radios, these are not trivial. They may seem like conveniences to the general public, but the level of innovation we saw represents a significant lead in their industrial capabilities. The Emperor nodded slowly, considering the general's words. And what do you make of their military technology, the jet engines, for example? General Otto Hagen, head of the Air Force, cleared his throat. The jet engines are a major concern, Your Majesty. We're still in the experimental stages with similar designs, but Valoria has already perfected them. If they've integrated jet propulsion into their Air Force, they'll have aircraft capable of outmaneuvering and outrunning anything we currently have in service. This would give them an undeniable advantage in aerial combat. The room was silent for a moment as the implications of Hagen's words sank in. The Emperor's eyes moved across the table, studying the faces of his advisors. But doesn't the jet engine work better in theory? How can you be so sure of your statement when there is not even a battle-tested version? The Emperor asked, his voice calm but pointed. His eyes narrowed slightly as he considered General Hagen's words. General Hagen shifted in his seat, aware of the skepticism in the room. Your Majesty, while it's true that we've yet to see jet engines in combat, the technology is sound. Valoria's demonstration today wasn't just for show. The jet engines they've developed are far more advanced than anything we've been able to produce, even in theory. Did you see it fly, or was it just displayed? The Emperor asked. General Hagen nodded, sensing the Emperor's caution but eager to clarify. They didn't perform a full flight demonstration, Your Majesty, but we saw enough to understand the implications. Well, don't sweat over theory alone, the Emperor said, his voice calm but edged with subtle caution. I'll admit that Valoria's advancements are concerning, but we need concrete evidence of their capabilities before jumping to conclusions. General Hagen nodded but pressed on. Your Majesty, with all due respect, we can't afford to wait for a battlefield test. By the time Valoria's aircraft are proven in combat, it could be too late for us to catch up. We need to act now, to at least begin preparations. The Emperor leaned back, considering the weight of Hagen's argument. His gaze shifted to General Weissen, who had been silently observing the exchange. What's your take on this, General Weissen? The Emperor asked. Weissen straightened up in his seat, his hands clasped on the table. Your Majesty, while I agree with General Hagen's assessment of the potential threat, I believe we should focus on bolstering our own industrial base before jumping into an arms race we can't win overnight. Valoria's consumer technology is as much of a concern as their military advances. Chapter continue. Their ability to mass-produce these innovations, radios, household appliances, means they've built an industrial capacity far greater than ours. Weissen's words seemed to resonate with the Emperor, who nodded slightly. So you believe their industrial strength is the greater threat in a way? Yes, Weissen replied. Their military technology may outpace ours, but it's their manufacturing power that allows them to make these technologies on a large scale. If we don't match their production capacity, we'll be outflanked in every way economically, technologically, and militarily. The Emperor sat in thought for a moment before speaking. And how do we match them? General, we can't simply conjure factories and engineers out of thin air. General Reinhard Keller, who had remained quiet throughout the discussion, leaned forward. Your Majesty, we need to rethink our entire approach to production. We need to invest heavily in research and development, but also in modernizing our factories. We've been too focused on maintaining the status quo, while Valoria has clearly been innovating. We must prioritize training our workforce and pushing the limits of our industrial capabilities. Training our workforce will take time, the Emperor noted. Do we have that luxury? We may not have much time, but if we start now, we can at least reduce the gap, Keller responded. And while we're doing that, we can look for ways to slow Valoria down. The room grew silent for a moment as the generals exchanged glances, aware of what Keller was suggesting. Sabotage, espionage, anything to buy Treisenberg more time. You're talking about covert operations, the Emperor asked. Keller hesitated before answering, not necessarily. But if we could learn more about their factories, their supply chains, their weaknesses, it would give us an edge. We're not advocating direct sabotage, but intelligence gathering is vital. We need to understand how Valoria is pulling so far ahead. If the Valorians found out about us spying on them, then the alliance is at risk, the Emperor said, his voice calm but laced with warning. His gaze turned toward General Keller, testing the general's resolve. Keller didn't waver. Your Majesty, we wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. We'll send our best men, those who understand discretion. The goal isn't sabotage, but to gather intelligence, to understand the scale of their capabilities. We need to know exactly what they're doing and how far ahead they really are. The Emperor turned back to the window, considering the proposal. And what happens if your operatives are caught? Valoria is not a nation that would take such actions lightly. Keller exchanged a glance with Weissen before answering. Your Majesty, there's always a risk in these operations, but I believe the reward outweighs the potential fallout. Valoria already has the upper hand. If we don't gather intelligence, we're effectively flying blind in the face of a superior adversary. We can't afford that, not if we want to secure Treisenberg's future. General Weissen, who had been quiet as Keller spoke, now nodded in agreement. If we don't act now, we risk falling too far behind, Your Majesty. Their industrial capacity is already far beyond ours. Every day we delay, they'll pull even further ahead. We need to understand their production lines, their resource procurement, their technological infrastructure. It's the only way we can hope to compete. The Emperor remained silent for a moment, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared out at the fading twilight. Finally, he turned to face the room once more. If we proceed with this, it must be done with absolute discretion. I don't want Valoria suspecting anything. This alliance is fragile, and we can't afford to break it prematurely. General Keller, you'll oversee this operation personally. Ensure that only our most trusted and skilled agents are involved. I won't tolerate failure. Keller straightened his back, his face stern. Understood, Your Majesty. We'll send the best of the best, and they'll operate under strict orders to avoid detection. I'll personally handle the planning. The Emperor nodded, his gaze shifting between the generals. Good, we need results, but we also need to buy time. We'll proceed with strengthening our industrial base as General Weissen suggested. Treisenberg must modernize and quickly. Weissen cleared his throat. Your Majesty, I'll begin working with the Minister of Industry to develop a plan to revamp our factories. We'll need to allocate funds and manpower, but I believe with the right push, we can catch up to Valoria in certain areas. It won't happen overnight, but it's achievable. I'll expect a full report within the week, the Emperor said, his voice firm. Time is not on our side, and we cannot afford to waste any of it. General Hagen, who had remained mostly quiet since the discussion of covert operations began, now spoke up. Your Majesty, while industrial modernization is crucial, we also need to address our military capabilities. Valoria's jet engines, their advances in aviation technology, they're a clear threat. We need to prioritize upgrading our air force. Our current fleet won't stand a chance if Valoria decides to use their advantage. The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. I agree, General Hagen, but we can't allocate resources to everything at once. Focus first on what's practical, improving what we already have. Then, as we build up our industrial strength, we can consider more experimental technologies. In the meantime, intelligence from Valoria may reveal weaknesses we can exploit. Hagen gave a curt nod. I'll begin working on immediate improvements to our Air Force, Your Majesty. We may not have jets, but we can still enhance our current aircraft to improve speed, maneuverability, and durability. Do so, the Emperor said, and keep me informed. The following morning, the Emperor of Trisenberg convened a more private meeting, one that took place in a far less formal chamber deep within the royal palace. Unlike the grand halls of the previous day's discussion, this room was dimly lit, its walls lined with maps, reports, and various intelligence briefings. Only a select few had been invited: General Keller, who was tasked with overseeing the covert operation, as well as Captain Franz Dietrich, head of the Trisenberg Intelligence Directorate, and a handful of seasoned operatives. The atmosphere was tense but focused. The stakes were high, and every man in the room knew that a single misstep could unravel not only the mission but also Trisenberg's fragile relationship with Valoria. The Emperor entered, nodding to the gathered officials. "Gentlemen," he said as he took his seat at the head of the table, "we are here today to set into motion one of the most critical operations this empire has undertaken. You've all been briefed on the necessity of this mission. Now, it's time to execute." General Keller stood, spreading several documents across the table. "Your Majesty, we've carefully selected the agents for this mission. These are our most experienced men, those with a proven track record in espionage, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. They've operated in hostile environments before and are well-versed in maintaining discretion." The Emperor leaned forward. "And who are these men?" Captain Dietrich stepped forward, pulling out a dossier and handing it to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I present the team we've chosen. Each agent has been thoroughly vetted for this mission, and their expertise covers a wide range of necessary skills." The Emperor opened the dossier and scanned the names, reading aloud: Major Stefan Grau. "He's one of our most accomplished operatives, isn't he?" Captain Dietrich nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. Major Grau has successfully infiltrated several high-security facilities in the past. His specialty is industrial espionage. If anyone can get into Valorian factories and uncover their production methods, it's him." The Emperor nodded approvingly. "Who else?" "The second agent is Lieutenant Eva Lind, one of our top field agents. She's fluent in several languages and has a remarkable ability to blend into foreign environments. She's particularly adept at extracting information without raising suspicion." General Keller added, "Lind's background in covert operations is impeccable. She can infiltrate various social circles and gather intelligence in a subtle, non-invasive manner. Her presence in Valoria will be invaluable." The Emperor's eyes flicked to the next name: Sergeant Victor Hoffman. "I've heard of him. He's our specialist in communications." "Correct," Dietrich confirmed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Hoffman is the best we have when it comes to intercepting and decoding transmissions. He'll be responsible for tapping into Valoria's communication networks, allowing us to intercept key information about their operations. He's also an expert in jamming signals, should the need arise." The Emperor closed the dossier and set it on the table. "These are skilled individuals, but this mission is unlike any other we've conducted. How do you plan to get them into Valoria without arousing suspicion?" General Keller gestured toward a large map of Valoria pinned to the wall. "We've identified several entry points along Valoria's borders that are less scrutinized. Our agents will enter as civilians, posing as factory workers, traders, and common travelers. From there, since we don't have local contacts in the country as it is new, we will have to be creative. Given that Valoria hasn't had any foreigners, yet except for the diplomats that visited during the diplomatic process. So we can simply sneak into their country without much suspicion if we are careful," General Keller continued, tracing a line along the border on the map. "Valoria's borders aren't as heavily patrolled in these remote areas. Our team will enter through the smaller towns, blending in as laborers or traders. From there, they will make their way to the larger cities where the key factories are located." The Emperor nodded thoughtfully, his eyes following the path on the map. "What precautions have you taken to ensure that our agents' cover stories hold up under scrutiny?" "That's the problem. We don't have a dossier on them since we can't have them labeled as foreign workers or anything. This is the first country that challenges us, so when they get caught, well, they can simply commit suicide in order to prevent Trisenberg from being implicated," General Keller finished. The Emperor's expression darkened slightly at the mention of suicide, but he remained composed. "We will do everything in our power to avoid that outcome," he said firmly. "However, if it comes to that, I trust our agents understand the stakes. This mission is vital to the future of Trisenberg." Captain Franz Dietrich stepped forward. "Your Majesty, we've also taken extra precautions to limit their exposure. Each agent will carry false identification, and we've developed contingency plans for extraction should anything go awry. They'll have safe houses near the border where they can retreat if needed. We've also ensured that they will work in separate locations, limiting their contact with one another to reduce the risk of all being compromised at once. The Emperor leaned back, mulling over the details. And how long do we expect them to be embedded in Valoria? General Keller cleared his throat. We estimate the mission will take several months, Your Majesty. They need time to integrate, observe, and gather intelligence without raising suspicion. Rushing this could jeopardize everything. The Emperor's fingers tapped rhythmically on the arm of his chair. Months. We must remain patient then. But make no mistake, I want to be informed of their progress regularly. Of course, Your Majesty, Dietrich replied. Well, maintain encrypted communication with our agents. They'll send updates through coded transmissions, and will relay any critical information to you immediately. The Emperor glanced back at the map, tracing the borders of Valoria with his eyes. Very well, you have my approval to proceed, but remember, discretion is paramount. If Valoria discovers our involvement, the consequences could be disastrous for us all. General Keller and Captain Dietrich bowed their heads in unison. We understand, Your Majesty. We will ensure that our agents are equipped with everything they need to succeed. The Emperor stood, signaling the end of the meeting. May fortune favor us, he said quietly, for if this mission fails, we may face a threat far greater than we anticipated. The following afternoon, deep within an undisclosed military compound outside the capital, the selected operatives for the mission to Valoria gathered in a secluded briefing room. The atmosphere was charged with tension, not from fear, but from the enormity of the task ahead. This was no ordinary mission. Failure could lead to not only their deaths, but also catastrophic diplomatic fallout between Trisenberg and Valoria. General Keller stood at the head of the room, a file in hand, his gaze steady as he prepared to brief his team. The operatives sat quietly, each aware that the success or failure of this mission could alter the balance between Trisenberg and Valoria. They had no backup, no history, and no support waiting for them should things go awry. Gentlemen and Lieutenant Lind, Keller began, nodding toward the lone female in the group. You've been selected for this mission not just because of your skills, but because of your adaptability. You're going into Valoria with no formal cover stories, no established backgrounds. You will be ordinary people, laborers, traders, technicians blending in with Valoria's citizens. Your mission is to gather intelligence on their industrial capabilities and report back. He paused, watching the faces of the operatives, their expressions unreadable but focused. Major Stefan Grau, the most senior operative, adjusted in his seat. Known for his skill in espionage, he was fully aware of what was at stake. His assignment, to infiltrate Valoria's central manufacturing hubs and discreetly observe their operations. But this time, there would be no forged documents or pre-established persona. Grau would need to work his way into Valoria's industrial heart under the guise of a simple laborer, carefully blending into factory life. We're not giving you much to work with in terms of background stories, Keller continued. You will create your own identities once you're inside. You'll need to rely on your instincts, observe the locals, and adapt. Each of you will enter Valoria separately through different border towns, areas where the patrols are less frequent. You'll pose as laborers looking for work, traders passing through. No one will be expecting you. But remember, Valoria is on high alert. Any slip could lead to exposure. Lieutenant Eva Lind, the team's expert in social infiltration, listened closely. Her mission was to enter Valoria's urban centers and blend in with the populace, using her wits to extract critical information from unsuspecting citizens. Lieutenant Lind, Keller said, you'll be targeting their upper middle class. Workers, clerks, people who know what's happening in the factories but aren't in high-profile positions. You'll need to gather information by befriending these individuals, engage in normal conversations, but dig for useful intel. It's a slow process, but we need subtlety here. Lind nodded slightly, knowing that success would depend on her ability to remain unnoticed while gathering vital information. Without an established cover, she'd need to work her way into the right social circles without raising suspicion. Sergeant Victor Hoffman, the communications expert, was assigned a different but equally critical task. His role was to intercept and decode Valoria's internal communications. Without access to advanced equipment, Hoffman would need to rely on makeshift setups, using whatever technology Valoria had available to listen in on their military and industrial transmissions. Sergeant Hoffman, Keller said, turning to the communications expert, your goal is to gain access to Valoria's local communication hubs. It won't be easy, but you need to tap into their transmissions and find out what they're talking about. Once you're inside, establish regular updates with us. Use short, coded messages, nothing that can be traced back to Trisenberg. You'll also be responsible for monitoring the local chatter. Any signs of increased security or suspicion must be reported immediately. Hoffman's sharp eyes flicked to the dossier in front of him, studying the details of Valoria's communication infrastructure. He knew it would be a challenge to establish a network under the radar, but he had done this before in other hostile environments. The key would be to stay invisible. Keller moved to the map on the wall, gesturing to the small towns along Valoria's border. You'll enter through these locations. Once inside, you're on your own. We won't be able to provide extraction unless it's absolutely necessary, and even then it would be risky. You need to survive on your instincts. If anything goes wrong, if you're compromised, there is no official support. You'll need to find your own way out or disappear. The room grew still, the weight of Keller's words hanging over the operatives. They had all known the risks before accepting the mission, but hearing it laid out so bluntly was a stark reminder of the danger they faced. Captain France Dietrich, head of the Intelligence Directorate, stepped forward. Remember, you'll have no contacts inside Valoria. Once you're deep in Valorian territory, you're completely on your own. Use your training, blend in, be cautious, and gather as much intel as possible without drawing attention. Each of you will be sending encrypted updates at set intervals. If you miss a check-in, well, assume the worst. Major Grau glanced around the room, meeting the eyes of his fellow operatives. They had worked together before, but this mission felt different, riskier, more isolated. He knew they were capable, but there would be no safety net this time. Keller's voice cut through the silence. You are the best we have. This mission is critical for the future of Trisenberg. Valoria's advancements are too dangerous to ignore, and we need to understand how they're doing it. Trust your training, trust your instincts, and trust each other. Once you cross that border, there's no turning back. With that, the briefing concluded. The operatives stood, filing out of the room one by one. The night was calm and moonless, offering the perfect cover as Major Stefan Grau crossed the Valorian border. Dressed in simple work clothes and carrying only the essentials, Grau moved with practiced ease through the dense forest that shielded the crossing. His footsteps were measured, his breath steady, a man accustomed to slipping into places unnoticed. Several miles behind him, Lieutenant Eva Lind and Sergeant Victor Hoffman would be making their own way into Valoria through different routes, each with the same objective: blend in, gather intelligence, and return with crucial information that could change the course of history for Trisenberg. Grau's entry point led him to the outskirts of a small industrial town. The place was alive with the faint hum of machinery, even at this late hour. Factories never slept in Valoria, one of the many reasons they had pulled so far ahead in industrial production. Grau took a deep breath, stepping out of the shadows and into the dimly lit streets, careful to maintain the posture and demeanor of an ordinary laborer. A small group of men passed him, chattering in Valorian about a recent shipment of machinery parts. Grau listened without being obvious, his knowledge of the language solid, though he spoke it with the faintest accent, a fact he'd need to conceal in the days to come. As he approached the factory gates, he joined a line of workers waiting to start the night shift. From a distance, no one would give him a second glance. His cover was that of a wandering laborer looking for temporary work, a story that would hold up under minimal scrutiny in a town like this, where migrant workers were common. The foreman, a gruff man with thick arms and a short temper, barely looked at him as Grau gave his name and alias, of course, and was waved through the gate. Inside the factory, the sound of machinery was deafening. Sparks flew from welders' torches, the hum of conveyor belts and the steady clang of metal on metal filling the air. Grau moved with the crowd, his eyes taking in every detail: the layout of the machines, the workers' routines, the type of materials being processed. Every piece of information was vital, a puzzle he would slowly assemble over time. He kept to himself, avoiding eye contact, playing the role of the quiet, diligent worker. Elsewhere, Lieutenant Lind was slipping into Valoria's urban centers. Posing as a middle-class traveler, she had already made casual acquaintances with a shopkeeper and a few local women at a market. Her goal was different from Grau's. She wasn't just here to observe the factories, but to tap into the social fabric of Valoria. Through casual conversations and observations, she would piece together how deeply rooted Valoria's industrial dominance was, and if there were any underlying tensions or vulnerabilities within the workforce. Her work required patience, subtlety, and above all, the ability to make herself invisible, just another face in the crowd. Meanwhile, Sergeant Hoffman had positioned himself near a local communications hub. He had found work as a radio technician in a smaller town, his forged credentials getting him through the minimal security screenings. His task was perhaps the most delicate, tapping into Valoria's internal communications without being detected. Hoffman's talent for listening in on coded transmissions would provide Trisenberg with invaluable insight into Valoria's industrial logistics, resource transportation, and perhaps even military communications if he was lucky. Each evening, he would monitor local broadcasts and communications traffic, slowly piecing together the encrypted codes. Back in Trisenberg, the emperor sat in his study, waiting for the first reports. The risks were great, and he could only hope that Keller's plan was as foolproof as he claimed. The emperor understood the stakes. If any of the agents were caught, not only would their lives be forfeit, but the fragile alliance with Valoria could unravel, potentially leading to open conflict. As the days passed, the agents settled into their roles, gradually slipping deeper into Valoria's industrial web. Grau, in particular, made progress. Through quiet observation and a few casual conversations with fellow workers, he learned the names of key factory managers, the type of machinery they were producing, and most importantly, the schedule for shipments leaving the factory. Valoria's industrial output was staggering, and Grau could see firsthand how efficiently they had modernized their production lines. But the more he observed, the more questions he had. Where were they sourcing their materials, and how were they managing to produce so much without collapsing under the weight of logistical demands? Lieutenant Lind had also begun to gain traction. She had befriended the wife of a local factory supervisor, who regularly hosted tea gatherings with other women from the neighborhood. Through these informal chats, Lind gleaned bits of information about the factory schedules, the living conditions of workers, and the tensions between different factions within the town. The social fabric of Valoria, while strong on the surface, had its cracks, and Lind intended to find out just how deep they ran. Hoffman, however, faced a more immediate challenge. The communications in Valoria were heavily encrypted, more than he had anticipated. He spent long nights deciphering bits and pieces of the local transmissions, learning the rhythms of Valoria's industrial machine. His breakthrough came one night when he intercepted a coded transmission regarding a shipment of raw materials bound for a major manufacturing city. It was a small victory, but it gave him a glimpse into Valoria's supply chain, a vital piece of information that could help Trisenberg's own industrial planning. Back in Trisenberg, while the agents worked in the shadows, Alexander, the masked leader of Valoria, was in the spotlight, signing partnership agreements with neighboring countries. News of Valoria's alliances rippled through diplomatic circles, with nations eager to tap into Valoria's growing economic power. In one such meeting, Alexander, seated at a long table flanked by advisors, signed a trade agreement with the world's superpower. With that the agreement is signed, Alexander declared, this shall serve as a toast to a prosperous future for our nations. He stood, his gloved hand gripping the document that sealed Valoria's latest partnership. While they were celebrating, Julianne was approached by one of her assistants who then whispered something into her ears. Julianne's face frowned as she listened to the words, and moments later, she stepped forward and approached Alexander. Your Excellency, Julianne whispered, leaning in so only Alexander could hear, we have received intelligence that foreign agents may have crossed into Valoria. There's been some unusual activity near a few of our border towns. Alexander didn't react outwardly, maintaining his composure as the diplomats and officials in the room clinked glasses and exchanged pleasantries. Is it credible? He asked quietly, his voice low but sharp. Julianne gave a small nod. We've intercepted some unusual chatter. It's not definitive, but the timing aligns with the presence of several new arrivals in those towns, laborers and traders who don't quite fit the profiles of locals. Every people on every workplace knew who they are working with, so it would be an odd addition if there was someone suddenly appearing and pretending that they are part of the country. Alexander's eyes, hidden behind his mask, briefly scanned the room. He could not afford to show any signs of concern, as it could be any one of them who sent spies to his country. The diplomats and officials around him laughed and exchanged toasts, completely unaware of the growing unease that tugged at the edges of his mind. He silently considered the possibilities. The recent partnerships Valoria had forged meant there were more eyes on his nation than ever before. Neighboring countries, eager to tap into Valoria's technological advancements, could have easily sent their own agents to gather intelligence. It was only natural they feared what they didn't understand. And Valoria's rapid rise had made it an enigma to them. Without betraying his thoughts, Alexander nodded at a diplomat across the table, exchanging pleasantries as he sipped his wine. All the while, his mind churned through contingency plans. He had built Valoria into a fortress of industry and innovation, but it was clear that outside powers were beginning to test the strength of its walls. Julianne, Alexander said quietly, catching her attention again, I want a full report by morning. I want to know who these new arrivals are and what their connections might be. Julianne gave a subtle nod, her face as unreadable as his. Of course, Your Excellency. I'll see to it personally. Alexander knew time was not on their side. If there were spies within Valoria's borders, they needed to be identified quickly before they could disrupt his plans. But he also understood the delicate nature of the situation. Any wrong move, any public exposure, and the fragile alliances he had carefully built could crumble. He couldn't let that happen. With the celebration still in full swing, Alexander turned his attention back to the room. His mask, as always, concealed his true thoughts, but behind it he was already planning his next move. The following morning, John Taylor, Valoria's Minister of Interior, sat at his desk, skimming through the intelligence reports that had arrived overnight. A tall man with a precise manner and a sharp, calculating gaze, Taylor was not one to ignore even the faintest trace of a threat. The idea of foreign agents infiltrating Valoria did not sit well with him. His country's rapid advancement and recent diplomatic strides left it vulnerable to outsiders seeking to understand and possibly undermine its power. He turned to his aide, a young intelligence officer standing beside the desk. "What have we gathered so far about these alleged spies?" Taylor asked, his tone brisk. The officer handed him a small file, clearing his throat. "The reports are still preliminary, sir, but our surveillance units have detected new faces in several towns near the border. These individuals don't fit local profiles and seem to have arrived just as our trade negotiations reached their peak." Taylor opened the file, his eyes narrowing as he scanned through grainy photographs and brief descriptions. They're scattered. Different towns, minimal contact with each other. They seem cautious, deliberately keeping a low profile. No direct indication of who they're working for, but the timing is suspect. He drummed his fingers on the desk, considering. "Which towns? Primarily in the industrial centers near our manufacturing hubs, those with direct access to our key industries. It seems they're trying to blend in, likely posing as laborers and traders. It's too early to confirm, but their behavior suggests they're here for something more than just work." Taylor paused, turning to look out the window, his expression grim. "Foreign agents slipping into Valoria now. Of all times, it's obvious they're here to monitor our advancements. They won't be here to appreciate our progress." He turned back to his aide, resolute. "We need to move carefully but decisively. I want them identified and contained before they have a chance to disrupt anything." "Understood, sir. Shall we increase surveillance in the towns?" "Yes, but subtly. Send our best field agents into each town and make it clear they're to keep a low profile. I don't want these intruders to suspect we're onto them." The officer nodded, scribbling down notes. "We'll have plainclothes agents mix in among the locals, sir. If the suspects are gathering intelligence, they're bound to make a mistake eventually." Taylor looked thoughtful, flipping through the sparse reports. "What's our strategy if we find them? Are we prepared for interrogations if they're here without official sanction? We can't afford to let them slip through our fingers. I want every piece of information they carry, and I want it quickly." The aide hesitated. "Given the sensitivity of the issue, sir, do you want this kept internal, or should we notify His Excellency?" Taylor's face remained impassive, but his mind was working quickly. "Inform His Excellency about this, as I am sure he already has a plan prepared for just such an intrusion. I want him briefed on the status of our response. Tell him I'm committed to identifying and containing these agents without delay." The aide nodded, sensing the gravity of the task, and left to relay the message. Taylor turned back to his desk, considering the steps he'd need to take to keep the operation tightly controlled. Infiltrators were not uncommon in intelligence work, but Valoria had grown rapidly, and that speed made it a target. If these spies managed to gather anything significant, the consequences could be disastrous. Moments later, another knock at the door. It was Officer Marta Klein, back with her initial findings. "Sir, I've gathered the preliminary list of new arrivals in each of the towns near the industrial zones. They're categorized by travel origin, lack of family connections, and profiles that don't match any existing Valorian databases," Klein reported, handing over a folder. Taylor skimmed the list, his eyes narrowing on the scattered locations. It was too spread out to be a coincidence. They had clearly planned this, placing operatives at strategic points. "Yup, definitely a spy. We don't have them on our records means that they don't belong here. Valoria has records for every citizen." "We should hold them now, sir." With a nod, Taylor gave his approval. "All right, Klein, assemble the teams. Well, move in and secure them now before they realize we're onto them. Discreetly but quickly. We can't afford any of them slipping away." Klein gave a crisp nod and immediately left the office to gather the field teams. Within minutes, Valoria's best operatives were dispatched to each identified location in the towns near the industrial hubs. Dressed in plain clothes, blending seamlessly with the locals, the agents moved swiftly toward their targets. In one town, Major Stefan Grau, disguised as a factory worker, was working his way through the shift when he noticed a slight uptick in attention. A few men lingered near exits, casting frequent glances his way. Trying to remain calm, he avoided looking directly at them, hoping his cover hadn't been compromised. But the moment he left his station, two operatives approached from behind, securing his arms before he could react. "Sir, we just need you to come with us," one of the men said evenly, steering him toward a waiting vehicle parked just out of sight. Meanwhile, in another town, Lieutenant Eva Lind sensed something was off when she noticed a shopkeeper's shed spoken with earlier watching her a little too intently. As she tried to slip through an alley, two agents cut off her escape. Before she could protest, they quickly flashed their badges. "No need to resist, miss. You're coming with us," one of the agents stated firmly. They escorted her to a nondescript van, where she was quickly seated and secured. At the same time, in a smaller town, Sergeant Victor Hoffman was in his rented room, working on a coded transmission when the door burst open. Before he could reach for his equipment, two operatives had his arms behind his back, restraining him. "Seems like you have some explaining to do, friend," one of them remarked, removing his communication devices and escorting him out of the room. Within hours, all three agents were secured, transported swiftly to a secure, undisclosed facility on the outskirts of the capital. They were each placed in separate, heavily monitored rooms, each devoid of anything they could use to escape or communicate with one another. Taylor entered the facility, surveying the captured agents through a one-way mirror. They appeared calm, but he could sense the apprehension beneath their controlled expressions. These weren't ordinary citizens, they were highly trained operatives. Begin the interrogations, he ordered his team of intelligence officers. Let's find out exactly who they're working for and what they intended to uncover in Valoria. And remember, they're trained to resist. Keep a close watch on every word and reaction. The intelligence officers nodded at Taylor's command, preparing for the task ahead. As they finalized the setup in the secure interrogation rooms, Taylor's mind raced through the implications of the captive's presence in Valoria. These were no ordinary individuals. Their calm demeanors and strategic placements near key industrial centers confirmed they were part of a coordinated effort. In the first room, the officers began with the man captured from the factory shift. He sat, posture-controlled, eyes alert as the interrogator entered. "We know you're not from here," the interrogator stated, keeping his tone level. "The only question is who sent you. You can make this easy or difficult for yourself." The man's gaze remained unflinching, offering no reaction, but the officers took note of every minor movement, a slight tightening of his jaw, the smallest flicker in his eyes. In the second room, Lieutenant Lind's counterpart assessed the woman who had been captured near the marketplace. She sat straight-backed, seemingly indifferent to the situation, her expression blank. "I assume you know why you're here," he began, watching for any sign of tension. "The places you visited, the people you observed, it's clear you're not a mere passerby." She remained silent, her eyes meeting his steadily, revealing nothing. But the interrogator knew silence itself could speak volumes, particularly when resistance was expected. Meanwhile, in the third room, Sergeant Hoffman's radio equipment lay confiscated on the table, the officers scrutinizing every component for hidden mechanisms. Hoffman's expression betrayed slight frustration as he watched his hard work dismantled in front of him, but he didn't speak. His captors, however, noted the flicker of concern, a reminder that every piece of their technology would be studied, analyzed, and used to trace the origin of these infiltrators. Taylor observed from the control room, aware that breaking through would require patience and precision. "Begin the initial interrogations, focusing on inconsistencies in their stories," he instructed. "If they want talk, we'll see how long their silence holds up under pressure." With the groundwork set, Taylor and his officers began a painstaking interrogation process, methodically piecing together hints from the captive's reactions, determined to uncover every intention behind their presence in Valoria. The interrogations began in earnest. Each captured agent sat in a starkly lit room with little more than a metal table and two chairs, observed through one-way mirrors by John Taylor and his team. The best interrogators in Valoria had been selected for this task, each known for their psychological insight and ability to break even the most resilient operatives. In the first room, the interrogator sat across from the man captured at the factory, his expression unreadable. The agent, who was still unknown to them as Major Grau, maintained a steady gaze, his face impassive. "You're in Valoria without documentation, without a job, and with absolutely no ties. That's strange, don't you think?" the interrogator asked, his tone casual. Grau responded with a single, silent nod. He knew better than to break his composure, especially in the first few rounds. This was a game of patience, and he was trained for it. The interrogator tilted his head, observing the man carefully. "Don't feel like talking," the interrogator continued, giving a faint, insincere smile. "You know, it's easier if you cooperate." Grau's expression didn't change, but Taylor noticed his hands were slightly tense. He turned to his aide. "Make a note of any physical cues, no matter how small. Sometimes the body betrays what the mind can hide." In the adjacent room, Lieutenant Lind faced a similarly intense interrogation. Her interrogator leaned forward, scrutinizing her carefully. "We're aware of your movements. You've been speaking to locals, observing factory schedules, listening in on conversations. What's your interest in Valoria's industrial systems?" Lind didn't flinch. She sat with her hands folded in front of her, appearing almost casual. She knew the interrogator's tactics, starting with a barrage of questions to unsettle her, aiming to exploit even the tiniest hesitation or slip-up. "Do you think I'm here on vacation?" Lind finally responded, her tone calm but laced with just enough sarcasm to appear dismissive. Her interrogator suppressed a smile, intrigued by her response. "That weird because we are not even accepting foreigners, yet as our immigration are still fixing some policies, so there's that." The interrogator's comment lingered in the air, probing at the inconsistencies of Lind's presence in Valoria. He watched her closely, looking for the slightest sign that his words had hit a nerve. Lind gave a slight shrug, feigning indifference. "You're asking the wrong person. I only go where the work takes me. If your government's confused, perhaps you should take it up with them." The interrogator's smile didn't waver. "Oh, I think you're well aware of why we're asking. A foreigner with no record, slipping through industrial zones, is more than a simple worker." He leaned back, crossing his arms. "You can keep pretending, but that won't get you out of here any sooner." Lind met his gaze, her expression as neutral as ever, masking the growing fatigue from the prolonged questioning. Silence settled between them again as the interrogator waited, hoping the tension would nudge her into a mistake. Lind remained still, refusing to give anything away. In the next room, Major Grau was undergoing his own round of probing. His interrogator adjusted his chair, breaking the silence with a slow, deliberate question. "Tell me," he said with a feigned casualness, "what's the first thing you noticed about Valoria when you arrived?" Grau didn't respond right away, weighing his options. Finally, he said, "You have impressive factories." The interrogator's eyebrows lifted slightly, pleased that Grau had finally spoken. "Indeed, quite impressive. In fact, one would think that's precisely why someone might want to gather information here. You weren't just admiring the view, were you?" Grau let the silence stretch, keeping his expression blank. He knew the interrogator was fishing, and he wouldn't be the one to give anything away. "Like I said," Grau replied, "just a factory worker looking for an honest wage." The interrogator let out a soft chuckle. "I've met a lot of factory workers, and they don't have your poise or silence under pressure. But we'll see just how long that holds up." Taylor observed from behind the one-way mirror, his arms crossed as he watched his best men chip away at the agent's defenses. The agent's resilience was formidable, but the smallest details, the lingering glance, the subtle tightening of a jaw, told him his team was making progress. He turned to his aide, who had been taking notes. "Have each interrogator escalate slightly. Switch the tactics, test their limits," Taylor instructed. "They're trained for this, but we're not here to be polite." The aide nodded, relaying Taylor's orders to the interrogators. Within minutes, each agent found themselves facing a new tactic. Lind's interrogator, previously passive and probing, began pressing more aggressively, demanding explanations and challenging her responses. Grouse was subtly trying to shift the subject, introducing misleading questions in an attempt to confuse him. In the final room, Hoffman, the communications expert, had watched the dismantling of his equipment with grim silence. His interrogator, noting this, decided to press directly. "You're quite good at putting things together," he began, gesturing to the scattered parts on the table. "Tell me, what are you trying to do with all of this?" Hoffman let out a short laugh. "If you're going to accuse me of something, at least make it interesting. You took my equipment. Why don't you tell me what I was doing?" The interrogator smirked. "Fine, let's make it interesting then." He leaned in close, his voice lowering. "Each piece of this equipment is unique. Either you're very resourceful or you're backed by someone far more powerful than you let on. So which is it?" Hoffman kept his expression cool, his gaze level. "It's not my fault you don't keep up with technology. Maybe if you spent more on communications, you'd understand how this works." The interrogator narrowed his eyes, studying Hoffman's face for even the smallest sign of strain. "That might be the case," he replied smoothly, "but you seem well-versed in more than just casual tinkering. Most radio technicians don't piece together highly specialized equipment with military-grade encryption." Hoffman kept his expression neutral, resisting the urge to react. He knew his equipment had likely given them some clues, but revealing frustration would only confirm their suspicions. He shrugged, his tone dismissive. "Well, maybe you just haven't met the right technicians." Outside the room, Taylor watched with keen interest, noting how each agent held up under the pressure. He knew their silence wasn't simple defiance, it was strategy. These were highly disciplined operatives, trained to withstand even the most relentless questioning, but he had no intention of giving up either. He turned to his aide, who was recording the interaction, and gestured to increase the intensity. "Escalate again. Let's see how they respond under different stressors," Taylor ordered. In the room with Lieutenant Lind, the interrogator shifted his approach, his tone now direct and cold. "You've been moving in circles, speaking in evasions. Do you think we don't know why you're here?" He let the words hang for a moment, allowing the silence to press down on her. "You're not fooling anyone, and you know what happens to spies here. It's only a matter of time before your allies abandon you." Lind looked up, the faintest hint of a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. Allies, she raised an eyebrow. That's an interesting assumption. Maybe I just like to travel. Valoria's factories have such a scenic appeal. The interrogator leaned forward, his voice dropping to a barely audible whisper. Valoria's industries are not your playground, and if you're here to play games, I guarantee you'll lose. He studied her closely, searching for the smallest flicker of unease, yet Lind held his gaze, her posture unwavering, unyielding. It was a standoff of wills, one that she'd been trained to endure. Back in Grouse Room, the interrogator decided to switch tactics entirely, adopting a conversational tone. He folded his arms, relaxing back in his chair as if speaking with a friend. Listen, he said, lowering his voice. We're not so different. You and I, we both know what it's like to work in complicated fields. You're no ordinary factory worker. So why don't we cut the act? Grau looked back, his expression impassive. Is that right? The interrogator nodded, as though genuinely sympathetic. People like us, we know what it means to live on edge, surrounded by secrets. Valoria could use someone like you, someone with your skills. He paused, letting the offer hang in the air. For the briefest second, a flicker of curiosity crossed Grau's face. You think flattery works? That easily not flattery, the interrogator replied, shrugging. Opportunity. You think you're here for a reason, but what if there's something better? But Grau, sensing the trap, leaned back, resuming his silence. He had heard these tactics before and would give nothing away, even under the guise of a friendly offer. Watching the exchange, Taylor's expression remained neutral, though he felt a faint flicker of satisfaction. He knew these were small, incremental victories. Breaking operatives like these required patience. For now, they were simply looking for clues, anything that could build a profile on their intentions. He turned to his aide. Note every response, Taylor ordered, every word and every shift. These people are trained to resist, but they're still human. Well, find a way in. The interrogators shifted their tactics to darker, more intense methods. Each operative was prepared for the possibility of torture, but Taylor's team was meticulously trained to find every possible weakness. They knew that patience and a gradual escalation would break even the most resilient spies. In the room with Major Grau, the interrogator set a metal rod onto the table, deliberately letting it clink against the surface. Slowly, he produced a small blowtorch, igniting it with a single flick of his lighter. The blue flame danced in his hand as he held the rod close, letting it heat up gradually. He didn't speak, didn't look directly at Grau, allowing the silence and the searing heat of the flame to fill the room. Grau kept his gaze steady, his eyes focused somewhere beyond his captor's shoulder, but a bead of sweat began to form on his brow. You're holding back, the interrogator finally spoke, his tone calm but laced with menace. You think you can wait us out? But we've been at this for years, and I assure you, everyone has a breaking point. Without warning, he pressed the rod against the metal table, producing a sharp hiss and a burst of steam. He was methodical, trying to heighten Grau's tension, letting his mind imagine the worst before anything touched him. In Lynn's room, the interrogator took a different approach. She was fastened to her chair, wrists bound just enough to limit her movement without cutting off circulation. A small speaker had been brought in, playing a high-pitched frequency that barely registered in her hearing, but grated against her nerves, unrelenting. Over time, it would fray her focus, disrupt her carefully practiced resistance. Lind clenched her jaw, trying to ignore the sound, but the continuous whine was enough to make even the strongest operatives start to lose control. You're wasting your energy, the interrogator said, sitting across from her, watching for her reaction to the sound. All of this silence, all of this resistance, it's only a matter of time before you give in. Lind closed her eyes, attempting to block out the noise, but he leaned forward, his voice a low murmur that cut through the sound. You know, it doesn't have to be like this. Just tell us who you're working for and we'll end this charade. She opened her eyes, meeting his with an unwavering stare. You're going to have to try a lot harder than that. In Hoffman's room, the interrogator took an even darker route. Hoffman was stripped of his jacket, his shirt soaked with water to intensify the chill that radiated through the room. His wrists were bound behind him, and ice packs were strapped to the back of his neck and his wrists, slowing his blood flow and creating an unbearable cold that penetrated to his core. Hoffman was shivering, but he clenched his jaw, refusing to let it weaken his resolve. Shivering already, his interrogator sneered. We've barely started. Imagine what the next few hours will feel like. Hoffman forced himself to remain steady, but the ice gnawed at his endurance. His captor continued, never breaking his stare. The longer you hold out, the colder it'll get. Just tell us what you're here for, and it'll make it stop. Hoffman exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the frigid air. He didn't respond, though he could feel the numbness creeping through his limbs. In the control room, Taylor observed each room, noting their reactions. Each of his interrogators worked with precision, adjusting their approach based on each captive's response or lack thereof. They're good, Taylor muttered to his aide, his eyes narrowed. They've been trained to resist physical and psychological strain, but everyone breaks. Increase the duration of each session. double the sensory overload. His aide nodded, relaying the instructions to the team. The intensity in each room escalated with Taylor's new orders, designed to erode each agent's mental defenses by introducing continuous, unpredictable torment. In Grouse's room, the interrogator switched off the blowtorch and approached him with a tray of implements. Each item was chosen for its psychological effect as much as its physical one: needles, clamps, and small electric wires, laid out methodically in Grouse's line of sight. His captor was a master of pacing, maintaining an air of detached cruelty, which subtly hinted that he could keep going indefinitely. "Tell me," the interrogator said, almost conversationally as he picked up a small needle and tapped it against the edge of the table, "have you ever experienced electrical nerve stimulation pain without even a single mark left behind?" Grau didn't respond, keeping his focus on a spot on the wall as he took slow, measured breaths. He was trained to center himself, to detach from his surroundings, but the interrogator noticed the faintest twitch in Grouse's hand as the needle was pressed into his arm just enough to break the skin. The sensation was subtle, nearly insignificant, but it was enough to prime his nerves for the next level of pain. The interrogator flicked a switch on a small device, and a low electric current began to pulse through the needle, causing Grouse's arm to tighten involuntarily. The pain was unlike anything Grau had felt before, sharp, precise, and oddly rhythmical, tearing through his resolve with every pulse. Despite himself, his muscles tensed and his breaths quickened, though he held in any sound of pain. Outside the room, Taylor observed, noting every micro-expression, every involuntary twitch. He could see the small signs that Grouse's defenses were beginning to falter. This wasn't just physical resilience, this was a test of his psychological endurance. In the next room, Lieutenant Lin's situation had intensified. The interrogator switched off the high-pitched noise only to bring in another form of sensory overload. He placed a pair of headphones over her ears, then left her alone for minutes on end with silence, a tactic to lower her guard, making the inevitable sounds all the more jarring. She closed her eyes, focusing inward, reminding herself of her training, knowing that unpredictability was a weapon as powerful as pain. She couldn't brace herself for the barrage of sounds, sudden, harsh, and random bursts of gunfire, heavy machinery, and the sound of distant screams filled her ears at disorienting intervals, designed to fracture her focus and evoke paranoia. When the interrogator returned, he leaned close, speaking directly into the headset microphone so his voice sounded unbearably loud in her ears. "You may think your silence protects you, but there are others, right? Do you think they'll hold out as long as you?" Lind forced herself to remain outwardly impassive, but his words pried at her resolve, creating a crack. Her breathing grew shallow as she clenched her fists under the table, willing herself to block out the invasive sounds. The interrogator switched the sound abruptly to something softer, a lullaby, one that contrasted with the violence of the previous sounds and created an odd sense of vulnerability. Lin's heartbeat quickened despite her best efforts to calm herself, the song dredging up memories she'd been trained to suppress. She forced herself to shut it out, grounding herself in the present, but her captor leaned in closer, his presence unsettlingly near. "It's only a matter of time," he murmured. "Eventually, y'all slip. They always do." In the third room, Hoffman's suffering had increased. The temperature had dropped further, and his breathing grew labored as the ice packs around his body burned into his skin with a relentless ache. His interrogator watched him carefully, reading every expression, every tremor. Hoffman's training had been thorough, but even the strongest mind was subject to the body's breaking points. The interrogator moved forward, placing a hand on Hoffman's shoulder with feigned gentleness, only to tighten his grip hard enough to dig into the cold, sensitive flesh. "You know, the moment you start talking, this will end," he said, his tone patronizing. "This can all be over. We can even get you warmed up if you give us what we need." Hoffman's teeth chattered, and he forced himself to breathe through the stabbing pains that shot up his arms and back. He looked up, his gaze steely. "You're going to have to do better than this." The interrogator's smile faded, and he gave a subtle nod. He pulled out a small cloth from his pocket and placed it over Hoffman's mouth and nose, pouring water onto it just enough to make him struggle for air without fully suffocating. The cold was relentless, but now the added panic of limited breathing crept in, forcing Hoffman's body into survival mode as his mind frantically fought to remain calm. After a prolonged minute, the interrogator removed the cloth, watching as Hoffman gasped, his face pale and lips nearly blue. He leaned in close. "I admire your stamina, but no one can go on like this forever." Taylor, still monitoring from the control room, noted with satisfaction how each agent's facade was beginning to show the slightest signs of strain. He gestured to his aide. "Bring them to the edge. Give them just enough hope to think they can withstand it, then push harder. Our goal is complete psychological fracture." The aide nodded, relaying the order, and within minutes, the interrogators escalated their tactics. In Grouse's room, his interrogator removed the needle, allowing his arm a moment's relief, but quickly introduced another layer of sensory discomfort. A steady stream of cold water poured onto the floor, dampening his clothes and chilling him as the interrogation continued. The cold seeped into Grouse's bones, combining with his exhaustion to create a creeping sense of hopelessness, which his captor exploited mercilessly. "You're only making this harder on yourself," the interrogator said, his voice almost bored. "You have nothing to gain from resisting. Just tell me why you're here." Grouse bit back a retort, breathing slowly as he mentally counted each heartbeat, clinging to every second to retain control. His silence was his only power, and he would not relinquish it. In Lin's room, the interrogator changed tactics again, releasing her bindings but dimming the lights to near darkness, allowing shadows to fill the room. She couldn't see her captor, only the faintest outline of his shape as he spoke, his voice disembodied. "Imagine it, alone in a foreign land with no way out," he whispered, his words chilling in the darkness. "Your silence won't save you, and your allies have likely already abandoned you. All you have left is a choice freedom or unending darkness." The darkness played tricks on her mind, her fatigue mixing with paranoia as the void around her seemed to expand. She knew it was a ploy, but it gnawed at her, unsettling her as she strained her senses to track any movement in the near-pitch blackness. She clutched her hands together, refusing to let her mind falter, reminding herself that her silence was her strength. In Hoffman's room, the interrogator intensified the cold treatment, removing the ice packs only to drench him again in freezing water, chilling him anew. His body was in shock, shivering violently as he fought to retain any semblance of control. Every shiver, every small gasp was a win for his captor, who studied him with clinical interest. "Tell us and you'll be spared this," the interrogator said, his tone almost gentle. "Why suffer so much? Just one word and it ends." Hoffman's voice came out in a shaky whisper, barely audible through his chattering teeth. "You think this is enough to break me?" The interrogator watched him for a moment, his eyes narrowed, then smirked. "Well, see how much longer that defiance lasts." In the control room, Taylor's satisfaction grew. They were close, he could feel it. While none of the captives had cracked fully, he could see that each one was reaching the edges of their limits. It was only a matter of time, and he was nothing if not patient. The intensification of tactics within each interrogation room continued to ratchet up, a meticulously calculated move by Taylor and his team to dissolve the spy's resistance through relentless, calculated suffering. Taylor's gaze was fixed on each screen, reading every micro-expression with a calculated eye. He could sense that they were getting closer to a breakthrough, their defiance slowly eroding. In Major Grouse's room, his interrogator circled him slowly, pausing to make the silence as oppressive as possible. The cold water continued to seep through Grouse's clothing, an unceasing trickle that combined with the remnants of the electric shocks to heighten his discomfort. "You understand that silence only worsens things, don't you?" the interrogator asked, his tone dispassionate, as if discussing something mundane. Grouse didn't answer, keeping his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the interrogator's shoulder, refusing to give even the smallest reaction. The interrogator's eyes flicked over Grouse, taking in his state with an almost clinical interest. He moved closer, dropping his voice, his words deliberately steady, devoid of inflection. "You don't belong here," he said softly. "You stick out. No history, no documentation, no origin. So why continue this charade?" He leaned closer, his voice a harsh whisper. "Why allow yourself to suffer for a cause that you know will eventually discard you?" Grouse's jaw tightened ever so slightly, a minute reaction that the interrogator noticed immediately. "I wonder," he continued, voice lowering further, "if the Empire even cares about you. The Trisenberg Empire has no shortage of pawns to use and dispose of. Do you think they'll lift a finger to save you now?" He waited, watching as Grouse's lips pressed together, his breathing just slightly deeper than before. Outside the room, Taylor leaned forward, his gaze trained on the screen. He could sense that this line of questioning was making a small dent in Grouse's resolve. He signaled to his aide, who relayed further instructions to the interrogator. Back in the room, the interrogator picked up a small vial, letting it dangle in his hand, swinging it gently so that the faint sound of liquid inside filled the silence. "This vial contains something very special," he said, his tone deceptively mild. "A simple solution that enhances sensitivity to pain. Just a few drops and every nerve in your body becomes hypersensitive. Imagine that every minor sensation amplified until even a whisper of wind becomes unbearable." Grouse's eyes followed the vial, his expression still, yet his posture tightened ever so slightly. The interrogator caught it, his smirk widening. "Or you can talk," he continued, his voice dropping to a murmur. "One name, one reason for why you're here. That's all it takes." Grouse's eyes lifted to meet the interrogator's, steady and unyielding. His silence was answer enough. The interrogator didn't wait. He unscrewed the cap, tipped a drop of the liquid onto a small cotton swab and brushed it along Grouse's arm, right where the previous needle had left a faint mark. Within seconds, Grouse's muscles tensed, his entire arm flaring with an intense, fiery pain that radiated through his nerves. Go on then, end this. The interrogator's voice was barely a whisper, leaning in so Grau could hear him clearly, feeling the searing pain as it intensified with each passing second. In Lieutenant Lin's room, her interrogator had dimmed the lights completely, leaving only a single faint bulb that cast distorted shadows across the room. The near darkness, combined with the continuous stream of disorienting sounds, created an oppressive atmosphere that made time seem endless. He leaned close, his voice low, methodical. "Yurei from the Trisenberg Empire." Errant Yulin's gaze didn't shift, her posture as still as stone, but the interrogator sensed a slight tightening in her shoulders. "You can keep quiet," he said, his tone casual, leaning back in his chair as if unconcerned. "But it's pointless. We already know enough. We know why Yurei here. The only thing you can gain by resisting is more time spent alone in this room, where there's nothing but you, me, and endless silence." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over her. Lin's breathing remained steady, her expression unmoved, yet there was a flicker in her eyes, a fleeting moment of tension that the interrogator caught. He leaned forward, his voice barely a whisper. "You think you're clever. You think you can hold out, that the Empire will somehow reward your loyalty. But what you don't understand is that we're patient. We don't need you to speak immediately. Eventually, everyone succumbs." She met his gaze with a cold glare, the faintest smirk on her lips. "You seem to enjoy listening to yourself speak." He gave a thin smile in return. "Oh, believe me, Lieutenant, it's not about enjoyment. This is a matter of time." He turned the sound in her headphones to the lullaby again, letting it play for only a few seconds before switching to static, then to silence. He watched her, noting each time her breathing changed, each minute shift in her posture. "I can see it's getting to you," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "It's only a matter of time." In Hoffman's room, the cold continued to gnaw at his bones, and his captor, seeing his resolve starting to waver, decided to push further. The interrogator placed his hand on Hoffman's shoulder, the icy fingers pressing down hard enough to cause pain in the already chilled muscles. He leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with contempt. "I wonder if you're truly as loyal as you pretend to be," he murmured. "Do you think your superiors will even remember your name when they learn you've been captured, or will you be just another expendable pawn in their games?" Hoffman's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, focusing on his breathing, mentally detaching from his body as best he could. The interrogator leaned back, smirking. "You're willing to endure this much suffering for people who will forget you the moment you're no longer useful to them. Tell me, what do you think they'll tell your family, or have they already trained them to expect that you may never come home?" Hoffman forced himself to remain steady, clenching his hands behind his back to suppress the urge to react. He had been trained for this, to disconnect his mind from his body's pain. But the interrogator's words dug at him in a way that physical pain couldn't. Outside, Taylor watched, his gaze focused and analytical. He could see Hoffman's resolve beginning to chip away under the combined effects of cold, exhaustion, and psychological pressure. He gave a subtle nod to his aide. "Bring in a personal item from each of them," he ordered. "Something they had on them when they were captured. Let's see if that triggers a response." A few moments later, Hoffman's interrogator returned, holding a small item, a watch Hoffman had been wearing at the time of his capture. He placed it on the table in front of Hoffman, saying nothing, letting the silent implication hang in the air. For the first time, Hoffman's gaze flickered. His eyes lingered on the watch for just a moment before he forced himself to look away. "Meaningful, isn't it?" the interrogator said softly, his tone almost mocking. "I wonder who you think about when you look at this. Someone waiting for you back home, perhaps, or maybe someone you want to see again." Hoffman's shoulders tensed, his control wavering as the interrogator's words drilled into the place where his resolve was weakest. In Grau's room, the interrogator placed a small, weathered photograph on the table, one that had been tucked into his clothing. It was a faded image of what appeared to be Grau in his younger years, possibly taken during his training days. "Didn't expect to see this again, did you?" his interrogator said smoothly. "It's remarkable, really, the small things we hold on to." Grau's eyes lingered on the photograph, and he clenched his fists, fighting to maintain his composure. The interrogator leaned forward, his voice soft but insistent. "They probably don't even remember you anymore," he whispered. "To them, you're just another lost soldier, replaceable, forgettable." Each word was a calculated blow, a small, precise erosion of Grau's carefully built defenses. Taylor observed the small cracks forming, sensing that they were getting closer. "They're near the edge," he murmured to his aide, satisfaction creeping into his tone. Turning to his aide, he muttered, "We're certain now. The agent's tactics, their responses, everything points to Trisenberg. His Excellency will want to know immediately." The aide nodded and hurried to make the necessary arrangements to brief Valoria's supreme leader. Taylor stayed behind, watching the screens with. These agents were formidable, yes, but they were human, and humans could be broken. "I'm sure that His Excellency would be pleased if they were to find out that the Trisenberg Empire had already made their move in the realm of infiltration." Too bad for them. Valoria is unlike any other country where one doesn't have identifications. In the heart of Trisenberg's imperial palace, Alexander awaited updates from his team back in Valoria. His diplomatic visit had been punctuated with carefully orchestrated meetings and formal receptions, but his mind was occupied by something far less ceremonious: the reports of spies captured within Valoria's borders. He had kept close tabs on the unfolding interrogations, knowing well the dangers that information leaks could pose. Julienne entered his quarters, her usual composed demeanor laced with urgency. She approached with a folder clasped in her hands, her eyes flicking up to meet his with an intensity that spoke before her words did. "Your Excellency, the latest intelligence from Minister Taylor has arrived," she said, passing the report into his hands. Alexander's expression hardened as he opened the folder. "The agents, any leads on their origin?" Julienne nodded, her voice steady. "Taylor's team confirmed it this morning. Their interrogation methods, while extreme, have produced results. They're from the Trisenberg Empire. Each agent is likely military trained, placed strategically in Valoria's industrial zones to observe and report on our advancements." Alexander's gaze remained fixed on the page before him, absorbing the details. His expression didn't waver, but Julienne, who had worked closely with him for years, sensed the subtle shift in his stance. His mind was calculating, rearranging strategies. He closed the folder and looked up at her. "Their objectives, while none of the agents have broken completely, the evidence suggests industrial espionage," she replied. "They've focused heavily on Valoria's manufacturing capabilities. Taylor suspects they were specifically tasked with mapping out our production capacity and reporting back any technological advancements." Alexander leaned back, a trace of disappointment shadowing his eyes. So the Trisenberg Empire decided to turn to such crude tactics after all. I had hoped their leadership would show more tact. Julienne hesitated before continuing. "And Your Excellency, it appears they've underestimated Valoria. Taylor's security measures were effective. It's likely they didn't expect our defenses to be so thorough." A faint, ironic smile tugged at Alexander's lips. "Indeed. The Empire may believe themselves discreet, but they overlook how well we know them and how prepared we are for precisely this kind of subterfuge." Julienne took a step closer, her voice dropping. "We should consider our next steps carefully, Your Excellency. Publicly addressing this would signal to Trisenberg that we're aware of their intentions, perhaps even deter them. But at the same time, any open accusation could strain our position here and cast us as overly aggressive. It's a delicate balance." He met her gaze, considering the implications. "What's the current status of the captured operatives they're holding up? Though Minister Taylor's team is close to breaking their resolve, one or two of them might speak soon. Taylor is using every measure at his disposal, and he's confident they'll eventually provide concrete confirmation of the Empire's involvement." "Good," Alexander replied, his tone cool and controlled. "Once we have undeniable proof, we'll hold a private discussion with the Trisenberg representatives. I have no intention of escalating this into a public scandal, but they need to understand that Valoria is not as blind as they'd like to believe." Julienne inclined her head in agreement. "I'll ensure Taylor is informed and that his methods remain discreet. Should we prepare a formal letter addressing the matter to the Trisenberg Intelligence Bureau?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Not yet. Let them assume their operatives are simply lost, or that they've failed to report back. It will foster an air of uncertainty on their end, and as for the operatives," he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let them break." Julienne's nod was sharp and precise. "Understood, Your Excellency. Shall I keep you updated on Taylor's progress?" "Yes," he replied, "but only report the essentials. This will remain in the shadows until we're prepared to cast light on it." Julienne bowed slightly and exited, leaving Alexander alone with his thoughts. As Julienne's footsteps faded down the corridor, Alexander allowed himself a moment to consider the unfolding situation. This revelation complicated his diplomatic visit. The Trisenberg Empire, bold enough to send agents into Valoria, had underestimated both the vigilance of his intelligence network and the extent of his patience. A discreet knock sounded at the door, interrupting his thoughts. His butler, Sebastian, entered and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, the Council is awaiting your presence for today's briefing on the trade agreements." Alexander sighed, putting the report aside. His diplomatic mission was designed to present Valoria as a partner, one with interests that spanned economic and technological growth. For the moment, he needed to keep his composure and focus on the negotiations, ensuring that any hint of suspicion would remain undetected by Trisenberg's leadership. He stood, adjusting the high collar of his military coat, before casting one last look at the report on his desk. "Inform them I'll join shortly. And send word to Julienne discreetly about our need for a private briefing later this evening." Sebastian nodded, a glint of understanding in his eyes. "Of course, Your Excellency." He exited the room, his footsteps silent on the polished floors. As Alexander entered the council chamber, he was met with the polite, expectant gazes of the Trisenberg officials seated around the long, polished table. The emperor's advisors and council members were strategically placed, each representing various facets of the empire's interests. At the head of the table sat the emperor himself, masked leader. The emperor greeted with a nod. "I trust you've had a productive morning indeed, your majesty." Valoria's trade interests align well with the empire's initiatives in agriculture and technology. He settled into his seat, carefully calibrating his demeanor to project a steady confidence without revealing the storm brewing beneath. The discussion turned quickly to trade routes, import taxes, and mutual economic benefits, topics Alexander handled expertly, but his thoughts kept straying back to the intelligence report. With each word exchanged in the chamber, he could feel the weight of his knowledge about the spies intensifying. For Trisenberg to breach Valorian security with such brazenness, they must have believed they could act with impunity, that their operatives would slip in and out undetected. As the meeting stretched on, the emperor studied the Valorian leader. "We're eager to strengthen ties with Valoria, and I sense your careful planning has brought us close to a resolution that benefits us both. Your dedication is admirable." Alexander gave a slight nod. "Valoria's future lies in mutual cooperation with trusted allies. I am here to ensure that trust remains unbroken." The emperor's gaze lingered a fraction longer, as if probing for something beyond the words, but he nodded approvingly. "Very well. With the groundwork in place, we may yet achieve our vision." The session adjourned shortly after, and Alexander quickly excused himself, citing preparations for the next day's engagements. He returned to his quarters to find Julienne waiting with fresh updates. "Your Excellency," she began, closing the door behind her, "Taylor has confirmed that one of the agents finally cracked. While the information is limited, it's consistent. These operatives were sent to monitor Valoria's industrial growth and report back on advancements, specifically in military applications." A quiet satisfaction settled over Alexander's expression. "Just as expected, the Empire is as predictable as ever." He gestured for her to continue. "Minister Taylor recommends we use this leverage discreetly. His team is prepared to gather further intelligence on the Trisenberg Empire's tactics, but he awaits your directive." Alexander folded his hands behind his back, pacing thoughtfully. "It's crucial that Trisenberg remains unaware of our full grasp of their intentions. They think they can observe us from the shadows without consequence. Let's encourage that assumption until it's in our best interest to reveal what we know." Julienne inclined her head. "Would you prefer we let Taylor pursue a countermove quietly, or would you like a more visible response once we're back in Valoria?" He considered the options. "Keep Taylor's actions subtle. For now, it's enough for Trisenberg to realize that their spies have gone dark. That alone will be unsettling. Let's hold our ground, observe their response, and when the time is right, remind them that Valoria does not tolerate such indiscretions." Julianne's lips curled into a faint smile. "Understood, Your Excellency. I'll ensure the message is relayed precisely." "Good." Paused, his gaze hardening as he thought of the Emperor. "And if any further details emerge about their training or superiors, I want them documented and sent to my private archive. Their methods and personnel are now our assets, and I intend to use every bit of knowledge they've inadvertently given us." Julienne nodded, knowing well that Alexander intended to dismantle Trisenberg's covert operations with precision. "Consider it done. I'll arrange for the files to be sent through encrypted channels. Only Taylor and I will handle them." With a final nod, Alexander dismissed her, watching as she left the room. Alone, he took a deep breath and turned to the window overlooking the sprawling capital of Trisenberg. His father had always prided himself on the Empire's stability, its unbreakable influence across regions and territories. But Valoria was rising, and if this incident proved anything, it was that his father's empire had begun to fear that rise. 2 hours later, in Alexander's room, a discreet knock interrupted his thoughts once again, and Sebastian entered, bowing. "Your Excellency, the evening preparations have been completed as you requested. Shall I arrange for a private dinner with the Emperor?" Alexander considered it, a small smile forming. "Yes, Sebastian. I think a private discussion is precisely what the Emperor and I need. After all, I am not planning on staying here any longer." As the palace staff moved quietly, setting the dining room for the private dinner, Alexander prepared himself in his quarters, his mind rehearsing every angle he might need to maneuver in his upcoming conversation with the Emperor. The reports from Valoria had solidified his stance. Valoria would neither forgive nor ignore Trisenberg's covert operations within their borders, but diplomacy required patience, finesse. The Emperor needed to believe that Alexander was here solely to secure their alliance. At the designated hour, Sebastian appeared at Alexander's door, signaling that the Emperor was ready. Alexander gave a curt nod, following his butler down the dimly lit hallways until they arrived at the private dining room. Heavy, ornate doors parted as he entered, revealing an intimate setting. Only the emperor and a single attendant were present, with the palace's usual formality dialed back. It was as though the emperor had anticipated a need for candid conversation. "Come, supreme leader of Valoria," the emperor beckoned, gesturing to the seat across from him. "I thought it only fitting for us to speak as equals, away from the crowds and formalities." Alexander inclined his head in acknowledgement, taking his seat with quiet composure. "It's an honor, Your Majesty," he replied smoothly, matching the emperor's tone. As the meal began, their discussion opened with pleasantries, reflections on the recent state visits, talk of mutual allies, and shared visions for stability across their territories. Alexander matched his father's conversational pace, offering insights and opinions but giving nothing that revealed his true purpose. He waited, biding his time, until the emperor broached the matter Alexander had anticipated. "Tell me," the emperor said, his gaze assessing, "how does Valoria perceive its future in relation to its allies specifically?" The empire. Alexander paused, meeting his father's gaze with calm confidence. "Valoria values alliances with nations whose strength and integrity align with ours. My visit here is meant to ensure that our nations build on that strength together." His words were carefully chosen, hinting at stability without committing to trust. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by Alexander's guarded response. "Yes, but alliances are delicate things, often strained by ambition or secrecy. Would you agree?" Alexander felt the subtle shift in his father's tone, the faint undertone of suspicion. "Indeed," he replied, leaning forward slightly, his gaze unwavering, "which is precisely why Valoria ensures transparency in all its dealings, and why we expect the same from those we partner with." The emperor set his wine glass down, his fingers resting lightly against the stem as he studied Alexander. "Interesting," he murmured. "Valoria has always been thorough in its approach to partnerships. I admire your vigilance." Alexander's mouth lifted in a small, ironic smile. Vigilance is a necessity in a world where ambitions often cross boundaries, sometimes without permission. A flicker of understanding crossed the emperor's face. "It seems like you have a point that you would like to get across." Alexander nodded, his expression carefully controlled. "Perhaps I do, Your Majesty. Valoria has always taken pride in its defenses, physical, intellectual, and strategic. It's unfortunate when certain nations fail to respect those boundaries, assuming their actions will go unnoticed." The emperor's face remained neutral, but his gaze was unyielding, a subtle spark of challenge flickering in his eyes. "Are you suggesting that the empire has overstepped those boundaries?" Alexander met his father's gaze with steely composure. "I am suggesting that certain activities within Valoria have made us reevaluate our alliances. A relationship built on mutual respect can only thrive if both parties uphold that respect. Don't you think?" The emperor leaned back, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his posture relaxed yet guarded. "And what would you propose Valoria do in response to perceived slights?" "Surely, escalating tensions over misunderstandings is not the answer. Escalation is never our goal," Alexander replied evenly. "But understanding, yes. I came here with the intent to strengthen our partnership, to reinforce trust. Yet Valoria cannot ignore certain developments that challenge that trust." The emperor studied him for a long moment, then took a sip of his wine. "I see that Valoria has developed quite the backbone under your leadership. Tell me, what would it take to reassure you?" Alexander allowed a moment's silence, carefully crafting his response. "Reassurance requires transparency, Your Majesty. If Trisenberg wishes to observe Valoria's growth, we would prefer it through official channels, rather than clandestine operations within our borders." The emperor's advisors exchanged quick, uneasy glances, their faces tight with barely restrained disapproval. One of them, a senior counselor with silvered hair and a sharply tailored coat, leaned forward, his voice laced with a thin veneer of politeness that couldn't quite mask his irritation. "Your Excellency," he began, addressing the emperor but keeping his eyes fixed on Alexander, "to insinuate that our empire would engage in clandestine operations against an allied nation is unexpected. Surely the supreme leader of Valoria would not accuse Trisenberg of such acts without evidence." The emperor raised a hand, silencing the counselor's objections with a calm authority. "The masked leader has been clear. He seeks transparency, not accusations." He turned to Alexander, his expression carefully neutral. "You must understand that the mere suggestion of espionage is delicate. The empire has always valued discretion in its dealings and would not easily be swayed by claims of unofficial actions." "I understand, Your Majesty. And I did not come to disrupt the trust between our nations, but to preserve it. Valoria's recent findings simply indicate that some individuals possibly acting outside your knowledge have shown a keen interest in our advances. I merely suggest a protocol, a way to prevent misunderstandings." The emperor's face remained impassive, though his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "A A protocol, you say yes. An agreement, if you will. A mutual understanding that if one nation is concerned with the technological and industrial developments of another, it will not resort to underhanded methods. Instead, inquiries would come through official, open channels. Valoria will make its progress known, and the Empire can choose to reciprocate as it deems fit, Alexander replied, the suggestion both conciliatory and challenging. Another advisor, this one younger and visibly affronted, leaned forward. But what you're proposing, Supreme Leader, implies a suspicion, a lack of trust in our alliance. Alexander's eyes turned cold, his voice dropping just enough to make the room feel smaller, more tense. Suspicion does not arise without cause, Counselor. It is trust that has brought me here to address this matter directly, rather than through measures Valoria could have chosen had we been less inclined toward diplomacy. The Emperor observed the exchange, his gaze fixed on Alexander. For a moment, the silence stretched. Finally, he inclined his head slightly, signaling the advisors to stand down. Your words are understood, masked leader, he said, his tone calm though his gaze remained unwavering. If Valoria feels transparency is essential to secure our alliance, then I am willing to explore this protocol. I do, however, hope that Valoria respects the sanctity of discretion in matters concerning our shared interests. Alexander allowed a faint smile. Of course, Your Majesty. It is discretion that brought this to your attention in the first place. The Emperor's lips pressed into a thin line as he regarded the supreme leader of Valoria. For a moment longer, then, with a nod to his advisors, he spoke again. This protocol you suggest will need careful drafting, I assume yes. My Chief of Staff, Julian, is prepared to handle the formalities with your designated officials. A discreet team with access to Valoria's records will ensure everything is correct. The Emperor gave a slight nod. Then we will consider it. The Emperor's gaze flickered toward his advisors, dismissing them with a nod. One by one, they filed out of the room, each casting wary, calculating glances at Alexander. When the heavy doors had closed, only the Emperor and Alexander remained. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then, almost as if conceding a private truth he kept guarded, the Emperor let out a slow, measured breath. Masked leader of Valoria, he began, his tone low and contemplative. I won't deny that your words tonight hold a certain accuracy. Alexander inclined his head, not yet breaking his steady, unreadable gaze. Accuracy, Your Majesty, yes. The Emperor's eyes dropped to his hands, resting lightly on the table, fingers intertwined in a pensive clasp. I trust you understand that for a nation to stay strong, sometimes it must see beyond its borders. That requires knowing what lies in the hearts and minds of those who could threaten it. Understanding threats beyond one's own borders, indeed, Alexander replied smoothly, choosing his words with equal care. But not all alliances are built on suspicion and subterfuge. Some are built on respect. The Emperor's lips pressed into a thin smile, acknowledging Alexander's unyielding response. Respect, yes, and yet history teaches us that even the strongest alliances often fray when ambitions grow. I don't expect a young leader like yourself to be blinded by idealism, and I am certain Valoria has its own mechanisms of vigilance. It is, after all, a sign of strength. Alexander allowed himself the faintest nod. Strength, indeed, requires vigilance, but we believe in engaging with allies openly. A strong nation does not need to hide in the shadows. The Emperor's eyes flickered with something akin to recognition, a subtle appreciation for the masked man's poise. You remind me of a young leader I once knew, he murmured, his tone introspective. A man willing to challenge his opponents with words as well as action. The Emperor leaned forward, his face shifting from contemplation to something sharper, more resolute. Let us not pretend any longer, then. I understand that operatives may have been placed in Valoria. Sometimes even an emperor must oversee such matters personally, lest they escape control. Alexander's composure never wavered. I see. Then you would admit that these operatives were acting under imperial directive. The Emperor met his gaze squarely, allowing a small, almost imperceptible nod. They were sent, yes, but not out of malice. Their purpose was merely to gauge the depths of Valoria's capabilities, a protective measure, you understand. I assume you've taken similar precautions in your rule. Nope, Alexander shook his head. I see it's a blunder on us then. The dawn sky over Trisenberg was a palette of pale blues and oranges as Alexander stood at the balcony of his quarters, watching the morning light touch the rooftops of the city. The early hour was quiet, save for the occasional distant chime of church bells echoing through the streets. Today marked the end of his diplomatic visit, a visit that had yielded more than he initially anticipated. Julianne entered the room without ceremony, her expression as composed as ever, but with a subtle intensity that spoke volumes. Your Excellency, the preparations for your departure are complete. The convoy will be ready within the hour. Oh, at last. Alexander exclaimed softly and added, After that talk with the Emperor about the espionage, I am eager to put this city behind me, Alexander finished, his voice low and measured, laced with subtle impatience. He turned from the sunrise, letting the morning's chill settle briefly on his skin before stepping back into the warmth of his quarters. Julianne inclined her head, understanding the significance of his mood. I trust your discussion last night yielded clarity. Alexander's eyes narrowed as he recalled the Emperor's reluctant acknowledgement of Trisenberg's actions. It did, more than I expected, he replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. Now we know where we truly stand. Julianne shifted her stance, clasping her hands behind her back. The Emperor's admittance was a calculated move. He believes it will buy him time or favor. Perhaps Alexander agreed, his expression unreadable, but he miscalculated Valoria's patience. He strode to the writing desk by the window, a polished piece adorned with gold inlays, and gathered the sealed report summarizing their findings. I need Taylor and his team to prepare the next phase. The Emperor will watch for overt responses, so we must remain one step ahead. Julianne's nod was sharp, her eyes catching the early light as it painted a line across her face. I'll have Minister Taylor informed before we land. Your directives will be carried out immediately. Good, Alexander said, slipping the report into a secure leather case. He glanced back at Julianne, a trace of satisfaction breaking his otherwise stoic features. Valoria will not show its full hand until the board is set. Julianne took this as her cue to leave and coordinate the final arrangements. As the door closed behind her, Alexander's mind wandered to the Emperor's final words during their private conversation. The tacit acknowledgement of the Empire's espionage efforts still echoed in his mind, mingled with the faint, unspoken promise of a response, one that would remind Trisenberg of the delicate balance they were on the verge of upsetting. The convoy moved with swift precision, an orchestrated sequence of vehicles that passed through the palace gates and wound through Trisenberg's cobbled streets. Guards in imperial garb stood watch as the Valorian delegation passed, their eyes sharp but expressions neutral. Alexander sat in the lead car, his mask concealing any sign of emotion, though his eyes were keen, absorbing every detail of the route and the people who watched them from balconies and street corners. The car's interior was silent, save for the faint hum of the engine and the rustle of papers as Julianne reviewed a set of coded messages on her lap. She looked up briefly, meeting Alexander's gaze through the reflection in the tinted window. Taylor's latest report indicates the agent's debriefs are yielding actionable intelligence. Names, structures, confirmations of the network. Alexander's jaw tightened slightly, the only outward hint of his approval. By the time we land in Valoria, I expect a comprehensive plan drafted for dismantling their network. We need to send a message that cannot be misunderstood. Understood, Your Excellency, Julianne replied, her voice unwavering. The convoy reached the private airfield just as the sun climbed higher, bathing the tarmac in a golden glow. The aircraft awaited, its sleek frame gleaming under the morning light. Guards formed a perimeter as Alexander stepped out of the car, his coat catching in the breeze. He cast one last glance at the distant spires of the imperial city before boarding. As the engines roared to life and the aircraft began its ascent, the capital of Trisenberg faded beneath them, reduced to a patchwork of rooftops and winding streets. Alexander sat back in his seat, eyes closing for a moment as the tension of the past days began to unwind. Julianne settled across from him, her hands folded neatly. We'll be back in Valoria before midday. Shall I arrange for a private briefing with Minister Taylor upon arrival? Yes, Alexander confirmed, a touch of anticipation tightening his expression. Julianne made a quick note, her pen gliding across a page of meticulous handwriting. She looked up once more. Minister Taylor will have everything prepared for your review. We'll ensure there are no delays. The cabin settled into a focused silence as the plane continued its ascent, the cityscape shrinking until it disappeared beneath a blanket of clouds. Alexander took a deep breath, the subtle hum of the engines vibrating through his seat. The air carried a charged stillness, the calm before the storm. Hours later, the plane began its descent, cutting through the late morning sky above Valoria. As the aircraft touched down, Alexander stood, smoothing the front of his coat. Julianne rose as well, tucking her notes under her arm. The tarmac was a flurry of movement. Guards stood at attention as the doors opened, and a gust of warm air filled the cabin. Alexander descended first, his mask gleaming in the sunlight, the imposing figure of a leader who had just returned from enemy territory. Waiting at the base of the stairs was Minister Taylor, his posture upright and eyes sharp. Your Excellency, Taylor greeted with a respectful nod. Welcome back. We have much to discuss. Alexander's gaze met Taylor's, a silent understanding passing between them. We'll begin immediately. Assemble the team in the Situation Room. Taylor nodded, stepping aside as Alexander and Julianne made their way to the waiting convoy. The drive to the central government complex was brisk, the streets of the capital city alive with the usual energy of commerce and politics. But today, there was an underlying tension, a sense of urgency that permeated through the convoy as it wove its way through the heart of Valoria. Inside the Situation Room, a semicircle of screens displayed live feeds, reports, and strategic maps. Senior intelligence officials and key military advisors were already seated, the quiet buzz of conversation halting as Alexander entered. Minister Taylor, Alexander said, taking his place at the head of the table. Brief me on the current findings. Taylor stepped forward, pressing a button on the table's console to illuminate a map of Trisenberg's known intelligence network. Your Excellency, during your absence, our interrogations yielded significant insights. We've confirmed that the operatives were under orders from the highest military echelons in Trisenberg. Their directives focused on surveillance of our key industrial sites and military advancements. Alexander's eyes swept over the faces in the room. And their connections within Valoria, there was none, Your Excellency. They completely made up their own networks, circumventing any local affiliations. It appears they operated with utmost discretion, using a rotating set of handlers and communication channels to avoid detection. A murmur rippled through the room. Alexander's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he processed this. So they embedded themselves deeply without relying on any known sympathizers within Valoria, he said, his voice cold and analytical. Impressive, but also a grave mistake. Julianne spoke up. This approach makes their operation more difficult to track but leaves them isolated. Without local support, they were more vulnerable than they anticipated. Of course they won't have sympathizers, as the populace here in Valoria are coded to be loyal to me, not to foreign entities. Exactly, Your Excellency. This loyalty, this unity, is what gives us an edge that foreign intelligence agencies cannot replicate. They miscalculated Valoria's social and political fabric. Their operatives relied solely on external resources and covert methods, which made them vulnerable. Now let's discuss how to prevent this from happening again, Alexander continued, his gaze sweeping over the officials gathered in the room. We need to expand our counterintelligence protocols and ensure that even the most sophisticated infiltration methods are thwarted. I want a comprehensive review of our surveillance strategies at all critical sites, military, industrial, and research facilities. Well, get it done, Your Excellency, Taylor confirmed with a resolute nod, a sense of purpose hardening his features. Our best minds will collaborate to upgrade every security layer, incorporating the newest advancements in anomaly detection and behavioral analytics. We'll ensure that any deviation, no matter how minor, is flagged and investigated. Alexander's gaze moved around the room, meeting the eyes of each senior official. This is not just a response, it is a declaration. Valoria will not be an easy mark. We are aware, we are prepared, and we will protect what is ours. Julianne stepped forward, voice firm and unwavering. We will initiate the updates immediately, Your Excellency. The Empire will learn that their overreach has consequences. December 20th, 1938. At the Palace of Volkschau, Alexander perused the reports from different ministries as usual, noting all of their updates and progress on their projects and developments. So far, all was satisfactory, and he wanted to keep it that way where his ministries are being efficient on their work and contributions to Valoria's growth. As he flipped through the final report, a knock at the door disrupted the silence. Enter, Alexander said, his voice echoing through the cavernous office. Julianne stepped in, carrying a sealed document. Her usual composed demeanor had an added edge of urgency. Your Excellency, this is a detailed proposal about Valoria's defense against a spy that is entering our country. Please have a look. Alexander's eyes sharpened as he set aside the reports and reached for the sealed document. The weight of it in his hands and the subtle imprint of Minister Taylor's mark indicated its importance. With a swift motion, he broke the seal and unfolded the papers, scanning the meticulously written proposal. The room was silent except for the faint rustle of pages as Alexander's gaze moved rapidly over the lines. The report detailed a plan for bolstering counterintelligence efforts, leveraging Valoria's unique technological advancements and its citizens' loyalty. There were diagrams outlining network expansions, enhanced surveillance grids, and methods for real-time threat assessment. He looked up, meeting Julianne's expectant eyes. This is thorough, he remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Taylor has outdone himself. This plan has the potential to strengthen our security beyond even my expectations. Julianne inclined her head. Minister Taylor ensured that all aspects were covered, from immediate countermeasures to long-term deterrence. The proposal includes a multi-tiered approach focusing not just on detection, but also on neutralization and containment. Alexander placed the papers down, a contemplative look in his eyes. Our intelligence apparatus must remain unassailable. The Empire's recent moves suggest they're probing for weak spots. We need to ensure they find none. The Council is prepared to discuss this immediately, Your Excellency. They're waiting in the grand strategy room, Julianne said. Then we won't keep them waiting, Alexander simply said as he rose to his feet. Alexander adjusted the collar of his uniform and walked down the marble corridors with Julianne by his side. Guards stood at attention as they passed at the doors of the grand strategy room. They were opened by attendants, revealing a space filled with maps, military charts, and senior officials seated around a large table. Each official rose in acknowledgement as Alexander entered. "Your Excellency," Minister Taylor said, nodding. He gestured to the main screen displaying a detailed diagram of Valoria's critical sites. "We're ready to present the next steps." Alexander sat at the head of the table, eyes scanning the room. "Proceed." Taylor pressed a button and the screen focused on key sites marked with surveillance grids. "Our current security has been effective, but we need to strengthen it. We propose 3 main measures." He continued, first, expanding surveillance at critical locations, using updated detection systems for instant alerts. A few nods showed agreement as Taylor moved on. Second, integrating counterintelligence operatives within civilian and military operations to spot and stop threats early. Alexander leaned forward, and the third Taylor kept his gaze steady. Public awareness campaigns to remind citizens of their role in national security. Their vigilance is essential. Elaborate on those 3, Alexander ordered. Taylor nodded and clicked a button, bringing up detailed breakdowns on the screen. First, to expand surveillance, we propose enhancing our network of field operatives and stationary observation posts with upgraded listening devices and early warning systems. We'll place additional personnel in strategic locations, equipped with binoculars, radios, and telegraph lines for immediate communication. A murmur of agreement swept through the room. Alexander's eyes remained fixed on Taylor, prompting him to continue. Second, integrating counterintelligence operatives within civilian and military operations, Taylor said. These agents will be trained to identify suspicious behavior and report it discreetly. They will blend in as factory workers, office clerks, and military aides, ensuring that no area is overlooked. Alexander nodded, his expression focused. Make sure they are well trained in recognizing subtle patterns that indicate infiltration. Understood, Your Excellency, Taylor said before moving to the final point. The third measure is public awareness. We suggest launching a campaign using printed pamphlets, newspapers, and radio broadcasts. These will remind citizens of their duty to report any unusual activities they observe, fostering a culture of vigilance and trust in the government's efforts. "And is this project, are these within your budgets?" Alexander asked. "This is covered under our yearly allocations," Taylor assured. "We have streamlined resources to make sure these measures fit within our current budget. We anticipated a need for expanded counterintelligence and adjusted accordingly during our last review." Alexander's eyes flicked over the gathered officials, noting their attentive stances. "Good, I want this implemented immediately. Ensure all relevant departments are informed and that cooperation between civilian oversight and military intelligence is seamless." Taylor nodded, a look of determination crossing his face. "We'll begin coordinating with the necessary units and setting up initial phases today, Your Excellency." Alexander's gaze softened just a fraction. "Valoria's strength is in its vigilance. Let our response serve as a reminder that any who dare challenge us will find their efforts wasted." Julianne stepped forward, her voice steady. "I'll oversee the synchronization between the ministries to expedite the rollout." "See that you do," Alexander said, rising from his seat. The meeting was concluded with a collective understanding the work to fortify Valoria against all threats had begun. Over the following days, Valoria's government machinery shifted into high gear. Ministers, intelligence officials, and military leaders met in quick succession, coordinating efforts and fine-tuning operations. Communications between departments flowed steadily, and command centers across the nation were abuzz with coded messages relayed over telegraph lines. Field operatives were swiftly dispatched to critical sites, each equipped with enhanced listening devices and portable radios. Observation posts, previously reserved for the most vital points, were expanded to cover lesser monitored areas, ensuring that potential entry points for espionage were scrutinized. Operatives discreetly took positions in factories, offices, and military outposts, blending seamlessly with the workforce. In the capital's heart, pamphlets rolled off printing presses, carrying clear instructions for citizens on identifying and reporting suspicious behavior. Radio broadcasts followed, reinforcing the message with authoritative voices that spoke directly to the population. Vigilance was a civic duty. Julianne moved between the coordination rooms, ensuring that reports from each phase were sent to Alexander's office. Minister Taylor, meanwhile, held daily briefings, updating Alexander on the deployment progress and early observations. Each day brought new information, signs that Valoria's fortified network was already paying off. reports of suspicious movements and activities began to surface, most of them minor, but each handled with the utmost seriousness. A few initial cases proved to be false alarms, but the steady stream of reports demonstrated that the public awareness campaign was working. Factories reported workers who had been seen loitering without explanation, and train stations noted unfamiliar faces asking probing questions. Each incident was documented and fed into Valoria's growing database, creating a web of potential leads. Counterintelligence operatives embedded in these sites verified reports and coordinated follow-up checks, ensuring that no report was dismissed without due consideration. One evening, Julianne brought a fresh set of updates to Alexander's office. Well, the updates are effective so far. Looks like we don't have a spy in our midst. Though there are still people who are our citizen that will act irrationally, but that is just part of their behavior and nothing to worry about, Julianne said, placing the file on Alexander's desk. Alexander glanced up from his papers, his eyes focused as he took in her words. Good. It's important we differentiate between genuine threats and normal human behavior. The last thing we need is unnecessary panic. Julianne nodded. Exactly, Your Excellency. Our operatives have been instructed to remain vigilant but fair. We're ensuring they can discern between benign behavior and actions that warrant investigation. Alexander leaned back, a rare moment of ease settling over his features. Ensure that the people know we are watching over them, not watching them. The balance between vigilance and trust must be maintained. Understood. The public response so far has been positive. People appreciate the reminder that they play a role in Valoria's strength. A faint smile tugged at Alexander's lips. Let it stay that way. We cannot afford complacency, but we must not breed fear. Julianne's eyes glimmered with agreement. I'll relay that to Minister Taylor and ensure that our operatives maintain this approach. Good, Alexander said, a note of finality in his voice. Keep the reports coming. Valoria's vigilance must be unwavering. And also, I want an update on the Kingdom of Zambesi situation. Well, about the Kingdom of Zambesi, Julianne recalled important notes about the issue. They seem to have already partnered with the Trisenberg Empire. Oh, I see, then that's where we are going to start, Alexander replied. On December 24, 1938, the city of Valoria was alive with the promise of celebration. A fresh blanket of snow had fallen overnight, covering the capital's rooftops, cobblestone streets, and grand plazas with a pristine, glistening layer. The early morning sunlight cast a soft glow on the towering spires of Volkschau, which loomed over the city as a symbol of strength and unity. Today, however, the imposing structure was adorned with garlands of evergreen and banners in the royal crimson and gold, signaling a shift from its usual austere presence to one that embraced the spirit of the season. Inside the palace, Alexander reviewed reports in his private study, his eyes moving quickly over the lines of text. The work was never-ending, even during holidays, but today held a different purpose. He set down the last report with a satisfied nod. Valoria's ministries were performing efficiently, ensuring that the machinery of the state ran smoothly and without interruption. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, Alexander said, his voice carrying through the quiet room. Julianne stepped inside, her presence a blend of professionalism and a rare, subtle warmth. In her hands, she held a small stack of documents bound with a crimson ribbon. Your Excellency, the preparations for tonight's Christmas celebration are complete, she said. The people are already gathering in the city square for the lighting ceremony. Alexander's expression softened, a sign of approval. Good. Tonight, Valoria will stand not only as a bastion of strength, but as a community that values unity and joy. We must remind our citizens of what we protect. Yes, Your Excellency, Julianne replied, a hint of a smile touching her lips. Shall I inform Minister Taylor that your speech is prepared? Alexander nodded. Ensure the broadcast is seamless. This message must reach every household. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the square outside Volkschau became a hub of excitement. Families gathered, bundled in thick coats and scarves, their faces flushed with cold and anticipation. Children played in the snow, their laughter ringing through the crisp air, while vendors sold roasted chestnuts and warm cider from carts decorated with holly. At the heart of the square stood a colossal fir tree, its branches adorned with strings of polished glass baubles and silver ribbons that caught the flickering light of the lanterns. Workers moved quickly to set up the final touches, candles that would be lit at the climax of the ceremony, casting a soft glow over the crowd. Inside the palace, the grand hall was transformed into a scene of elegance and celebration. Tables were set with dishes that represented the season-roasted meats, spiced fruit cakes, candied nuts, and mulled wine. Military officials, government ministers, and their families mingled, their usual stern expressions softened by the festivities. The hum of conversation and the occasional burst of laughter filled the hall, a reminder that even the most vigilant could take a moment to celebrate. Alexander stood near the entrance to the hall, observing the scene with a keen eye. His uniform was immaculate, the crimson and gold trim catching the light of the chandeliers above. He caught sight of General Faulkner, a stalwart presence in the room, speaking animatedly with a group of younger officers. The general raised his glass in a silent salute when their eyes met, a gesture Alexander returned with a slight nod. Julianne approached with a report in hand. "Everything is in place, Your Excellency. The broadcast equipment has been tested, and the city square is ready for your address." Alexander's gaze shifted to the large windows that overlooked the square below. The flicker of lanterns and the movement of thousands of people created a mosaic of light and shadow. "Then it's time," he said, his voice steady. Julianne led the way to the platform that had been set up outside the main entrance of Vauxhall. As Alexander stepped onto it, a hush fell over the crowd. The anticipation was palpable, the only sound the gentle rustling of coats and the distant chime of church bells marking the hour. Torches and lanterns illuminated the square, casting a warm, golden glow that contrasted with the cold air. Alexander's voice, amplified by the carefully placed speakers, resonated across the square and into homes through the radio waves. "Citizens of Valoria," he began, his tone clear and unwavering. "Tonight we gather not as soldiers or officials, but as one people united in celebration. This year has challenged us, tested our resolve, but through it all we have stood together, unwavering in our dedication to Valoria." A murmur of agreement swept through the crowd, faces alight with pride and gratitude. The giant tree behind him stood as a testament to their resilience, its branches heavy with ornaments that glittered in the firelight. "As we light this tree, let it remind us of the light we hold within ourselves," Alexander continued, "a light that no challenge can dim. We are strong because we are vigilant, yes, but also because we are a community bound by loyalty, hope, and shared purpose." With a nod to the attendant at his side, Alexander stepped back as the first candle was lit at the base of the tree. One by one, the flames spread upward, each new point of light reflected in the eyes of those gathered. When the final candle at the tree's pinnacle was lit, the crowd erupted in applause, the sound carrying into the night like a wave. Inside the palace, the festivities continued with renewed energy. Musicians played lively tunes on violins and flutes, filling the hall with music that invited dancing and laughter. Young couples swirled across the floor, while older guests shared stories and raised their glasses in toasts. Alexander returned to the grand hall, observing the scene with a rare sense of contentment. For tonight, the worries of espionage and vigilance were set aside, replaced by the warmth of celebration and camaraderie. Julianne approached once more, a glass of mulled wine in hand. "To Valoria's unity," she said, offering it to him. He accepted the glass, raising it slightly. "To our people and their unyielding spirit." As the clock struck 11:58 in the evening, Julianne approached Alexander. "Your Excellency, it's time for you to make a speech to your people." Alexander nodded, setting down the glass of mulled wine. The warmth of the festivities, while heartening, was momentarily set aside as he focused on the importance of what was to come. This speech would mark Valoria's first Christmas celebration as a nation unified in both strength and spirit. He stepped onto the elevated platform inside the grand hall, facing the large arched windows that overlooked the square outside. The murmurs in the room subsided as guests turned their attention to him, and a hush fell over the square as the radio broadcast clicked into place. The golden hands of the clock on Vauxhall's towering spire inched closer to midnight. "Citizens of Valoria," Alexander began, his voice deep and steady, resonating through the hall and out into the city via the radio waves. "Tonight, as we gather under the glow of lights and the embrace of our shared spirit, we celebrate not just a season, but a promise of peace, unity, and resilience." The crowd outside stood in rapt attention, their breath visible in the cold night air. Children, wide-eyed with wonder, huddled close to their parents, while older citizens, who had seen the nation through its trials, listened with solemn pride. "This year has brought challenges," Alexander continued, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces beyond the windows. "It has tested our mettle and shown us the strength we hold when we stand together. But let tonight be a testament to what we are capable of, not just in times of struggle, but in moments of joy and peace." The tree behind him, now fully lit and glowing with a soft, warm light, seemed to symbolize his words. The branches glistened with frost and baubles, reflecting the flickering glow of the candles. "I vow to each of you," he said, his tone deepening with conviction, "that as long as Valoria stands, we will strive to ensure that every family, every citizen can celebrate this season in peace. This will not be just a moment, but a tradition, a beacon of hope that will shine year after year." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Inside the grand hall, guests exchanged nods and raised their glasses in silent agreement. The city square remained quiet, with eyes fixed on Alexander's commanding figure. "The strength of Valoria is found not only in our vigilance, but in our compassion and unity," he added. Let the light of this night be a reminder that together, we will build a future where peace is not just a hope, but a reality. As the clock's hands aligned at midnight, a collective cheer rose from the square, mingling with the final notes of the church bells that marked the hour. Alexander paused, letting the sounds of celebration wash over the city. Fireworks meticulously prepared shot into the sky, exploding in bursts of crimson and gold that mirrored the banners draped over Volkschau. He looked at Julianne, who stood nearby, eyes bright with the success of the night. She offered a small nod, one that conveyed their mutual understanding. This was more than a speech, it was a pledge, a commitment that would shape the path of Valoria for years to come. Alexander turned back to the crowd, a rare, genuine smile breaking through his usual composure. "Merry Christmas, Valoria," he said, his voice softer now but no less resolute. "May this night be the first of many, filled with peace and unwavering hope." December 26, 1938, somewhere near the coast of Valoria, a Ruthenian submarine was cruising underneath the ocean as it propelled toward Valoria. The captain of the submarine, a stern man named Viktor Petrov, stood in the control room surrounded by the soft glow of gauges and the low hum of machinery. His weathered face was set with determination as he monitored their approach on the navigational chart. The submarine had been given explicit orders: gather intelligence on Valoria's coastal defenses and report back without being detected. "Depth at 200 meters and steady, Captain," reported Lieutenant Sergei Ivanov, a young officer with sharp eyes trained on the sonar screen. The rhythmic pings echoed in the confined space, confirming that their route was clear for now. "Captain, I have a gut feeling that this is a dangerous mission," said Lieutenant Ivanov, glancing uneasily at Victor. His voice was low, barely audible over the hum of machinery, but the weight of his words was unmistakable. Victor turned to Sergei, his expression stern but understanding. "Danger is part of the job, Lieutenant," he replied evenly, "but we know what's at stake. The Ruthenia Empire wants to know the naval capabilities of Valoria. The Trisenberg Empire doesn't provide much data on their current military capabilities, so we have to go and find out for ourselves," Victor finished, his eyes narrowing with determination. The crew, though tense, nodded in silent acknowledgement. Every man on board understood the risks. Their mission was crucial for the Ruthenian Empire's strategic planning. Sergei's eyes flicked back to the sonar screen, and his expression suddenly changed. His fingers hovered over the controls, trembling slightly as he processed the new information appearing before him. "Captain," he said, his voice now sharp with urgency, "we've picked up something moving fast and heading straight for us." Victor's face hardened, and he moved swiftly to stand behind Sergei, eyes fixed on the sonar display. The contact was closing in quickly, too fast to be a school of fish or underwater debris. "Range," Victor barked. "Closing at 800 meters and decreasing rapidly," Sergei replied, sweat beginning to form on his brow. The blip on the sonar grew larger with each passing second, a predator zeroing in on its prey. Victor took a deep breath, his mind racing through their options. "All hands, prepare for evasive maneuvers," he commanded, his voice firm and unyielding. The crew sprang into action, their movements disciplined and precise despite the rising tension. "Adjust depth, take us down to 300 meters, Victor ordered. "Silent running, maintain course but reduce speed." The submarine's engines hummed as it descended deeper into the cold, dark water. The crew watched the sonar display, their eyes wide with apprehension. The approaching contact was now at 500 meters and still heading straight for them. Sergei's hands clenched the edges of the control panel. "Captain, it's too precise, they might have detected us." Victor's eyes met Sergei's for a brief moment, a silent understanding passing between them. "Steady, Lieutenant, let's not make it easy for them." The seconds stretched into an eternity as the contact closed in to within 300 meters. The men held their breath, the creaks of the hull under pressure, and the faint sound of water rushing past their only companions. "Hold course," Victor whispered, his voice barely audible. The tension in the control room was suffocating, each crew member straining to hear the faintest change in the soundscape around them. Suddenly, the sonar emitted a sharp, staccato beep as the contact veered off to the side, moving parallel to their position. "They were sweeping the area," Sergei whispered, relief mingled with dread. The crew exchanged nervous glances, the unspoken question clear. Had they been detected, or was it just a close call? Victor's eyes stayed glued to the screen as the contact hovered at a distance, then slowly began to move away, disappearing into the depths. "What could it be?" one of the crews asked. "It could be a submarine," I heard a faint rumbling, like an engine running silently, another crew member muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The control room remained tense, each man listening intently to the muted sounds that filtered through the submarine's hull. "What are the chances that they actually found us and is playing a waiting game?" Sergei asked, his voice tight with worry. Victor's jaw clenched as he considered the possibility. It was not uncommon for more advanced navies to feign disengagement, only to strike when their target resumed movement. He took a steadying breath and addressed the crew. "We wait. Do not make any sudden moves. If this is a trap, we need to be patient and let them reveal their intentions first." The crew nodded, their expressions set with grim determination. The moments that followed felt like hours as the submarine remained motionless, the quiet pings from the sonar screen their only company. Victor could feel the weight of the ocean pressing down on the hull, the oppressive silence a stark reminder of the dangers they faced. Suddenly, the sonar let out another ping and echo that indicated the contact had shifted direction once more. This time, it was heading away at a steady pace. "It's moving off," Sergei whispered, exhaling the breath he had been holding. A wave of cautious relief washed over the crew. Victor's eyes remained narrowed as he studied the sonar screen, refusing to let down his guard too quickly. As Victor watched the sonar screen with hawk-like focus, the relief in the control room was short-lived. A sudden, sharp beep echoed through the confined space, causing everyone to freeze. Sergei's eyes darted to the screen, his face going pale. "Captain." Sergei shouted, his voice cracking under the pressure. "The contact, it's coming back, and fast. This time it's a torpedo." A chill swept through the room as the implications set in. Victor's heart pounded as he snapped into action. Full evasive maneuvers, helm hard to port, dive deeper, 400 meters now. The crew erupted into a frenzy of motion, each man executing his orders with the efficiency born of rigorous training. The submarine groaned as it shifted course, tilting as it descended into the abyss. "Sound the alarm," Victor barked. The blaring klaxon filled the control room, drowning out the ambient noise of machinery. The Ruthenian submarine strained against the crushing pressure of the deep, its metal shell creaking ominously as it pushed beyond its recommended depth. Impact in 30 seconds. Sergei called out, his voice hoarse as he clutched the sonar panel. Victor's eyes were steely as he surveyed the scene. Every breath felt heavy, each second stretching into eternity. "Deploy countermeasures." He ordered. The crew acted swiftly, their movements honed by countless drills. A sailor rushed to the controls for the countermeasure launch, his hands moving with precision as he pulled levers and pressed switches. The submarine released a series of mechanical noisemakers, cylindrical devices designed to emit loud, erratic sounds that mimicked the noise of a submarine's engines. Countermeasures deployed. The sailor shouted, sweat glistening on his brow. The devices sank into the cold, dark water, releasing bursts of noise that reverberated through the depths. The soundscape was suddenly chaotic, with overlapping echoes that bounced back to the sonar screen in a cacophony of pings. Sergei's eyes darted back and forth, trying to make sense of the confusion on the display. "Hold course, stay steady," Victor commanded. The submarine's engines quieted as they shifted to minimal power, maintaining silent running to avoid giving away their true location. 15 seconds. Sergei's voice cut through the din like a knife, the countdown pounding in every man's chest. The crew waited, each heartbeat a drum roll as they braced for impact or salvation. The moments ticked by, each second stretching into a small eternity. Finally, a muffled resonated through the hull, followed by the faint sound of an explosion in the distance. One of the countermeasures had done its job, and the torpedo detonated harmlessly away from the submarine's path. The brief moment of relief that filled the control room was shattered when the sonar emitted another warning beep, louder and more insistent. Sergei's eyes widened as a new contact appeared on the screen. "Captain, another torpedo," Sergei shouted, his voice straining under the weight of panic. This time, the approaching signal was even faster. Victor's heart clenched. The Valorian submarine had fired a second torpedo, this one more deliberate and deadly. Evasive maneuvers, full speed ahead, starboard. He commanded, hoping to turn the submarine just enough to evade the strike. The metallic groan of the submarine echoed through the hull as it pivoted sharply. The crew gripped their stations, eyes locked on the sonar display, the tense air buzzing with their collective fear. 10 seconds to impact. Sergei called out, his voice thin with dread. The submarine surged forward, engines roaring as it pushed to outrun the oncoming projectile. But Victor knew it was too close, too fast. His jaw tightened as he barked, "Brace for impact." A sudden, violent shudder ripped through the submarine as the torpedo struck the aft section. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the vessel, followed by the groaning of metal as it twisted and buckled under the force. Sparks erupted from control panels, and the dim lights flickered erratically. "Damage report." Victor shouted over the chaos as smoke began to fill the control room, stinging the eyes and throats of the crew. A technician staggered to a nearby panel, coughing as he assessed the damage. "Severe damage to the propulsion system, Captain. We're taking on water in the aft compartments. Seal off the affected sections," Victor commanded, his mind racing through the emergency procedures. "Sergei, status on the enemy contact." Sergei wiped the sweat and soot from his face, eyes darting across the sonar display. "It's still out there, circling like a shark." Shit, the frigid waters off the Valorian coast were deceptively calm, cloaked in darkness and secrecy. Beneath the ocean's surface, the Valorian submarine lurked in the depths, a silent predator poised to strike. Its sleek, dark hull blended seamlessly with the shadowy currents, rendering it nearly invisible to those who dared trespass into its territory. Inside the submarine, the command room pulsed with an urgent tension. The red glow of emergency lights cast deep shadows, painting the determined faces of the crew in sharp relief. The rhythmic beeping of the sonar punctuated the low hum of machinery, the only sound in an otherwise suffocating silence. Commander Elias Rourke stood at the center, a towering figure of focus and resolve. His sharp eyes scanned the sonar screen, noting the damaged Ruthenian submarine that still clung to life, its position wavering as it fought to maintain control. The previous torpedo strike had crippled its propulsion, but it was not enough. It was still within range, a potential threat that needed to be eradicated. Contact confirmed, came the steady voice of the sonar operator, his eyes darting across the readings. Target is holding position. Propulsion system shows significant damage, but it's still active. Rourke nodded, his expression hardening. Good, prepare torpedo tubes 3 and 4, he ordered, his voice even but carrying the weight of finality. Aye, Commander. The crew moved with swift, practiced efficiency, hands working the controls and levers with a precision born from countless hours of drills. The metallic clank of loading mechanisms resonated through the control room, followed by the dull of torpedoes locking into place. The air crackled with anticipation, heavy and electric. Rourke's eyes, cold and unyielding, swept the room before settling on his first officer, who met his gaze and nodded in silent affirmation. The tension in the room thickened, the red lights casting an ominous glow over the faces of the men who waited for the command that would decide the fate of their adversaries. Outside, the sea embraced the torpedoes as they launched from their tubes, two sleek harbingers of destruction slicing through the dark, icy water. The sudden propulsion caused a faint vibration that resonated back through the hull, and the silence in the command room deepened as everyone listened, hearts pounding in unison with the rhythmic thrum of the sonar. Track the torpedoes, Rourke said, his voice tight, eyes locked on the sonar screen. The blips representing the torpedoes inched closer to their target, and the seconds dragged, each heartbeat measured and deliberate. On the Ruthenian submarine, chaos had erupted. Viktor Petrov's face was pale, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the control panel. The sharp hiss of steam and crackle of sparking wires filled the air as the crew worked frantically to seal off flooded compartments and maintain control. Captain Sergei's voice was hoarse with panic. 2 new contacts, torpedoes incoming, range closing rapidly. Victor's jaw clenched, and he shouted over the cacophony, brace for impact. All hands hold on. The Valorian torpedoes surged closer, their sleek forms cutting through the sea with deadly intent. The first struck true, slamming into the aft section of the Ruthenian submarine with a bone-jarring explosion. The shockwave rippled through the hull, metal groaning and twisting under the force. Lights flickered wildly, and the control room was thrown into chaos as crew members were hurled from their stations. A second torpedo followed mere moments later, striking midship with even greater ferocity. The explosion split the submarine's reinforced shell, sending a torrent of icy water crashing through the ruptured compartments. Screams mixed with the roar of water as it surged in, swallowing machinery and men alike. Victor struggled to maintain his footing, his vision swimming as the control room tilted sharply. Seal the bulkheads. He bellowed, but it was too late. The force of the incoming water was relentless, hammering against the weakening barriers until they gave way with a resounding crack. Captain, Sergei's desperate shout was cut short as the control room flooded, the freezing water numbing every limb it touched. The last thing Victor saw before the room was engulfed was the twisted, defiant face of the sea, a remorseless force that reclaimed everything in its path. Above, in the Valorian submarine, Commander Rourke watched as the blip representing the Ruthenian vessel wavered, then disappeared from the sonar display. The room was silent, save for the faint beeping of the sonar and the heavy breathing of the crew. It's done, Rourke said. Let's identify who intrudes into our territorial waters. Sonar, keep scanning for any additional contacts, Rourke ordered, breaking the silence. His eyes shifted to the communications officer. Prepare to send a coded report to headquarters. Unidentified hostile vessel destroyed, Valorian waters secure. Request instructions for recovery and salvage operations. Aye, Commander, the communications officer replied, already tapping out the encrypted message with deft fingers. The first officer, Lieutenant Marcus Gray, stepped closer, his voice low so only Rourke could hear. Do you think there might be more, sir? It seems bold for just one submarine to risk our waters. Rourke's jaw tightened as he considered the question. It was true an isolated attempt seemed unlikely. This could be the beginning of a larger operation, a probing of their defenses. He scanned the room, noting the weariness on the faces of his men, tempered by their training and resolve. Possibly, Rourke replied, but we won't assume anything until we know for certain. He added, now move towards the wreckage and prepare the retrieval team, Rourke continued, his voice cutting through the charged air. The crew, still tense from the recent confrontation, shifted into action with the precision of a well-oiled machine. The submarine's engines hummed to life, propelling it cautiously through the dark, icy waters toward the remnants of the shattered vessel. The red glow of the command room lights cast long shadows across the strained faces of the crew as they monitored the sonar and navigation instruments. Each ping of the sonar was a reminder of the unknowns lurking in the deep potential threats hidden just beyond their reach. Commander, visual confirmation of debris, reported a young sailor at the periscope station, his voice tight with anticipation. Metal fragments and oil slick detected on the surface. Rourke nodded, the weight of their task pressing against his chest. Deploy the external lights. Let's get a better look. Outside, powerful beams of light pierced the gloom, illuminating the eerie sight of twisted metal, shattered panels, and the dark, inky tendrils of oil drifting like smoke in the water. Prepare the recovery team, Rourke ordered. I want any identifiable materials or markings that can tell us who these intruders were and why they were here. Lieutenant Gray moved to relay the command, his voice steady as he coordinated with the crew members assigned to the task. Within moments, a group of divers in reinforced suits stood ready, their faces set with determination as they awaited the signal to exit the airlock. Commander, all systems are go for the recovery operation, Gray reported. Rourke stepped closer to the main viewport, watching as the first of the divers slipped into the dark sea, their helmet lights cutting through the murky water. The command room fell into a hushed silence, the crew holding their collective breath as they monitored the divers progress on the screens. Stay sharp out there, Rourke said into the radio, his voice firm but laced with a note of caution. The divers acknowledged, their replies crackling through the speakers. Minutes passed, each one weighed down by the potential for discovery or disaster. The divers moved carefully among the wreckage, collecting metal fragments and scanning for any remnants that could provide a clue to the identity of the intruding vessel. Commander, we have found an intact section with markings, one diver reported, his voice distorted by the transmission, but clear enough to convey the significance of his find. It bears an insignia confirming this is Ruthenian. A murmur rippled through the crew as Rourke's eyes narrowed. The Ruthenians had dared to encroach on Valorian territory, and now they had undeniable proof. The implications were clear. This was no accident. Recover what you can and return to the sub, Rourke ordered, his voice low and steady. We need to take this back to headquarters immediately. As the divers worked, the command room hummed with activity. Data was compiled, notes taken, and the coded report to headquarters was finalized and sent. The Valorian submarine remained vigilant, its crew prepared for any sudden development as they awaited the return of the recovery team. When the divers finally emerged from the water, bearing pieces of twisted metal and other evidence, Rourke met their eyes, offering a brief nod of acknowledgement. Well done, he said. This is only the beginning. We need to be prepared for what comes next. The submarine's engines surged as it changed course, moving away from the site of the wreckage. The Ruthenia Empire, they are a long way from home. Why would they exert a huge effort to get here with just a sub? The lawn outside Volkshall was lush, meticulously trimmed, and dotted with the morning's dew. Alexander took a moment to breathe in the crisp air, his eyes focused on the golf ball in front of him as he adjusted his grip. In the tranquility of the early hours, the rhythmic swing of his club served as both a form of discipline and a rare escape from the constant demands of his role. With a calm exhale, he swung, sending the ball soaring down the stretch of green, where it landed close to the target marker. A small, satisfied smile played at the edge of his lips. As he prepared his next shot, the faint sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Julienne moved towards him with a sense of urgency that immediately shifted his focus from the sport to the underlying matters of state. Your Excellency, she greeted, inclining her head with the slightest hint of a formal bow. I apologize for the interruption, but there is an urgent report from the Minister of Defense. It concerns an incident along our coastal waters. What was it? Alexander asked as he placed the golf club down, his expression hardening as he shifted fully toward Julienne. Julienne held his gaze steadily. A Ruthenian submarine breached our territorial waters, she began. It was intercepted by Commander Rourke and his crew. After a brief but decisive engagement, the submarine was neutralized. Thave recovered fragments with identifiable markings confirming the vessel as Ruthenian. Alexander's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening as he absorbed the news. Ruthenia, he muttered, his tone laced with disdain. What the hell are they doing near our waters? They are like thousands of miles away from our coast. That's what the Ministry of Defense are trying to figure out at this moment, Your Excellency, Julienne replied and added. They're assessing every angle, but it's clear this wasn't a mistake. Ruthenia knew exactly where they were going. Alexander's gaze grew colder as he processed the information. If they wanted to test us, they now have their answer, but we cannot leave it at that. This has to be addressed on multiple fronts. How prepared is our naval defense along the coast? Julianne nodded. I've already spoken with the Minister of Defense about reinforcing our patrols. We're moving additional submarines into key positions and bolstering aerial reconnaissance over the coastline. This will ensure complete coverage and an immediate response if there are any further intrusions. Good, I want to lodge a diplomatic protest against Ruthenia. Tell them that their submarine have intruded our territorial waters without warning or justification. Alexander continued, his voice carrying an edge that brooked no argument. Make it clear that this is a direct violation of our sovereignty, and we will not tolerate further acts of aggression. Julianne inclined her head in acknowledgement, already mentally drafting the diplomatic communiqué. Understood, Your Excellency. I'll ensure that our message is clear, firm, and unmistakable. After that, Alexander returned to his game. Julianne turned and made her way back inside Volkshaw. Reaching her office, she closed the door and seated herself at her desk. She pulled out a sheet of fine, official letterhead, embossed with the insignia of the Valorian state. She took a moment to collect her thoughts, considering each word carefully, knowing this message would set the tone for Valoria's response to Ruthenia's audacity. She began writing in her elegant, firm script, to the government of the Ruthenian Empire, subject, unauthorized incursion into Valorian waters. It has come to the attention of the Valorian government that a Ruthenian submarine was intercepted within our territorial waters. The presence of this vessel was an unwarranted and direct violation of Valoria's sovereign boundaries. Despite our extensive security measures, this submarine, clearly identified by markings specific to the Ruthenian Navy, attempted to trespass without prior communication or justifiable cause. This incursion was met with immediate defensive action, resulting in the neutralization of your vessel within our maritime zone. The Valorian state perceives this intrusion as a breach of international maritime law and a direct challenge to the peace and security of our region. We urge the Ruthenian government to clarify its intentions regarding this unauthorized action, particularly given the vessel's proximity to sensitive Valorian installations. Our military forces acted with the utmost restraint, considering the threat posed by the intrusion, and we cannot guarantee the same level of restraint in future instances of unwelcome approach. Valoria stands committed to maintaining regional stability, and we expect an official explanation and apology from the Ruthenian government. Should there be any future violations, our response will be definitive and unyielding. Yours in firmness and respect. Julianne read through the letter, ensuring each line conveyed Valoria's firm stance without overt provocation. She carefully folded the document and placed it in an envelope stamped with the royal insignia. Calling for one of her aides, she handed the sealed envelope to him. Deliver this to the Office of Foreign Affairs immediately. Make sure they send it through official diplomatic channels at once. Consider it done. In the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich sat in his study, enjoying a quiet cup of tea as he went through his usual reports. The room was calm until General Vasily Rostov entered, looking serious as he held out a letter marked with the Valorian state seal. Your Imperial Majesty, Rostov said, handing over the letter. This just arrived from Valoria. It's marked urgent. Ivan set his tea down and took the letter, breaking the seal. As he read, his expression grew darker. They sank one of our submarines, he said, voice steady but sharp. Rostov's brow furrowed. In our waters, Ivan shook his head. No, near their coast. But the message makes it clear they consider this a violation of their territory. They're calling it an act of aggression and demanding an explanation. Rostov clenched his fists. They dared sink a Ruthenian vessel. This cannot go unanswered. The Tsar placed the letter on his desk. Indeed, this is a serious provocation. I want a response prepared at once. Write a reply to the Valorian government, General. Make it clear that Ruthenia does not take their actions lightly and will not stand by while they destroy our assets and claim innocence. General Rostov nodded, immediately fetching a pen and Ruthenian letterhead from a nearby desk. The Tsar leaned over, dictating each line with care and precision, his words meant to carry the full weight of Ruthenia's displeasure. To the Valorian state, subject. Ruthenia's response to unprovoked aggression, it has come to our attention through your correspondence that a Ruthenian submarine has been destroyed within your claimed waters. While you interpret this as an intentional act of intrusion, we must emphasize that Ruthenia was well within its rights to operate its fleet in international waters, as there was no violation of any recognized sovereign boundary. The destruction of a Ruthenian vessel without warning is a direct and unwarranted attack, which cannot and will not be dismissed without consequence. Your government has demonstrated an act of unprovoked aggression, jeopardizing peace between our nations. We demand a formal explanation for the hostile action taken by your forces, along with assurances that such an incident will not be repeated. Ruthenia remains committed to peace but will defend its military assets and personnel with unrelenting force if necessary. We advise you to consider your actions carefully, as our patience has limits. Respectfully, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich. Ruthenia. The Tsar waited as General Rostov carefully penned the last words. Once complete, Ivan scanned the document, nodding in approval. Ensure this reaches the Valorian government swiftly. Let them understand that Ruthenia will not tolerate these reckless provocations. Rostov secured the letter in an official Ruthenian envelope, marked with the imperial seal. As General Rostov sealed the letter with the Ruthenian imperial insignia, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed in thought. This cannot remain a mere exchange of words, General, he said, his tone firm. Valoria's audacity requires more than just formal reprimands. Rostov nodded in agreement, already anticipating the Tsar's thoughts. Shall we alert our naval assets across the world? Your Majesty, we could also move a few strategic units closer to the contested waters, a quiet show of strength without direct provocation. Yes, Ivan replied with a steely expression on his face. As you wish, Your Majesty. Do you have any orders that as you wish, Your Majesty? Do you have any orders that pertain to our allies? Rostov asked carefully, his eyes meeting the Tsar's with a glint of anticipation. Ivan's gaze drifted back to the frosted windows overlooking the vast, snow-covered grounds of the Winter Palace. Yes, he replied slowly, as if considering each word. Send coded messages to our closest allies. Inform them of Valoria's recent aggression against Ruthenia. Rostov bowed, a smirk pulling at the corners of his mouth. Valoria is just a new country, yet they did something unimaginable, such as forcing themselves into a position they cannot win. Alexander sat in his private office within Volkschau, doing usual tasks such as looking at the reports from different departments, stamping documents, and all other things that a ruler must get done. A knock on the door broke the stillness, and Alexander looked up as Julianne entered, carrying an envelope marked with the Ruthenian imperial seal. She approached with her usual grace, but a look of concern shadowed her face. Your Excellency, she said, presenting the letter with a formal bow. This arrived from Ruthenia, delivered directly from Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich. Alexander took the envelope, his gaze lingering on the familiar seal before he broke it open. As he unfolded the letter, Julianne stepped back, waiting in silence, her sharp gaze observing every flicker of emotion that crossed his face as he read. The words on the page were precise, direct, and laced with the steely defiance he expected from the Ruthenian Tsar. To the Valorian state, subject. Ruthenia's response to unprovoked aggression, it has come to our attention through your correspondence that a Ruthenian submarine has been destroyed within your claimed waters. While you interpret this as an intentional act of intrusion, we must emphasize that Ruthenia was well within its rights to operate its fleet in international waters, as there was no violation of any recognized sovereign boundary. The destruction of a Ruthenian vessel without warning is a direct and unwarranted attack, which cannot and will not be dismissed without consequence. Your government has demonstrated an act of unprovoked aggression, jeopardizing peace between our nations. We demand a formal explanation for the hostile action taken by your forces, along with assurances that such an incident will not be repeated. Ruthenia remains committed to peace, but will defend its military assets and personnel with unrelenting force if necessary. We advise you to consider your actions carefully, as our patience has limits. Respectfully, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich. Ruthenia. Alexander finished reading, his hand resting on the edge of the letter as he processed each loaded sentence. He let out a slow, measured breath, his expression unreadable but the faint tension in his jaw betraying his thoughts. The Tsar's tone was unmistakable. Ruthenia considered itself above reproach, a nation that would tolerate no resistance, no challenges to its presence, even when found in Valoria's own waters. The silence stretched as he set the letter on the polished wood of his desk. Julianne waited, sensing the storm beneath his calm demeanor. So Alexander began, his voice soft but laced with the disappointment he felt. They justify their presence so near our shores as a right. Not only do they show no remorse, but they demand an explanation from us. His fingers traced the edge of the letter, as if contemplating its weight, before he looked up at Julianne, his gaze sharp and resolute. Ruthenia has cast this as a challenge. Julianne nodded, her expression as controlled as his, yet the glint in her eyes mirrored his sentiments. They seem to think their might alone grants them the liberty to intrude, as though our sovereignty is inconsequential to them. Tsar Ivan assumes that we will back down, that we'll submit to their rhetoric and their threats. Alexander continued, his voice steady but cold. This letter is not merely a response, it is a test of our resolve. And I have no intention of allowing them the satisfaction of a concession. Julianne inclined her head. Then we must respond, Your Excellency, with equal determination, a reply that reflects Valoria's resolve to defend its rights and its borders without yielding an inch. Alexander nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Julian, and more than just words, I want actions that show Valoria is not an empire to be trifled with. Let Ruthenia realize that any future incursions will not end as diplomatically. Julian took note, already forming the beginnings of their response. He studied her, nodding in approval. Draft the response, Julian, and ensure it is delivered promptly. Let it be known that while Valoria seeks peace, we will never yield to intimidation or manipulation. Julian took her leave, her footsteps echoing down the hall as she moved with purpose. Alexander remained in his office, the firelight casting long shadows across the room as he turned his gaze back to the letter on his desk. He could not afford to see this as a mere exchange of diplomatic formalities. Ruthenia's actions were a message, a warning, and Valoria's response had to be equally unwavering, both in word and in force. Minutes later, the door opened again as Julian returned, holding the draft of their reply. She handed it to Alexander, who took it, reading each line, his eyes narrowing in focus as he absorbed the words. To the Ruthenian Empire, subject. Valoria's response to Ruthenia's provocation, it is with great disappointment that we acknowledge Ruthenia's justification of its incursion into our waters. Valoria's territorial boundaries are sovereign and respected by all nations that uphold the principle of international law, and this principle was disregarded by the unauthorized presence of a Ruthenian submarine near our coastline. Valoria's defense of its waters is neither aggression nor provocation, but a necessary measure to uphold our security and sovereignty. We must impress upon Ruthenia that our response to this intrusion was one of restraint. In future incidents, however, our response will be determined not by restraint, but by the principle of defense and deterrence. While Valoria remains committed to peaceful relations, we shall not hesitate to take every measure to protect our territorial integrity. We urge Ruthenia to reflect on its course of action and to carefully consider the implications of further provocations. Respectfully, Supreme Leader of Valoria Alexander's eyes lingered on the last lines, satisfaction settling over him. This is precisely the message we need to send. Deliver it. Julian nodded, sealing the document and marking it with the Valorian insignia. It will be delivered at once, Your Excellency. A week later, within the grandeur of the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich sat in his study once more, the warmth of the fire doing little to thaw the chill in his expression. Across from him, General Rostov stood with a grave demeanor, holding a newly delivered envelope. The letter bore the unmistakable seal of Valoria, a stark reminder of the tensions simmering between the two empires. Your Majesty, Rostov began, handing over the letter. The Valorian response has arrived. Ivan took the envelope, his expression hardening as he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Silence fell over the room as his eyes scanned the text, taking in each line with a growing sense of resolve. To the Ruthenian Empire, subject. Valoria's response to Ruthenia's provocation, it is with great disappointment that we acknowledge Ruthenia's justification of its incursion into our waters. Valoria's territorial boundaries are sovereign and respected by all nations that uphold the principle of international law, and this principle was disregarded by the unauthorized presence of a Ruthenian submarine near our coastline. Valoria's defense of its waters is neither aggression nor provocation, but a necessary measure to uphold our security and sovereignty. We must impress upon Ruthenia that our response to this intrusion was one of restraint. In future incidents, however, our response will be determined not by restraint, but by the principle of defense and deterrence. While Valoria remains committed to peaceful relations, we shall not hesitate to take every measure to protect our territorial integrity. We urge Ruthenia to reflect on its course of action and to carefully consider the implications of further provocations. Respectfully, Supreme Leader of Valoria, as Ivan finished reading, he clenched the letter in his hand, his eyes dark with anger. The words were carefully chosen, but the defiance within them was unmistakable. Valoria had not only refused to back down, but had issued a warning. They had made it clear that further provocations would be met with force. Valoria dares to threaten us, Ivan said, his voice cold. They stand on the edge of defiance, dismissing Ruthenia's rights with the arrogance of a nation untested by time. Rostov nodded, his jaw clenched as he took in the Tsar's words. They underestimate our reach, Your Majesty. Valoria may believe itself powerful, but they are young, unseasoned. Precisely, Ivan replied, placing the letter down with finality. If they wish to provoke us further, we shall answer with a demonstration of true might. Our empire has stood the test of centuries, and we will not allow a fledgling power to tarnish our legacy. Should we escalate our presence along their borders, Rostov asked, his tone betraying the eagerness simmering beneath his composure. Yes, Ivan replied, his gaze steely. I want our naval forces to approach their coastline, close enough for Valoria to feel the weight of our resolve. Send a clear message that Ruthenia is watching, and that any misstep will be met with unyielding force. Rostov inclined his head, a glint of satisfaction crossing his face. As you command, Your Majesty, I will mobilize our forces at once. Ivan watched as Rostov departed, his expression unwavering. He knew the importance of strength, of showing Valoria and the world that Ruthenia would not be intimidated. If Valoria sought to test their patience, then Ruthenia would show them just how formidable an adversary they had chosen. March 4, 1939, the arrival of the Ruthenian fleet, the gray dawn cast a cold light over the choppy waters as the Ruthenian fleet sliced through the frigid sea, their ironclad hulls glistening with the spray of salt water. The horizon was a wall of dark clouds, heavy with the promise of a storm, yet it did nothing to deter the fleet's grim purpose. They had come to send a message, one that would echo in the halls of Valoria's Volkschau and challenge their sovereignty. The Ruthenian fleet was an impressive armada, meticulously organized into a formation designed for both intimidation and combat readiness. At its heart were the 4 battleships, their massive 16-inch guns capable of reducing coastal defenses to rubble from miles away. Each battleship displaced over 40 tons, their decks bristling with anti-aircraft guns and secondary batteries. Ruthenian fleet composition: 4 battleships flagship, RNS Imperator, RNS Imperator flagship, RNS Tsar Alexander, RNS Peter the Great, RNS Catherine. 6 heavy cruisers, designed for long-range bombardment and anti-ship engagements. Each cruiser was armed with 8-inch guns and torpedo launchers. 8 light cruisers, equipped with rapid-firing 6-inch guns, these ships were positioned to provide anti-aircraft cover and screen the fleet against smaller, fast-moving threats. 12 destroyers. These agile ships patrolled the outer perimeter, their torpedo tubes and depth charges ready to engage any submarines or fast attack craft that might attempt to breach the formation. The fleet moved in a V-shaped formation, with the battleships at the center, flanked by the heavy cruisers on either side. The light cruisers formed a protective layer around the capital ships, while the destroyers spread out in a wide arc at the front and rear, like wolves guarding a pack leader. The RNS Imperator, the fleet's flagship, led the charge, its imposing silhouette a testament to Ruthenia's naval might. Admiral Sergei Orlov stood on the bridge of the Imperator, the cold wind tugging at his heavy overcoat. He stared through his binoculars at the faint outline of Valoria's coast, now visible on the horizon. The sight sent a thrill through him, not of excitement, but of cold determination. They were close enough now for their presence to be impossible to ignore. Distance to Valorian territorial waters, Orlov asked, his voice cutting through the steady hum of activity around him. 5 nautical miles, Admiral, responded Captain Nikolai Sokolov, standing at attention beside him. We are holding position just outside their claimed boundaries. Orlov nodded, satisfied. Good. Have the fleet maintain current speed. All ships are to hold position at the edge of their territorial waters. I want them to see us, to feel our presence like a knife at their throat. A flurry of activity erupted on the bridge as orders were relayed through the radio to the rest of the fleet. The ships adjusted their speed, holding at a steady 10 knots, their engines rumbling with restrained power. The destroyers at the vanguard adjusted their positions, ready to respond to any signs of aggression from Valoria. Julienne hurried through the grand corridors of Volkschau, her heart racing as she made her way to Alexander's private office. The tension in the air was almost palpable. News of the Ruthenian fleet's arrival had spread quickly among the high-ranking officials. The guards stationed along the hallways stiffened as she passed, sensing the urgency in her stride. Reaching the large, heavy doors to the Supreme Leader's office, she paused only briefly to collect herself before knocking. The moment she heard Alexander's voice bidding her enter, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Alexander was standing by the large windows, his back turned to her, gazing out over the sprawling city of Volkstadt. The morning light cast long shadows across the room, but there was a storm brewing outside that mirrored the one simmering in the corridors of power. Your Excellency, Julienne said, bowing slightly as she entered, I bring urgent news. Alexander turned, his eyes sharp and focused. What is it, Julienne, he asked, his voice calm but carrying the weight of command. Julienne approached his desk, the folder clutched in her hands trembling slightly. The Ruthenian fleet has arrived near our territorial waters, she reported, her tone steady despite the gravity of the news. Alexander's eyes narrowed. How close are they? Julienne opened the folder and quickly scanned the latest report. 5 nautical miles from our border, sir. They've halted just outside the line, holding position. The fleet includes 4 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, and 12 destroyers. They are in a V-shaped formation. A heavy silence hung in the room as Alexander digested this information. His gaze turned icy as he processed the implications. This is no coincidence, he muttered, mostly to himself. They're trying to provoke us, to force a reaction. Julianne nodded, her eyes on him. Admiral Orlov is commanding the fleet, Your Excellency. They've sent a message asserting their right to operate in international waters and cautioning us against any interference. Of course they have, Alexander replied, his voice laced with disdain. Ruthenia wants to see if we will back down. They're testing our resolve. He turned to face her fully, his expression hardening. Have they made any aggressive moves so far? No, Your Excellency, Julianne replied. They're holding their position but are maintaining a combat-ready posture. Our coastal batteries and patrol ships are on high alert, but we've made no moves to escalate. Good. Let's not give them an excuse to claim we're the aggressors, but we cannot afford to show any sign of weakness. He walked to his desk and pressed a button, connecting to the command center. The line crackled for a moment before the voice of Admiral Reinhardt, the commander of Valoria's naval forces, came through. Admiral, Alexander began, his tone firm. We have a Ruthenian fleet just outside our territorial waters. I want the VNS Titan, 2 heavy cruisers and 4 destroyers deployed immediately to establish a defensive line just inside our borders. Do not engage unless they cross the line. Acknowledged, Your Excellency, came the Admiral's voice, steady and resolute. We will be in position within the hour. Alexander ended the call and turned back to Julianne. Draft a formal statement to the Ruthenian government. Make it clear that while we recognize their right to operate in international waters, any breach of our territorial boundaries will be met with a swift and decisive response. Julianne nodded, already mentally composing the statement. Understood, Your Excellency. I will have it drafted and sent through the proper channels within the hour. Good, Alexander said, his eyes flicking back to the map of the Valorian coastline pinned on the wall. Let's see if Tsar Ivan is truly prepared to escalate this. But if he is, well, show him that Valoria will not be bullied. The tension in the air was palpable as the Valorian naval forces scrambled to respond to the presence of the Ruthenian fleet. The naval base at Port Arundel, Valoria's primary coastal defense outpost, had erupted into a frenzy of activity. Officers barked orders, sailors ran to their stations, and the deep rumble of engines coming to life reverberated across the harbor. The VNS Titan, Valoria's flagship battleship, loomed over the port like a steel colossus. Its 16-inch guns gleamed in the morning light, and the ship's crew moved with precision, loading shells and preparing for potential conflict. Beside it, the heavy cruisers VNS Valeria and VNS Resolute were similarly readying themselves, while 4 sleek destroyers, painted in the dark gray camouflage of Valoria's navy, moved into formation. Fleet composition: Valorian naval forces, 1 battleship, VNS Titan 2 heavy cruisers, VNS Valeria VNS Resolute 4 destroyers, VNS Vanguard, VNS Rapier, VNS Shadow, VNS Halberd. The Valorian fleet set sail from Port Arundel, engines roaring to life as the ships cut through the calm waters. The VNS Titan led the charge, flanked on either side by the heavy cruisers, with the destroyers forming a protective screen at the front and rear. The fleet moved in a tight formation, their mission clear: to establish a defensive line at the edge of Valoria's territorial waters and prevent any incursion by the Ruthenians. On the bridge of the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt stood tall, his uniform immaculate despite the hurried departure. His steely gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the Ruthenian fleet was reported to be holding position. He turned to his communications officer. Distance to the Ruthenian fleet, Reinhardt demanded, his voice sharp and clear. 10 nautical miles, Admiral, the officer replied, his fingers dancing across the console. They're maintaining a steady course just outside our territorial boundary. Good, Reinhardt muttered. Let's see if they're truly ready to test our resolve. As the Valorian fleet drew closer to their designated positions, the mood on the bridges of each ship grew tense. Sailors and officers alike were acutely aware of the stakes. One wrong move could spark an all-out naval conflict. The Valorian fleet was outnumbered, but not outgunned. Their positioning and the natural geography of their coastline would serve as force multipliers in the event of an engagement. The VNS Titan slowed to a crawl as it reached its position just inside Valorian territorial waters. The heavy cruisers and destroyers adjusted their speed, forming a line that paralleled the coast, ready to intercept any Ruthenian ships that dared to cross the invisible boundary. Admiral, all ships are in position, reported Captain Brandt, the commanding officer of the VNS Titan. The fleet is maintaining a defensive stance, as per your orders. Very well, Reinhardt replied. He turned to the communications officer once more. Open a channel to the Ruthenian flagship. The radio crackled to life as the communication link was established. This is Admiral Reinhardt of the Valorian Navy, commanding the VNS Titan, he announced, his voice calm but firm. You are dangerously close to Valorian territorial waters. Any further approach will be considered a hostile act, and we will respond accordingly. State your intentions. Meanwhile, aboard the RNS Imperator, Admiral Orlov listened to the message with a thin smile playing at his lips. The Valorian response was predictable, but it was exactly what he had hoped for. He turned to his staff, nodding toward the communications officer. "Respond with our prepared statement," Orlov commanded. "Let's see if they truly have the stomach for this standoff." "Valorian Navy, this is Admiral Orlov of the Ruthenian Imperial Fleet," came the response over the radio. "We are operating within international waters, fully within our rights. We have no intention of crossing into your territorial boundaries unless provoked. However, any attempt to force our withdrawal will be met with appropriate measures." On the VNS Titan, Reinhardt's jaw tightened as he listened to Orlov's reply. The words were carefully chosen, hinting at a willingness to escalate if pushed. Reinhardt turned to Brandt, his eyes cold. "They're trying to bait us into making the first move," Reinhardt said. "We won't fall for it, but I want our coastal batteries on full alert. If they so much as twitch across that line, I want them obliterated." "Yes, Admiral," Brandt replied, immediately relaying the orders. Valoria's coastal defenses, hidden within the rocky cliffs and fortified bunkers, were already primed. Massive artillery batteries, equipped with long-range coastal guns, were manned by crews who had been drilled for just such a scenario. The coastal radar installations tracked every move of the Ruthenian fleet, feeding real-time data to the command center aboard the VNS Titan. As the standoff dragged on, the atmosphere on both sides grew more charged. The Valorian ships remained in their defensive positions, engines idling, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The Ruthenian fleet mirrored their stance, maintaining their V-shaped formation, battleships poised to unleash their firepower if needed. "Admiral, incoming transmission from Volkschall," the communications officer reported. "Patch it through," Reinhardt ordered. The voice of Julianne crackled over the radio. "Admiral Reinhardt, the Supreme Leader has authorized defensive action if the Ruthenians make any aggressive moves. However, you are not to fire the first shot unless absolutely necessary." "Understood," Reinhardt replied. "Well, hold our ground." As the minutes ticked by, the tension reached a boiling point. On the RNS Tsar Alexander, one of the Ruthenian battleships, there was a sudden movement. A scout plane was launched from its deck, the small aircraft taking to the skies and heading directly towards the Valorian fleet. "Admiral, Ruthenian scout plane inbound," reported one of the radar operators aboard the VNS Titan. "They're testing our air defenses," Reinhardt muttered. "Do not engage unless it crosses into our airspace." The scout plane made a low pass, circling the Valorian fleet before turning back to its carrier. It was a clear message. Ruthenia was watching, gauging Valoria's response, pushing them to see where their breaking point lay. Reinhardt clenched his fists, but he kept his voice steady. "Hold your positions," he commanded. "They're playing a dangerous game, but we won't let them provoke us into starting a war." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a harsh glare over the choppy waters, the Ruthenian and Valorian fleets continued to face each other in a tense, silent standoff. Every ship's gun was manned, every torpedo tube loaded, but for now the two great powers remained on the brink, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Back in Volkschall, Alexander stood by the large windows, his gaze distant as he listened to the latest reports. "Let them come as close as they dare," he murmured to himself. "If they want a fight, Valoria will give them one they won't soon forget." The world watched with bated breath as the two empires danced on the edge of conflict, the outcome uncertain, but the stakes unmistakably high. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over the turbulent waters that separated the Valorian and Ruthenian fleets. The morning mist had dissipated, leaving a stark clarity that seemed to amplify the tension between the two navies. The Ruthenian fleet, led by the imposing RNS Imperator, held its V-shaped formation, anchored just outside Valoria's territorial boundary. On the opposite side, the Valorian fleet maintained its defensive line, each ship bristling with loaded cannons and primed torpedoes, waiting for a signal. On the bridge of the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt stood with a grim expression, his eyes locked on the distant silhouettes of the Ruthenian battleships. The air on the bridge was thick with anticipation. The constant hum of radio chatter filled the background as officers relayed updates and recalculated distances. The Ruthenians had made no aggressive moves yet, but the tension was unbearable, like the electric stillness before a thunderstorm. "Admiral, Ruthenian fleet holding position at 6 nautical miles, reported Captain Brandt, his voice taut with the strain of the standoff. "No signs of further advance, but their destroyers are shifting positions." Reinhardt nodded, his jaw clenched. "They're testing us, watching for any sign of weakness." He turned to his communications officer. "Get me an update from the coastal batteries. I want them ready to fire on my command." "Aye, Admiral," came the crisp reply, followed by the rapid clicking of a Morse key as the message was sent. Meanwhile, aboard the RNS Imperator, Admiral Orlov was monitoring the situation with a calculated calm. The Valorians were holding their ground, refusing to back down despite the clear numerical superiority of the Ruthenian fleet. Orlov's fingers drummed a steady rhythm on the armrest of his command chair. He knew this standoff could not last indefinitely. One side would have to blink first. Admiral Captain Sokolov reported, stepping forward. Our scout planes confirm that the Valorian coastal batteries are fully operational. They appear ready to engage if we cross the line. Orlov's lips twisted into a grim smile. Good, let them prepare. We'll see if their nerve holds when faced with true power. Orlov leaned over to his communications officer. Send a final message to the Valorian fleet. Inform them that we are operating within international waters and that any hostile action on their part will be met with overwhelming force. Yes, Admiral, the officer replied, turning to transmit the message. Back on the VNS Titan, Reinhardt received the message with a barely suppressed sneer. The Ruthenians were pushing the limits, daring them to act, but Valoria could not afford to appear weak. Admiral Captain Brandt began, his voice low. If we allow them to continue this display, we risk looking complacent. They're practically on our doorstep. Reinhardt took a deep breath, weighing his options. The Supreme Leader's orders were clear: do not fire unless provoked. But with the Ruthenians this close, any hesitation could be perceived as weakness, a dangerous prospect in the volatile waters of geopolitics. He walked to the forward observation window, staring out at the dark shapes of the Ruthenian ships. His decision was made. Prepare to fire a warning shot, he ordered, turning to the gunnery officer. I want it to land behind their rear destroyer. Make sure it's far enough to be non-lethal, but close enough to show them we mean business. The gunnery officer's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly nodded. Aye, Admiral, preparing to fire warning shot. The massive guns of the VNS Titan began to adjust, their barrels slowly tilting upward as the targeting coordinates were locked in. The crew held their breath, each person aware that this single shot could be the catalyst that pushed both sides over the edge. Fire, Reinhardt commanded, his voice cutting through the tense silence like a knife. A deafening roar erupted as the Titan's main gun discharged, the shockwave rattling through the ship. The shell whistled through the air, a streak of fire against the brightening sky. All eyes were on the projectile as it hurtled toward the Ruthenian fleet, arcing downward until it splashed into the water just a few hundred meters behind the rearmost Ruthenian destroyer. On the RNS Imperator, the bridge erupted in a frenzy of activity as the impact was registered. Admiral Orlov's eyes narrowed, his calm demeanor finally cracking. He slammed a fist onto the armrest of his chair. They fired at us, shouted one of the junior officers, his voice tinged with disbelief. Calm yourself, Orlov barked. They want to provoke us into firing the first true shot. They're trying to bait us. He turned to his communications officer. Send an immediate message to their flagship. Inform them that firing upon Ruthenian vessels, even as a warning, will not be tolerated. Any further aggression will be met with full retaliation. The message was sent, and the response from Valoria came swiftly. Valorian Navy to Ruthenian fleet. This warning shot was a demonstration of our resolve. Any further encroachment will be met with lethal force. Orlov's face twisted into a mask of fury. So they wish to play this game, he muttered. Very well, let us see how far they are willing to go. Turning to Captain Sokolov, Orlov gave his next orders. Launch another scout plane. I want it to fly directly over their fleet. Let's see if they dare shoot it down. The order was relayed, and moments later, a scout plane catapulted off the deck of the RNS Tsar Alexander, its engines whining as it climbed into the sky. On the VNS Titan, Reinhardt watched the small blip on his radar grow closer. The Ruthenians were sending another scout plane, clearly testing his resolve. He clenched his jaw, aware that his next decision could mean the difference between a continued standoff and open conflict. Admiral Captain Brandt said quietly, if we let them fly over us, they'll take it as a sign of weakness. But if we shoot it down, Reinhardt nodded slowly. Yes, it will escalate. But we cannot let them think they can walk all over us. He turned to his anti-aircraft gunnery officer. Target that scout plane. If it crosses into our airspace, take it down. Aye, sir, the officer responded, already relaying the coordinates to the anti-aircraft batteries. The tension on the bridge was suffocating as they watched the scout planes approach. The seconds ticked by like hours. The moment the plane crossed the invisible line marking Valorian airspace, the order was given. Fire. The sky erupted as the VNS Titan's anti-aircraft guns opened up, sending tracers streaking toward the Ruthenian scout plane. Within moments, the aircraft washed it, spiraling down in a trail of smoke before crashing into the sea. The radio crackled to life, and Orlov's enraged voice boomed across the airwaves. Valorian fleet, you have just made a grave mistake. Consider this your final warning. Any further aggression, and we will unleash our full might upon you. Reinhardt's face was set like stone. Let them try, he muttered to himself. Valoria will not be bullied. Back in Volkschau, Alexander listened to the frantic reports flooding in from the front lines. The warning shot the downed scout plane. Every action taken was a step closer to the brink of war. He turned to Julian, his expression unreadable but his voice calm. "Prepare the nation," Alexander said quietly. "If Ruthenia wants to escalate, we will not back down, but make it clear we will only strike if they cross into our waters." On board the RNS Imperator, Admiral Orlov stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the Valorian fleet through binoculars. The rage simmering behind his eyes was barely contained. The downed scout plane was a slap in the face that Ruthenia could not ignore. Admiral Captain Sokolov approached cautiously. "The Valorians have not made further aggressive moves, but their coastal batteries are now fully trained on our fleet." Orlov lowered his binoculars and turned to his captain, his face a mask of cold determination. "If they think they can fire at us without consequence, they are gravely mistaken." He stepped forward, his gaze flicking to the tactical display showing the positions of both fleets. "Prepare to fire a warning shot. Make it clear we will not tolerate their provocations. Target the waters just in front of their flagship." Captain Sokolov hesitated for a split second. "Aye, Admiral," he finally responded, turning to relay the order. "Gunnery, target the waters 100 meters ahead of the VNS Titan. Prepare to fire." Aboard the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt remained tense as the Ruthenian fleet's radio silence grew increasingly ominous. "Admiral," the communications officer called out, his voice laced with anxiety. "We're detecting increased radio traffic from the Ruthenian fleet. It looks like they're preparing to fire." Reinhardt's eyes narrowed. "What are they targeting? Hard to say, sir," the officer replied, sweat beading on his forehead. "But they're zeroing in on our position." Before Reinhardt could respond, a flash of light erupted from the RNS Imperator's forward gun turrets. Moments later, the sea ahead of the VNS Titan exploded in a towering column of water. The warning shot had landed alarmingly close, sending waves crashing against the bow of the battleship and rocking it slightly. "All stations, report," Reinhardt barked as the bridge trembled from the shockwave. The crew scrambled to check their instruments, alarms blaring in response to the sudden impact. "Damage control reports no hits," Admiral Captain Brandt confirmed. But that was a clear warning. Reinhardt's jaw tightened. He knew Orlov's message was clear. Ruthenia would not hesitate to escalate if provoked further, but Valoria could not afford to appear weak. Admiral Julian's voice crackled over the radio, the connection directly from Volkshell. "The Supreme Leader is aware of the situation. His instructions are to hold your position, but be prepared to respond with force if they fire again." "Understood," Reinhardt replied, his voice cold. "We will hold the line." Back on the RNS Imperator, Orlov watched the aftermath of their warning shot through the bridge's reinforced windows. A small, satisfied smile played on his lips as he observed the ripple of activity aboard the Valorian flagship. "Valorians are holding their position," Admiral Captain Sokolov reported. "No signs of a counterattack." "Good," Orlov said quietly. "Let them think on the consequences of their actions, but keep our guns trained on their lead ship." The moment they crossed the line, well, unleash hell. He turned to his communications officer. "Send a final message to the Valorian fleet. Any further aggression will be met with decisive retaliation. You have been warned." On the bridge of the VNS Titan, Reinhardt listened to the Ruthenian message, his grip tightening on the edge of the command console. He turned to Brandt, his eyes burning with the weight of the decision that now lay before him. "They're trying to intimidate us," Reinhardt said, his voice low but filled with resolve. "But we cannot let them think they can bully Valoria into submission." "Orders," Admiral Captain Brandt asked, tension lacing his voice. "Maintain our defensive posture," Reinhardt commanded, "but keep our guns locked on their lead battleship. If they fire again, we will respond in kind." "Aye, sir," Brandt replied, turning to relay the order. The crew on the VNS Titan adjusted their targeting systems, the massive guns swiveling to aim directly at the RNS Imperator. In Volkshell, Alexander stood before a large map of the Valorian coastline, listening intently to the live reports filtering in from the fleet. Julianne stood beside him, her eyes scanning the dispatches as they came through. "They fired a warning shot dangerously close to the Titan," she reported. Alexander's expression was unreadable, his eyes cold and calculating. "And our response?" he asked. "Admiral Reinhardt is holding position as ordered, but the situation is escalating. If they fire again, he's prepared to return fire." Alexander nodded slowly. "Good. But make it clear to him that under no circumstances are we to fire the first true shot. If Ruthenia wants war, let them be the ones to bear the blame." Julianne relayed the message, her fingers flying over the telegraph key. Back on the front lines, the standoff continued. The Ruthenian fleet remained in their V-shaped formation, guns trained on the Valorian ships. The Valorian fleet, meanwhile, held their defensive line, each ship's crew braced for the inevitable. On the RNS Imperator, Orlov's patience was wearing thin. He could see that the Valorians were not backing down, their defiance a thorn in his side. He knew that one miscalculation, one twitch of a trigger finger, could turn this standoff into a full-scale battle. Admiral Captain Sokolov ventured, "Should we proceed with another show of force, perhaps fire another shot?" Closer this time. Orlov considered it for a moment, then nodded his head. "Do it closer this time. Captain, if we do that, there is no turning back. We are bringing Ruthenia into a war against Valoria. If that is the case, then it's going to be a war that we are going to win," Admiral Orlov declared, his voice laced with a steely resolve that sent a chill through the bridge of the RNS Imperator. Captain Sokolov swallowed hard, nodding as he relayed the order. "Prepare to fire another warning shot," he commanded. "Target the waters directly ahead of their heavy cruiser. This time, make it clear we're not here to play games." The gun crews on the Imperator moved. The Ruthenian battleship's massive forward guns adjusted their angle, locking onto the designated coordinates. Every man on the bridge held his breath, knowing that this shot, even if it didn't strike a Valorian vessel, would escalate the situation to a point of no return. "Fire," Orlov commanded, his voice booming through the intercom. The roar of the Imperator's main battery was deafening. The entire ship seemed to shudder as the shell tore through the air, a streak of fire against the rapidly darkening sky. The projectile landed with a thunderous splash just 50 meters from the bow of the VNS Valeria, sending a massive plume of seawater into the air that drenched the decks of the Valorian cruiser. On the VNS Valeria, Captain Lysander braced himself against the rail as the shockwave rocked his ship. The crew scrambled to regain their footing, their eyes wide with alarm. Admiral Reinhardt Thave fired again. Lysander shouted into his radio, his voice crackling through the static. "This one was dangerously close. They're pushing us." Back on the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt's jaw tightened as the report came in. The Ruthenians had fired once more, this time nearly striking one of his cruisers. He knew Orlov was testing him, trying to bait him into making the first move that would give Ruthenia the pretext it needed to escalate, but enough was enough. March 4, 1939, the tides turned. The air inside the Volkshell Command Center was suffocatingly tense, each officer anxiously awaiting the next report from the front lines. Alexander stood before the vast map of the Valorian coastline, his fingers drumming rhythmically against the polished wood of the table. The distant rumble of artillery echoed faintly through the telegraph line, signaling that the standoff between the Valorian and Ruthenian fleets had reached a critical juncture. Julienne's fingers flew over the telegraph keys, transmitting Alexander's orders to the fleet. She looked up, her usually calm demeanor cracking ever so slightly. "Admiral Reinhardt reports that the RNS Imperator has fired another shot, sir. It landed dangerously close to the Valeria. The Ruthenians are pushing us to the brink." Alexander's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as he absorbed the news. "They've crossed the line," he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else in the room. "Orlov is daring us to act. Very well, give him what he wants." Turning to Julianne, he gave his orders with cold precision. "Inform Reinhardt that he has my authorization to engage the Ruthenians. Tell him to use whatever means necessary to drive them back. This standoff ends now." Julianne nodded, her face pale but resolute as she relayed the Supreme Leader's command. The message was sent, each click of the telegraph key a countdown to the inevitable clash. Aboard the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt received Alexander's message with a grim nod. His eyes burned with renewed determination. The Supreme Leader's directive was clear. They would no longer stand idly by while the Ruthenians toyed with them. "Captain Brandt," Reinhardt barked, "prepare to engage the RNS Imperator. Target their main battery and engines. I want that ship crippled before they can fire again." "Aye, Admiral," Brandt responded, his voice tight with anticipation. The gunnery crews sprang into action, adjusting the elevation and bearing of the Titan's massive guns. The heavy cruisers Valeria and Resolute followed suit, their turrets swiveling to lock onto their targets. "Admiral," the communications officer called out, "we're receiving new orders from Volkshell. Supreme Leader Alexander has authorized full engagement." Reinhardt's lips tightened into a thin line. "Then let's make sure our first strike counts." The order to fire was given, and the Titan's 16-inch guns roared to life. The deck trembled as a salvo of high-explosive shells shot toward the RNS Imperator, streaking through the air like fiery comets. The heavy cruisers followed suit, launching their own barrage at the Ruthenian Fleet Center formation. On board the RNS Imperator, Admiral Orlov watched through his binoculars as the Valorian fleet erupted in a hailstorm of fire. The water around his battleship exploded in towering columns as shells impacted dangerously close. "Damage report," Orlov shouted over the blaring alarms. "Forward turret has been hit, but no breach." Captain Sokolov reported, clutching the rail as the ship shuddered under the impact. "They're targeting our main battery." Orlov's face twisted with fury. "I want every gun we have trained on that Valorian flagship. If they want to fight, give them a war they'll regret." The Ruthenian fleet responded in kind. The Imperator's massive guns roared, sending a barrage of shells toward the VNS Titan. At the same time, the heavy cruisers RNS Tsar Alexander and RNS Peter the Great opened up with their 8-inch guns, their shells whistling through the air like deadly harbingers. The sea between the two fleets became a cauldron of fire and smoke, each side unleashing everything they had. Explosions lit up the darkening sky as shells found their marks, sending shards of metal and plumes of water skyward. In Volkshell, Alexander stood silently, listening to the cacophony of reports flooding in from the front. Julien's fingers continued their relentless dance over the telegraph keys, transmitting orders and receiving updates in rapid succession. "They've engaged fully, Your Excellency," she reported, her voice steady despite the chaos unfolding hundreds of miles away. "Reinhardt is focusing fire on the Imperator, but the Ruthenians are retaliating fiercely. Both sides are taking damage." Alexander's eyes were cold, his mind calculating. "Tell Reinhardt to deploy the torpedo bombers," he ordered. "We cannot afford to let the Ruthenians gain the upper hand. Their battleships are powerful, but they're vulnerable to aerial strikes." Julien nodded, transmitting the order with urgency. Aboard the VNS Titan, the deck was a flurry of activity as torpedo bombers were prepared for launch. The pilots, hastily briefed, climbed into their cockpits with grim determination. The roar of engines filled the air as the aircraft taxied down the flight deck and took off, their wings slicing through the stormy sky. "Admiral Reinhardt, torpedo bombers are en route," reported Captain Brandt, his voice raised above the din of the ongoing battle. "Good," Reinhardt replied, watching as the first wave of planes disappeared into the horizon. "Once they make their run, well press the advantage." The Ruthenians, however, were not caught off guard. Anti-aircraft guns on the Imperator and her escorts sprang to life, filling the sky with flak. The Valorian bombers weaved and dodged, several of them breaking through the defensive screen and releasing their deadly payloads. Explosions erupted along the side of the RNS Catherine, one of the Ruthenian battleships, as torpedoes found their mark. The ship lurched violently, smoke pouring from its starboard side, direct hit on the Catherine. Came the jubilant report over the radio. "She's taking on water." Admiral Reinhardt allowed himself a rare, tight-lipped smile. "Press the attack. We have them on the ropes." Meanwhile, on the RNS Imperator, the situation was growing dire. The combined assault from the Valorian fleet and the torpedo bombers had left several of Orlov's ships in disarray. "Admiral, we've lost 2 destroyers and the Catherine is heavily damaged." Captain Sokolov shouted, his face pale. "We need to regroup." Orlov's eyes blazed with defiance. "No, we will not retreat. Signal the Tsar Alexander and Peter the Great to push forward. I want their flagship sunk." The Ruthenian heavy cruisers surged ahead, their guns spitting fire as they bore down on the VNS Titan. Reinhardt, however, was ready. "All ships focus fire on their heavy cruisers," he ordered. "We break their spearhead, and they'll have no choice but to retreat." The Valorian fleet responded with deadly precision, their guns finding their marks. The RNS Tsar Alexander washed it by multiple shells, its superstructure crumbling under the relentless barrage. As the battle raged on, it became clear that the scales were tipping in Valoria's favor. The relentless coordination between Reinhardt's fleet and the aerial strikes had left the Ruthenians reeling. Back in Volkshell, Alexander listened as the reports came in. "The Ruthenians are faltering," Julienne reported, her eyes shining with the thrill of impending victory. "Our forces are pushing them back." Alexander's expression remained coldly triumphant. "Good," he said softly. "Let this be a lesson to Tsar Ivan. Valoria will not be intimidated." But as the last rays of sunlight faded, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. The Ruthenians, though bloodied, were not broken. Both sides had taken heavy losses, and the specter of war loomed larger than ever. "Prepare for the next move," Alexander said. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red glow over the battlefield. The waters between Valoria and Ruthenia were littered with the debris of war-twisted metal, floating wreckage, and the faint shimmer of oil slicks. The battle had raged for hours, but now the tide was turning. The once formidable Ruthenian fleet was in full retreat, their formation broken, ships scattered like wounded beasts fleeing a predator. Aboard the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt watched through his binoculars as the Ruthenian fleet attempted to withdraw. Flames danced on the water's surface where Ruthenian ships had taken direct hits. The RNS Tsar Alexander was listing heavily, its superstructure crumbling, while the RNS Catherine limped away, trailing thick black smoke. Admiral Captain Brandt reported, his voice laced with urgency. "The Ruthenians are retreating, but they still have firepower. They're trying to regroup beyond our range." Reinhardt lowered his binoculars, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We can't let them regroup. If we allow them to slip away, they'll return stronger." He turned to the communications officer. "Send a message to all ships, full pursuit. Focus fire on their damaged vessels. Let's finish this." The Valorian fleet surged forward in unison. The VNS Valeria and VNS Resolute took the lead, their heavy guns thundering as they targeted the retreating Ruthenian cruisers. The destroyers VNS Vanguard, Rapier, and Shadow darted ahead, their torpedo tubes armed, ready to strike at any ship that dared slow down. Admiral Captain Brant called out, his voice strained. "We're picking up increased radio chatter. It seems the Ruthenians are calling for reinforcements." Reinhardt's jaw tightened. "We have to break them before any reinforcements can arrive. Focus all fire on their flagship. Without the RNS Imperator, the rest will fall apart." On board the RNS Imperator, Admiral Orlov's face was twisted with fury. The battle had gone disastrously wrong. He had underestimated the Valorian resolve, and now his fleet was paying the price. The bridge was filled with the acrid scent of smoke as alarms blared incessantly. Admiral Captain Sokolov shouted over the din, "The Tsar Alexander is barely afloat, and the Catherine is requesting permission to disengage. They're taking on water rapidly." "No." Orlov roared, slamming his fist on the command console. "We hold the line. If we retreat now, we'll lose everything." He turned to his communications officer. "Signal the Peter the Great and Tsar Alexander. I want a rear guard action. Hold off the Valorians while the rest of our fleet regroups." As the orders were relayed, the RNS Peter the Great swung around, its guns blazing as it moved to cover the retreat. The ship's 8-inch guns barked in defiance, sending shells streaking toward the advancing Valorian cruisers. But the Valorians were relentless, their firepower overwhelming. Direct hit on the Peter the Great. Came the report from one of the Valorian cruisers. The Ruthenian heavy cruiser shuddered under the impact, flames licking at its deck as it began to lose speed. Back on the VNS Titan, Admiral Reinhardt could see the Ruthenian ships slowing, their desperate attempts to hold off the Valorian fleet turning into a rout. "Admiral, the Peter the Great is taking heavy damage," reported Captain Brant, a note of triumph in his voice. "The Valeria and Resolute have broken through their line." "Good," Reinhardt replied, his eyes narrowing. "Deploy the destroyers. I want torpedoes in the water. Cripple their flagship." The Valorian destroyers surged forward, darting through the chaos like wolves closing in on wounded prey. VNS Vanguard and Rapier launched a spread of torpedoes, the white trails streaking through the dark water toward the RNS Imperator. "Admiral Orlov, torpedoes inbound." Captain Sokolov shouted, his voice breaking through the cacophony of alarms. Evasive maneuvers. The Imperator heeled hard to port, but it was too late. Two of the torpedoes struck the stern, sending a massive plume of water and fire into the air. The battleship shuddered violently, its engines stuttering as compartments below deck flooded. "We've lost propulsion." Sokolov yelled, panic creeping into his voice. "The damage is severe, Admiral." Orlov's eyes were wild with rage, but there was nothing he could do. "Signal all ships to retreat," he growled through gritted teeth. "Get us out of here." As the Ruthenian fleet broke formation, the Valorian navy pressed the attack. The sky was alight with tracer fire and the distant glow of burning ships. The VNS Titan continued to pound the retreating vessels, its guns spitting fire with relentless precision. On the bridge, Admiral Reinhardt watched as the RNS Imperator began to fall behind its fleeing comrades. "They're in disarray," he said quietly. "This is our chance." Turning to Brant, he gave his final order for the night. "Prepare the final assault. Well, cut off their escape and end this once and for all." The Valorian fleet tightened its formation, the cruisers and destroyers encircling the crippled Ruthenian ships like wolves closing in for the kill. Torpedo bombers roared overhead, dropping their deadly payloads into the chaos below. Back in Volkschel, Alexander stood in the command center, listening intently to the reports filtering in from the front lines. Julienne's eyes were wide as she relayed the latest updates. "The RNS Imperator is heavily damaged, sir," she reported. "Admiral Reinhardt is pressing the attack. The Ruthenians are in full retreat." Alexander's lips curved into a cold smile. "Good, drive them out of our waters. Let this be a lesson to Tsar Ivan and anyone else who dares challenge Valoria." Julienne nodded, her fingers tapping out the orders with renewed vigor. The Valorian navy had seized the advantage, and they would not let it slip away. As the night wore on, the Ruthenian fleet continued to crumble under the relentless assault. On board the RNS Imperator, chaos reigned. The once mighty flagship was now little more than a burning hulk, its guns silent, its decks awash with seawater. "Admiral, we can't hold on much longer," Captain Sokolov shouted. "The Valorians are closing in." Orlov's face was ashen, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and despair. "Signal surrender," he finally said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "We have no choice." As the signal was sent, the guns of the Valorian fleet fell silent. The waters between Valoria and Ruthenia, once a cauldron of fire and fury, grew eerily quiet. The battle was over, but the scars it had left behind would linger. In Volkschel, the news of Ruthenia's surrender reached Alexander. For a moment the room was silent, the weight of their victory settling in. Then, with a slow, deliberate nod, he turned to Julianne. Prepare a message to the Ruthenian Tsar, he ordered. Let him know that Valoria stands victorious, and if he wishes to avoid further humiliation, he will think twice before ever challenging us again. Julienne smiled, her fingers dancing over the telegraph keys. The message was clear. Valoria would not be intimidated. They had faced the might of Ruthenia and emerged triumphant. But as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Alexander knew that this victory, hard won as it was, would not be the end. The world was watching, and the next challenge would not be far behind. March 5, 1939, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich paced furiously in the Winter Palace's war room, his face flushed as he awaited the arrival of his military advisors. The news that had filtered through was already bad enough. His fleet, his pride, had been humiliated on the open seas. The might of Ruthenia's navy, which he had poured resources into for years, had been outmatched by Valoria. The door opened and General Vasily Rostov, flanked by Admiral Mikhailov and other senior commanders, entered, each wearing expressions of unease. They saluted, but the Tsar's scowl deepened as they took their positions around the table. "What is this I hear about a tactical retreat?" Ivan barked, his voice thick with anger. "Our navy retreating like cowards before the Valorians." His fist slammed down onto the table, sending an ink bottle rolling off the edge. "Your Majesty," Rostov began carefully, "the battle did not go as planned. The Valorian forces did not go as planned. That's all you have to say." The Tsar's eyes flared. "I don't care what didn't go as planned. I ordered you to show Valoria our power, to make them understand they were dealing with a superior force. Instead, you have made me a laughingstock." Rostov swallowed, but Ivan's gaze swung to Admiral Mikhailov, who looked visibly shaken under the Tsar's intense scrutiny. "Admiral," Ivan snapped, "explain to me how it is possible that a nation like Valoria could drive our ships to retreat. Was our fleet not strong enough? Did I not provide you with the best warships, the best resources, and all the support you needed?" "Your Majesty," Mikhailov stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "The Valorian fleet was well prepared. Their coordination, their strategy, they executed maneuvers that we had not anticipated." Ivan's face contorted in anger. "Did not anticipate," he repeated, his voice growing louder. "Then what use are you, Admiral, if not to anticipate? What was the point of all those drills, the endless preparations?" Mikhailov's face paled, but he pressed on, aware of his duty to provide the facts. "Their coastal defenses were stronger than expected. They coordinated with aerial support and inflicted significant damage. We sustained heavy losses." "How many ships?" Ivan interrupted, his voice dangerously low. Mikhailov hesitated. 5 ships lost, Your Majesty. Several others severely damaged. The Imperator is beyond repair. It will need to be decommissioned if we can even bring it back to port." Ivan's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. "The Imperator," he muttered, almost to himself. "The pride of our navy." He looked up, his gaze piercing. "And this is what you bring me reports of its demise," and a complete rout. Rostov stepped forward, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Your Majesty, Valoria was clearly better prepared. We underestimated their capabilities and were caught off guard. But with time, we can regroup and prepare a new strategy." The Tsar's eyes snapped to Rostov, his expression a mixture of disbelief and disdain. "Regroup? You expect me to sit here, licking my wounds, while Valoria celebrates a victory over Ruthenia? I will not be humiliated like this. The entire world is watching." The room fell silent as Ivan struggled to control his breathing, his anger radiating off him in waves. He turned back to Mikhailov, his eyes narrowing. "Do you understand the consequences of this failure?" Admiral Ivan asked, his voice cold. "Our allies will question our strength, our enemies will see us as weak, and Valoria will grow bolder, believing they can dictate terms to us." "Yes, Your Majesty," Mikhailov managed, his voice barely above a whisper. "We must respond carefully." Carefully, Ivan's voice rose again, his patience unraveling. "Respond carefully? No, we respond decisively. We rebuild our fleet, we increase our forces along the coast. And we send Valoria a message that they will not forget." Rostov nodded, seizing the opportunity to show support. "Your Majesty, our ground forces remain formidable. We could bolster our coastal defenses and begin positioning our assets along the Valorian border, signaling that Ruthenia remains ready for confrontation." Ivan took a long, steadying breath, his face softening only slightly as he considered Rostov's words. "Yes," he muttered, half to himself. "Yes, we will make it clear that this victory of theirs is only temporary." He looked at Rostov with renewed intensity. "But I want more than just a show of strength. I want Valoria to know that they have made a powerful enemy." Rostov gave a sharp nod. "Of course, Your Majesty. We will issue a statement warning Valoria that any further provocations will be met with overwhelming force." Ivan's jaw clenched as he thought about the diplomatic ramifications. "No, don't warn them. They thrive on warnings. Instead, prepare our forces in silence. Let them see the consequences of their actions when it's too late to react." The room filled with the murmurs of agreement as each officer absorbed the Tsar's words. Ivan's gaze shifted to Mikhailov, his expression dark. As for you, Admiral, you will lead the efforts to rebuild the fleet. I will not tolerate another failure. Ruthenia's navy will return stronger, more formidable, and I expect nothing less than perfection from you. Am I understood? Mikhailov straightened, swallowing hard. Understood, Your Majesty. We will not disappoint you again. Ivan's face remained hard as he surveyed his military staff. Ensure that you don't. The next time I send our navy against Valoria, I expect nothing less than total victory. That is the only acceptable outcome. He turned away, gripping the edge of the table as if he could will his anger into submission. You are dismissed, and make no mistake, I will be monitoring every step you take to rectify this disaster. The officers saluted, filing out of the room, their faces a mixture of tension and determination. Ivan remained, staring at the map spread out before him, his thoughts swirling with plans for retribution. The humiliation at the hands of Valoria would not stand. He would see to that personally. As the last officer exited, Ivan clenched his fists, his fury simmering just below the surface. Valoria will pay for this, he whispered to himself, a vow as dark as the shadow of war looming over Ruthenia, and I will ensure they regret ever crossing Ruthenia. March 6, 1939. The grand hall of the Winter Palace was silent, the air thick with anticipation. Hundreds of high-ranking officials, ministers, military officers, and diplomats filled the expansive chamber, each face set in stony determination. The ornate golden chandeliers cast a somber glow over the assembled crowd, casting long shadows against the walls decorated with the banners and crests of the Ruthenian Empire. No one spoke. They waited, breath held, knowing the weight of this gathering. The empire stood at a precipice. The heavy doors at the far end of the hall swung open, and Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich entered, his figure silhouetted against the dim light from the corridor behind him. His pace was deliberate, his face an unreadable mask of controlled fury. Flanked by his most trusted generals, including General Vasily Rostov and Admiral Mikhailov, he crossed the hall, each step echoing in the hushed silence, each movement commanding the attention of every eye in the room. His regal military uniform bore the insignia of his office, a stark reminder of his absolute power over Ruthenia. As he ascended the dais, taking his place behind the heavy, dark wood podium, he cast his steely gaze over the room, his cold blue eyes meeting the faces of each man and woman in attendance. The room itself seemed to draw in a collective breath. His presence was unyielding, magnetic, a force to be reckoned with. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and controlled, yet carrying to every corner of the chamber. Honored ministers, loyal commanders of Ruthenia, and our esteemed allies, he began, his voice a measured rumble. Today we are met with news that challenges the dignity of our great nation. He paused, the silence in the hall thickening. News has reached us of a dishonorable attack upon our navy, an insult delivered by Valoria. He continued, his voice hardening. They attacked our fleet, our pride, our defenders of Ruthenian sovereignty. And they did so under the illusion that Ruthenia would allow itself to be humiliated. He let his words hang, the fury in his tone clear, sparking quiet murmurs of outrage among his audience. Ivan's hands gripped the edges of the podium, his knuckles white as his words grew sharper. They believe that we are a power to be tested, a nation to be trifled with. His eyes narrowed, his gaze icy as it swept the room. But Valoria has miscalculated. They have mistaken restraint for weakness, diplomacy for complacency. They have mistaken Ruthenia's honor for timidity. This we cannot and will not tolerate. The crowd began to stir, some nodding in agreement, others clenching their fists in silent rage. The Tsar's words resonated, mirroring their own simmering anger. Admiral Orlov and our brave sailors fought with valor, Ivan continued, his voice rising in intensity. But they were met with a ruthless attack, an orchestrated assault that inflicted severe damage on our ships, our defenses, and our reputation. They dared to fire upon Ruthenia in open waters, leaving us no option but to defend ourselves. The room tensed as he paused, his eyes scanning the faces before him, looking each of his advisors, generals, and ministers directly in the eye. Valoria, he said, almost hissing the word, has forced our hand. No longer will Ruthenia be seen as a nation to be toyed with. No longer will we permit these foreign aggressors to challenge us. He straightened, his voice ringing with authority. As of this moment, we are at war with Valoria. A ripple went through the crowd, hushed but filled with a collective fury. Many had anticipated this, yet hearing it declared by the Tsar himself made the reality sharper. Tsar Ivan's eyes gleamed with a cold determination, his voice now unshakably steady, unwavering. This is no simple skirmish, he declared, his tone fierce. This is not a matter of border disputes or fleeting rivalries. This is a matter of honor and pride, of Ruthenia's rightful place in the world. We shall not be cast aside by an arrogant empire that dares to raise its hand against us. His voice dropped lower, each word like a hammer blow. From this moment, our goal is nothing short of absolute victory. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd, many nodding in fierce agreement. Ivan turned to General Rostov, who stood beside him on the dais, his expression stoic yet resolute. General Rostov, Ivan commanded, his voice carrying the weight of a king's decree, mobilize our forces along the Valorian border. We will not wait for them to strike again. Let Valoria see that Ruthenia is ready. Let them feel our might. Rostov saluted sharply. Yes, Your Majesty, I will see to it that every division is at full readiness. Valoria will know the full strength of Ruthenia. The Tsar turned to Admiral Mikhailov, his gaze hard and unyielding. And you, Admiral, will begin immediate reconstruction of our navy. I want our fleet stronger, faster, and more deadly than ever before. We will hunt Valoria's navy to the ends of the earth if necessary. Make no mistake, Ruthenia will rule the seas. Yes, Your Majesty, Mikhailov replied, his voice filled with grim determination. We will be ready. The Tsar turned back to the crowd, his voice rising once more. Make no mistake, gentlemen, this war will not be easy. Valoria is strong, but they are not prepared for what is coming. We will strike without hesitation, without restraint, and without mercy. We will remind them and all others that Ruthenia is not a nation to be trifled with. We are an empire that stands strong, unyielding in the face of any who dare oppose us. He paused, his words hanging in the air, charged with the promise of war. Our allies will stand with us, and those who do not shall see what it means to cross Ruthenia. There will be no compromises, no negotiations. This is a battle for survival, and Ruthenia will prevail. As he looked over the crowd, a fire burned in his eyes. Let this be a message to Valoria, to all who might underestimate us. Ruthenia will not fall. We shall stand victorious. We shall bring Valoria to its knees. The hall erupted in applause and shouts of approval, the sound echoing through the Winter Palace as officers pounded their fists and ministers cheered. The Tsar's declaration was clear: Ruthenia would not stand down, would not bow. They would fight with every ounce of their strength and crush those who dared to challenge them. Ivan looked out over his loyal commanders and advisors, his face set in a fierce determination. Prepare our troops, our fleets, our people. Let them know that we are at war, and let them know that Ruthenia will not rest until victory is ours. He turned, his generals and ministers standing straighter as he left the dais, each man and woman in the hall ready to carry out his orders. As the Tsar left the room, the gravity of his words weighed on them all. This was no longer a dispute. It was a crusade for honor, pride, and supremacy. In the dim light of the Winter Palace's corridors, Ivan allowed himself a grim smile. He would show Valoria and the world the might of Ruthenia. This war, he vowed, would end with Ruthenia standing unchallenged, feared and revered across the globe. March 7, 1939. The air inside the Volkshul Command Center was stifling, charged with an anxious energy that permeated every corner. The telegraph machines clattered incessantly, transmitting a flood of reports from across Valoria's borders. Officers shuffled in and out, their faces taut with urgency, their whispered conversations laced with a palpable sense of dread. Outside, the winter storm that had raged throughout the night was finally beginning to ease, but within the command center, a far more ominous storm was brewing. In his private office, Alexander sat behind his massive oak desk, reviewing the latest intelligence reports. His sharp, calculating eyes darted over the pages, absorbing each detail with an intensity that betrayed the storm brewing beneath his otherwise calm exterior. He had slept little since the naval engagement 2 nights ago. The victory at sea had been a significant blow to Ruthenia, but Alexander knew it was only the beginning. Valoria's true challenge was yet to come. A knock on the heavy wooden door broke the silence. Alexander looked up, his expression darkening as Julienne entered the room. Her usually composed demeanor was visibly shaken, her eyes wide with urgency. "Your Excellency," she began, her voice steadier than her trembling hands, "urgent news has arrived from Ruthenia. You need to hear this immediately." Alexander's gaze sharpened. "What is it?" Julienne spoke plainly. Without a word, she crossed the room and handed him the hastily transcribed message. Alexander's eyes scanned the document, and as he read, his expression turned from one of curiosity to grim realization. The message was clear, its words laced with the fury of a cornered empire. By order of His Imperial Majesty, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich, Ruthenia formally declares war upon Valoria. This act is in response to your nation's unprovoked aggression against our sovereign fleet. Ruthenia shall not rest until Valoria has been brought to its knees. Alexander set the paper down, his face a mask of cold fury. "So the Tsar has finally decided to play his hand," he muttered. "He's decided that the humiliation of his fleet is worth the cost of open war." Julienne nodded, her eyes fixed on Alexander's as she awaited his response. The declaration was made public just hours ago. The Ruthenian military is mobilizing along our northern border. Their forces are amassing rapidly. For a moment, Alexander was silent, his mind racing through 1,000 calculations. The declaration of war had been inevitable, but the speed with which Ruthenia had moved was surprising. He had expected Tsar Ivan to bluster and threaten for a few more weeks, but clearly, the man's pride had been wounded beyond repair. "Very well," Alexander said finally, his voice calm, almost cold. "If Ivan wants a war, then we shall give him one, but it will not be on his terms." He rose from his chair, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the room as he strode to the large map pinned against the wall. Julienne followed, her heart pounding as she watched the Supreme Leader's eyes scan the map of the Northern Territories. "What are your orders, sir?" she asked quietly, her voice barely more than a whisper. Alexander's finger traced the border between Valoria and Ruthenia, stopping at key positions where their defenses were strongest. "We have the advantage of preparation," he said slowly, as if speaking more to himself than to her. "Ruthenia may have declared war, but they will not find us unprepared. Order General Brandt to reinforce our northern defenses. I want artillery and anti-aircraft batteries doubled along the border." Julienne nodded, quickly scribbling down his orders. "And the fleet, Your Excellency, should we redeploy our naval forces?" "No," Alexander replied, shaking his head. "The Ruthenians are desperate. They will throw their forces at us in a bid to reclaim their lost honor. We'll keep our fleet on standby, but the main thrust will come on land. They'll try to overwhelm us with numbers. We must not give them that chance." As she turned to leave, Alexander's voice stopped her. "And Julienne," he added, his tone suddenly softer, "prepare a public address. The people of Valoria must know what is coming. We will not hide from this conflict, nor will we allow the Ruthenians to think they can intimidate us." Julienne nodded, her resolve hardening. "Yes, Your Excellency, I will arrange it immediately." The great dome of the Volkshalle was filled with the muted hum of anticipation. Citizens, officials, and soldiers gathered in the vast hall, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches lining the walls. The tension in the air was electric. They had heard the rumors, the whispers that had spread through the city like wildfire. Ruthenia had declared war. A hush fell over the crowd as Alexander appeared on the grand balcony, his figure illuminated by the harsh glare of spotlights. He stood tall, his presence commanding the attention of every man and woman in the hall. The people watched, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope, waiting to hear the words of their supreme leader. "Citizens of Valoria," Alexander began, his voice resonating through the hall, amplified by the acoustics of the great dome. "Today, a grave message has reached us from the north. The Ruthenian Empire, in their arrogance and desperation, has declared war upon us. They believe that they can intimidate Valoria, that they can force us into submission through threats and declarations." He paused, letting his words sink in. The crowd stood silent, every eye fixed on him. "They are wrong," Alexander continued, his voice rising. "They have mistaken our patience for weakness. They have mistaken our restraint for cowardice. But let me be clear, Valoria does not fear Ruthenia. We do not fear their armies, nor their fleets, nor their threats." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, growing louder with each word. "We are a proud and strong nation," Alexander declared, his fist clenched above his head. "We have faced adversaries before, and we have always prevailed. This time will be no different. Ruthenia believes they can bring us to our knees, but they will soon learn the price of underestimating Valoria." The hall erupted in cheers, the roar of the crowd echoing through the chamber like thunder. Alexander waited, allowing the fervor to build before raising his hand for silence. "To every citizen, every soldier, every loyal servant of Valoria," he said, his voice softer now but no less intense, "know this, we will not falter. We will not surrender. Ruthenia has made their choice, and now they will face the consequences." He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd. "Prepare yourselves, for the days ahead will not be easy. But I promise you this, we will emerge from this conflict stronger, more united and victorious. Valoria shall not fall." As the cheers reached a crescendo, Alexander turned, his expression one of cold determination. The declaration of war had been made. Now it was up to him to ensure that Valoria emerged triumphant. He would not rest until Tsar Ivan regretted the day he had chosen to challenge the might of Valoria. "Julienne," he said quietly as she approached him once more, "send word to our commanders. The time for waiting is over. Let Ruthenia feel the full force of our retaliation." Julienne nodded, her eyes reflecting the same fierce resolve as her leaders. The war had begun, and Valoria was ready, at the war room in Volkshalle. Alexander, the supreme leader of Valoria, stood at the head of the table, his hands resting on the polished wood as he surveyed his assembled war council. To his left sat Minister Thompson, the Minister of Defense. "Gentlemen, we are at a critical juncture," Thompson began, his voice steady and authoritative. "The Ruthenian declaration of war is not merely a political maneuver, it is a declaration of intent to crush Valoria. We must be prepared to strike back with decisive force." Alexander listened intently, his eyes scanning the faces of his top military advisors. To his right was General Brandt, commander of the Valorian ground forces, and across the table was Admiral Reinhardt, fresh from the victory at sea that had sparked this conflict. Julienne, his trusted chief of staff, stood behind him, ready to relay orders as needed. Minister Thompson's finger hovered over the northern waters on the map, where dozens of red pins marked the presumed locations of Ruthenia's fleet. Our intelligence indicates that the bulk of their naval forces are concentrated here, he said, his voice steady. Given the distance between Ruthenia and our northern coast, they will require significant logistical support to maintain a full-scale invasion. That buys us time, but not much. Alexander leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the map. We cannot afford to be complacent, he said sharply. Time is on our side only if we use it wisely. How long until their fleet reaches striking distance? General Brandt, commander of the ground forces, cleared his throat. Given their current positioning and speed, we estimate they could be in range of our northernmost defenses in 10 to 14 days, depending on weather conditions and their ability to refuel at sea. Alexander's eyes narrowed. That's less time than I would have liked, he muttered. We need to strengthen our coastal defenses immediately. If they manage to land, it could turn into a prolonged ground conflict, which we cannot afford. Admiral Reinhardt, who had remained silent up until now, spoke up. Your Excellency, we must consider an aggressive strategy. Instead of waiting for them to bring the fight to us, we should strike at their convoys while they're still vulnerable in transit. If we can cripple their supply lines, it will force them to retreat or delay their assault. Minister Thompson nodded, but his brow furrowed with concern. That's a risky maneuver, Admiral. If we overcommit our fleet, we could leave our own shores undefended. Alexander waved his hand dismissively. Admiral Reinhardt's suggestion has merit. Ruthenia's greatest strength is its numbers, but that also means they are heavily reliant on their supply chains. Disrupt that and their advantage disappears. Julienne stepped forward, her notepad in hand. Your Excellency, we have assets in place that could be deployed for hit-and-run tactics. Our submarines could ambush their supply convoys, and our bombers can target their refueling ships. Alexander's eyes gleamed with approval. Exactly. We will strike from the shadows and bleed them before they even set foot on our soil. He turned to Admiral Reinhardt. Mobilize the Wolf's Fang submarine flotilla. I want them patrolling the northern approaches. Prioritize their fuel and supply ships, cripple their ability to sustain an invasion. Aye, Your Excellency, Reinhardt replied, already thinking through the logistics. Well, deploy the submarines within 24 hours. Alexander then turned his attention to General Brandt. We cannot overlook the possibility that Ruthenia will attempt a multi-pronged assault. Their fleet may be the spearhead, but we must be prepared for paratrooper landings and sabotage behind our lines. Brandt nodded. I will increase patrols along the coast and deploy rapid response units to our key infrastructure points. We'll also bolster anti-air defenses near our airfields and supply depots. Minister Thompson, still studying the map, spoke up once more. We should also consider fortifying Fort Nosy B and Fort Tamatave, he suggested. These are our strongest coastal fortresses. If Ruthenia manages to break through, these forts must hold the line. Alexander nodded curtly. Do it. I want additional artillery and anti-aircraft emplacements there within the week. Julienne quickly jotted down the orders, her pen moving swiftly across the page. I will have the logistics team prioritize those fortifications, Your Excellency. As the meeting continued, the room was filled with a flurry of activity. Officers and aides moved in and out, carrying reports and updates. After a brief pause, Alexander turned back to Minister Thompson. What do we know of their air capabilities? Will Ruthenia attempt to soften us up with bombing runs before their fleet arrives? Thompson nodded grimly. Our intelligence indicates that Ruthenia has been amassing long-range bombers in their northern air bases. They will likely try to disrupt our coastal defenses and critical infrastructure before their ground forces make landfall. Alexander's jaw tightened. Then we need to ensure they never reach our shores. Mobilize our air force. I want constant patrols along our northern border. Any Ruthenian aircraft that comes within range is to be shot down immediately. Admiral Reinhardt leaned forward, a glint of determination in his eyes. We could also deploy our newly developed radar systems, Your Excellency. They can detect enemy bombers long before they reach our coast, allowing our fighters to intercept. Excellent, Alexander said, a rare smile touching his lips. Deploy the radar stations at once. Let Ruthenia find out the hard way that Valoria is not the easy target they believe. Julienne stepped forward once more, her voice steady. Your Excellency, shall we also prepare a counter-propaganda campaign? The Ruthenians are likely to use this war to sway neutral nations to their side. Alexander's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Yes, prepare a message for our people. Let them know that Valoria stands united. The world must see that we did not seek this conflict, but we will not shy away from it either. We will show them that Valoria will not bend. Julienne nodded, already drafting the speech in her mind. The Supreme Leader's words would be broadcast to every corner of Valoria, a rallying cry to prepare the nation for the storm that was coming. Gentlemen, Alexander said, his voice carrying the weight of finality, we will not simply survive this war, we will dominate it. Ruthenia has chosen to awaken a sleeping giant, and they will pay dearly for their arrogance. The room erupted in a chorus of affirmations as the war council members saluted and began to disperse, each ready to execute their orders. As the last of his generals and ministers left, Alexander turned to Julianne, his gaze sharp. "Prepare the orders," he said quietly. "We have much to do and little time to do it." "Yes, Your Excellency," she replied. As the heavy doors of the war room closed, Alexander allowed himself a moment to stare at the map once more. I couldn't ask for a better debut for the Valorian military. March 10th, 1939. The icy waters of the North Sea churned beneath the gray sky as the colossal Ruthenian fleet began its long journey southward. Admiral Artyom Volkov stood on the bridge of the RNS Sovereign, his flagship, as the winds whipped around him. His steely eyes were fixed on the horizon, the weight of the coming conflict etched into the lines of his weathered face. The Ruthenian Empire had mobilized, and now, with Tsar Ivan's decree, they would sail to crush Valoria once and for all. "Admiral, all ships are reporting ready," announced Captain Alexei Leonov, Volkov's trusted second-in-command. His voice, calm yet laced with urgency, carried above the howling wind. "The fleet is assembled and awaiting your orders." Volkov nodded, his jaw set. "Very well, Captain. Signal all ships to commence the operation. Our target is Valoria. Let them feel the full force of Ruthenia." Ruthenian fleet composition. The scale of the Ruthenian armada was awe-inspiring, a testament to the Empire's military might. Stretching for miles, the fleet was the largest Ruthenia had ever assembled. Each ship had been meticulously prepared for this moment, their decks bristling with weaponry and crews steeled for battle. One super dreadnought RNS Sovereign flagship, armed with 18-inch guns, reinforced with heavy armor plating, and equipped with state-of-the-art anti-aircraft defenses, this behemoth was built to dominate the seas. 4 battleships: RNS Ivan the Terrible, RNS Red Star, RNS Stalwart, RNS Catherine the Great. These vessels, equipped with 16-inch guns and secondary batteries, formed the backbone of the Ruthenian fleet, designed for long-range bombardment and shore bombardment. 6 heavy cruisers: RNS Zhukov, RNS Radomir, RNS Kalinin, RNS Variag, RNS Yaroslav, RNS Rostislav. Each cruiser was outfitted with 8-inch guns, torpedo tubes, and rapid-response anti-aircraft guns, capable of engaging enemy cruisers and supporting the main battleships. 10 light cruisers: RNS Neva, RNS Don, RNS Volga, RNS Divina, RNS Amur, RNS Ural, RNS Terek, RNS Ob, RNS Angara, RNS Sura. These agile cruisers, equipped with rapid-firing 6-inch guns, served as a protective shield against aerial and submarine threats. 20 destroyers: RNS Viper, RNS Cobra, RNS Basilisk, RNS Mongoose, RNS Lynx, RNS Falcon, RNS Osprey, RNS Eagle, RNS Raven, RNS Sparrow, RNS Harrier, RNS Hawk, RNS Sparrowhawk, RNS Merlin, RNS Kestrel, RNS Phoenix, RNS Griffin, RNS Condor, RNS Albatross, RNS Peregrine. These destroyers, bristling with torpedo tubes and depth charges, formed the vanguard of the fleet, ready to engage enemy submarines and smaller craft. 6 aircraft carriers: RNS Thunderstrike, RNS Stormbringer, RNS Lightning, RNS Tempest, RNS Cyclone, RNS Maelstrom. Each carrier housed squadrons of bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance planes, ensuring air superiority for the fleet's advance. As the fleet began to move, the sea seemed to boil beneath the combined roar of engines. The battleships and cruisers led the way, cutting through the frigid waters like knives, while the destroyers fanned out ahead, their sonar operators listening for any signs of Valorian submarines lurking in the depths. Admiral Volkov stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face impassive as the fleet settled into its battle formation. "This will be the largest naval invasion Ruthenia has ever undertaken," he muttered. "We will show Valoria the cost of defying the Empire." Captain Leonov approached, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Admiral, our aircraft carriers report that their squadrons are ready for deployment. Shall we launch reconnaissance to scout the waters ahead?" Volkov nodded curtly. "Yes, deploy a squadron from the RNS Thunderstrike. I want eyes on the waters between us and the Valorian coast. We cannot afford to be caught off guard." Within minutes, the deck of the RNS Thunderstrike was a flurry of activity. Pilots strapped into their cockpits, engines roared to life, and the first wave of reconnaissance bombers soared into the gray sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Back on the RNS Sovereign, Volkov turned to his senior staff gathered around the large map table in the command center. "Our primary objective is to establish a beachhead on Valoria's northern coast. Once secured, we will deploy the 5th Armored Division to push inland and capture their coastal fortifications." General Viktor Mirov, in charge of the ground assault, nodded. "Our paratroopers are ready to drop behind enemy lines once we establish air superiority. We will seize key strategic points to disrupt their reinforcements." "Good," Volkov replied, "but we must remain vigilant. Valoria will not surrender its territory without a fight. Their coastal batteries are formidable, and their air force will no doubt attempt to intercept our transports. Captain Leonov stepped forward. Admiral, our intelligence indicates that Valoria has begun mobilizing their submarines. We should deploy our destroyers to sweep the area ahead. Volkov's eyes narrowed. Deploy the destroyers immediately. I want depth charges ready. Any Valorian submersible that dares to approach will be sent to the bottom. The fleet pressed onward, the horizon stretching endlessly before them. As night fell, the atmosphere aboard the ships grew tense. Every sailor knew the stakes. This was no ordinary mission. This was a fight for pride, for the Empire's honor. On the deck of the RNS Ivan the Terrible, Captain Yuri Petrov scanned the dark waters with his binoculars. The seas are too quiet, he muttered to his first officer. Valoria will not simply wait for us to arrive. Meanwhile, aboard the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Volkov received a report from one of the reconnaissance planes. Admiral, we've spotted several Valorian patrol ships and submarines ahead. It appears they are aware of our approach. Alert the destroyers, Volkov commanded. Prepare for an engagement. We will not be delayed. For now, the Ruthenian fleet pressed on, their engines pushing them ever closer to the distant shores of Valoria. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight revealed a vast armada, ready to unleash its fury upon Valoria's defenders. Standing on the bridge of the RNS Sovereign, Volkov took a deep breath, the salty air filling his lungs. Soon, he said softly to himself, Valoria will know the true might of Ruthenia. The invasion was set in motion, and there would be no turning back. The storm was coming, and Ruthenia was determined to emerge victorious. March 17, 1939. The pitch-black depths of the ocean surrounded the VNS Sea Serpent, a Valorian submarine that had been silently patrolling the suspected path of the Ruthenian fleet. Captain Marcus Renner peered into the dimly lit command room, where the faint glow of red lights illuminated his seasoned crew. The tension was palpable, each man listening intently for the slightest sound that could confirm the presence of the enemy. Captain, sonar is picking up multiple contacts, reported Lieutenant Armin Steiner, the vessel's chief sonar operator. His voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of urgency. I count at least 20 signatures, large displacement, likely battleships and carriers. Captain Renner's eyes narrowed as he studied the sonar readings. Looks like we've found them, he murmured, but we can't be certain until we confirm their identity. He turned to his second-in-command, Lieutenant Eva Navarro, who was monitoring the navigation charts. Take us to periscope depth, Lieutenant. We need to get a visual confirmation, but keep it slow, we can't risk detection. The Sea Serpent slowly ascended through the inky depths, its engines reduced to a near whisper to avoid detection. The pressure inside the vessel was stifling as the crew held their breath, knowing that surfacing even partially could expose them to the ruthless guns of the Ruthenian fleet. As the submarine reached periscope depth, Captain Renner cautiously raised the periscope. The surface of the ocean was choppy, with waves breaking against the steel hulls of the distant ships. He adjusted the focus, searching for any identifying marks on the vessels. There, Renner hissed, his breath fogging the periscope lens. I see the flag, it's Ruthenian, no doubt about it. The RNS Sovereign is leading the formation. Lieutenant Navarro's eyes widened. That's their flagship. This must be the main invasion force. Renner nodded grimly and lowered the periscope. Take us back down, Lieutenant. We've seen enough. Let's get this information to Volkshell. Back in Volkshell, the atmosphere was tense. The command center was filled with the hum of telegraphs and the clatter of typewriters as intelligence reports flooded in from Valoria's far-flung patrols. Alexander stood at the head of the operations table, surrounded by his top military advisors, including Julian, who was ready to relay orders. Your Excellency, we've received a transmission from the Sea Serpent, reported one of the communications officers, his voice cutting through the murmur of the room. They've confirmed visual contact with the Ruthenian fleet. They're on the move and heading straight for us. Alexander's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity as he processed the news. So they've finally made their move, he muttered. The Ruthenians are coming to finish what they started. Julienne stepped forward, her notepad at the ready. What are your orders? Your Excellency. Alexander's jaw tightened as he turned to Admiral Reinhardt, who was still recovering from the grueling naval engagement days before. Admiral, deploy our submarine flotilla immediately. The Sea Serpent has confirmed the enemy's position. I want our submarines to intercept and sink as many Ruthenian ships as possible. Admiral Reinhardt saluted crisply. Understood, Your Excellency. I will deploy the Wolf's Fang flotilla at once. But I recommend caution. We must ensure our submarines remain undetected until they're in striking range. Agreed, Alexander replied. The VNS Sea Serpent transmitted the coordinates of the Ruthenian fleet, and within hours the Valorian submarines were on the move. The Wolf's Fang flotilla, a group of 6 deadly submarines, slipped silently through the depths, their commanders eager to draw first blood. On board the VNS Phantom, Captain Elias Kovac peered through his periscope, the silhouette of the RNS Red Star filling his viewfinder. "Target acquired," he whispered. "Prepare to fire torpedoes." The tension on board was suffocating as the torpedo tubes were loaded. Kovac gave the order, and moments later, the torpedoes shot through the water, leaving a trail of bubbles in their wake. Seconds later, a thunderous explosion rocked the sea as one of the torpedoes struck the RNS Red Star amidships. Smoke and flames erupted from the battleship's hull, sending crewmen scrambling. Direct hit. A crewman shouted, his voice filled with triumph. Captain Kovac nodded grimly. "Reload the tubes. We're not done yet." As the Wolf's Fang flotilla unleashed their attack, the waters around the Ruthenian fleet erupted in chaos. Alarms blared and searchlights swept the dark waters, desperately trying to locate the unseen predators. On the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Volkov's face twisted in rage as reports of the submarine attack poured in. "Find those damn submarines and destroy them," he roared to his officers. The icy waters of the North Sea turned into a cauldron of fire and chaos as the Wolf's Fang flotilla continued their relentless assault. The Valorian submarines, moving like shadows beneath the waves, had drawn first blood, but now the Ruthenians were fighting back with everything they had. On the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Volkov's face was a mask of fury. He slammed his fist onto the command table, causing the surrounding officers to flinch. "Deploy all anti-submarine measures immediately," he barked. "I want depth charges dropped at every sonar contact. Flush them out." The deck of the RNS Ivan the Terrible erupted in a frenzy of activity as crew members rushed to man their depth charge launchers. The massive steel canisters were loaded and fired into the water, detonating with deafening booms that sent shockwaves rippling through the ocean. Explosions lit up the surface like fireworks, casting an eerie glow on the churning waves. Below, the VNS Sea Serpent shuddered violently as depth charges detonated dangerously close. Captain Renner gripped the edge of the navigation table to steady himself. "Helm, evasive maneuvers. Dive deeper now," he shouted over the blaring alarms. "Aye, Captain," Lieutenant Navarro responded, her hands flying over the controls. The Sea Serpent angled sharply downward, plunging deeper into the cold, dark abyss in a desperate bid to escape the onslaught above. "Sonar reports multiple detonations above us," Lieutenant Steiner called out, his voice strained. "They're trying to triangulate our position." Renner's jaw clenched as he calculated their next move. "Cut all engines," he ordered. "We go silent. Let's see if we can slip through their net." As the Sea Serpent fell silent, drifting like a ghost in the depths, the surrounding waters vibrated with the distant rumble of explosions. For what felt like an eternity, the crew held their breath, every man straining to hear the faintest sound of another depth charge descending. Above them, the Ruthenian destroyers crisscrossed the area, their sonar operators desperately searching for any sign of the elusive Valorian submarines. On the RNS Falcon, Captain Yuri Makarov barked orders to his crew: "Maintain sonar sweeps and keep the depth charges ready. Those Valorian wolves are out there, and we won't stop until we've sunk every last one." The South Atlantic waters churned with the echoes of the recent battle. The Valorian submarines, led by the VNS Phantom and VNS Sea Serpent, had just executed a successful hit-and-run attack on the Ruthenian fleet. Now they were desperately trying to slip away, evading the furious counterattack that followed. On board the VNS Sea Serpent, Captain Marcus Renner kept a watchful eye on the sonar display. The echoes of depth charges and distant explosions reverberated through the hull, creating an almost maddening symphony of noise. "Captain, sonar is picking up multiple signatures converging on our position," reported Lieutenant Armand Steiner. His voice, though steady, held an undertone of tension. "Looks like a Ruthenian submarine flotilla is closing in. They must have tracked our attack." Renner nodded grimly. "All ahead slow, Lieutenant. We can't afford to make any more noise. Rig for silent running." The Sea Serpent reduced its speed, the engines humming at the lowest possible frequency. The crew held their breath, every man straining to listen for the telltale ping of Ruthenian sonar that would signal they had been detected. Captain Nikolai Voronov of the Moskva, the lead submarine of the Ruthenian flotilla, was already on the hunt. The Valorian submarines had struck a devastating blow to the Ruthenian fleet, sinking the battleship Red Star and heavily damaging the carrier Stormbringer. Now, it was Voronov's turn to exact revenge. "Sonar, report." Voronov barked, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the dark waters on the monitor. "Captain, we've got multiple faint contacts to the south," the sonar operator, Petrov, replied. "Could be the Valorian subs trying to slip away." Voronov's lips twisted into a grim smile. "They want escape this time. Prepare torpedoes. Set them to passive homing. We don't want to alert them until it's too late." The Moskva and two other Ruthenian submarines, the Belgrade and Casimir, moved into formation, creeping toward the Valorian subs like silent predators. Captain Elias Kovac was well aware that the enemy was hunting them. The waters around the Phantom were alive with the faint echoes of Ruthenian sonar pings and the distant thuds of depth charges. Captain Sonar is detecting at least 3 enemy subs moving in fast, reported Romanov, his fingers tapping anxiously on the console. They're triangulating our position. Damn it, Kovac muttered under his breath. They're good. He turned to his second-in-command. Prepare decoys and activate countermeasures. We need to shake them off. The Phantom released a series of noise-emitting decoys, hoping to confuse the pursuing Ruthenians, but the enemy was relentless. The Casimir on the Ruthenian side had already locked onto the Phantom's signature. On board the RNS Casimir, Captain Viktor Fedorov watched as the sonar display lit up with the faint blips of the decoys. They're trying to shake us off with countermeasures, Fedorov sneered, but they're not getting away this time. Launch torpedoes tubes 1 and 2. The Casimir fired its torpedoes, the deadly projectiles racing through the water toward the Phantom. Captain, incoming torpedoes, Romanov shouted on the Phantom. 2 closing fast, Kovac acted immediately. Evasive maneuvers, full speed ahead, deploy more decoys. Read latest stories on Empire. The Phantom banked sharply to port, releasing another set of decoys. The first torpedo veered off course, detonating harmlessly in the depths, but the second one continued to close in. Brace for impact, Kovac yelled. A muffled explosion rocked the Phantom, sending crew members staggering. Report, Kovac demanded, gripping the edge of his command chair. Minor damage to the aft compartments, but were still operational, Romanov confirmed, sweat beading on his forehead. We can still fight, Kovac gritted his teeth. Prepare to return fire. Target the Casimir. On board the RNS Casimir, Captain Fedorov's victory was short-lived. Captain, the Valorian sub is counterattacking. His sonar operator shouted, "We've got torpedoes incoming." Fedorov's eyes widened. Hard to starboard. Launch countermeasures. The Casimir tried to evade, but it was too late. The Valorian torpedoes struck the submarine's stern, ripping through the hull with a deafening explosion. Water poured into the damaged compartments as alarms blared. Seal off the lower decks, Fedorov roared, trying to salvage what remained of his crippled vessel. As the Phantom and Sea Serpent continued their desperate maneuvers, the Ruthenian submarine flotilla was left in disarray. The Moskva, however, had managed to slip into the blind spot of the Sea Serpent, ready to deliver a killing blow. Captain Renner, the Moskva is closing in on us. Lieutenant Steiner shouted. Fire aft torpedoes now, Renner ordered. The Sea Serpent launched its last set of torpedoes just as the Moskva fired its own. The South Atlantic lit up with the simultaneous detonations, each submarine trying to outmaneuver the other in a deadly dance of cat and mouse. Both sides took hits, but in the chaos, the Valorian subs managed to slip away, leaving the Ruthenian flotilla nursing their wounds. As the waters settled, the Valorian submarines disappeared into the depths, their mission accomplished for now. The battle beneath the waves had been brutal, but Valoria had bought itself precious time. The dark, frigid waters of the South Atlantic finally grew still, the echoes of battle fading into the depths. The Valorian submarines had slipped back into the abyss like shadows, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the Ruthenian flotilla. Inside the VNS Sea Serpent, Captain Marcus Renner and his crew breathed a collective sigh of relief as the sonar display cleared. Captain, the Moskva and its escorts have ceased pursuit, reported Lieutenant Steiner, wiping sweat from his brow. They're retreating. Renner nodded, exhaustion etched into his features. Well done, everyone, but we can't relax yet. Maintain silent running. We need to be absolutely sure they're not trying to ambush us. On board the VNS Phantom, Captain Elias Kovac watched the last blips of the Ruthenian submarines vanish from the sonar screen. We bought ourselves some time, he muttered, rubbing his tired eyes. But they'll be back, and they'll come with more firepower next time. Romanov, his second-in-command, turned to him. Sir, should we report our success to Volkshell? Yes, Kovac nodded firmly. Send a coded transmission. Let His Excellency know that we've struck a blow, but we need to rearm and repair. This war beneath the waves has only just begun. The atmosphere aboard the RNS Sovereign, flagship of the Ruthenian fleet, was thick with tension. The previous night's confrontation had been a disaster. Admiral Artyom Volkov stood rigid at the center of the command room, his usually calm demeanor now a mask of barely restrained fury. The once-proud Ruthenian fleet was bleeding, and every fresh report brought with it the weight of yet another failure. Admiral, we've received the latest update from Captain Voronov of the Moskva, Captain Alexei Leonov announced, his voice uncharacteristically subdued as he handed over the hastily scrawled report. 2 of our submarines, the Belgorod and Casimir, have been confirmed lost. The Moskva sustained critical damage and is retreating for emergency repairs. Volkov's grip on the report tightened, his knuckles turning white. He didn't need to read the words to know the content. Another blow to their pride, another victory for the Valorians. The Valorian submarines had managed to slip through their defenses, dealing devastating blows to Ruthenia's might. And now, with two of his own submarines sunk, it was becoming harder to hide the truth. How many more losses can we afford? Admiral Captain Leonov ventured, his voice cautious. If we continue like this enough. Volkov's voice lashed out like a whip, silencing the murmurs around him. Do you think I'm not aware of the situation? Do you think I don't understand what's at stake? The room fell silent, the officers exchanging uneasy glances. Volkov knew that the Tsar would not tolerate another failure. Tsar Ivan's expectations were clear. Ruthenia was to dominate the South Atlantic, crush the Valorian forces, and prove the Empire's strength. But so far it had been one humiliating defeat after another. If he reported this latest loss, it could mean the end of his career or worse. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Volkov's eyes flicked toward the large map of the South Atlantic pinned to the wall. Red markers represented his fleet's current position, while black ones indicated where they believed the Valorian submarines had attacked. He could not return to the Tsar with more bad news. No, he had to turn this disaster around. Captain Leonov, Volkov said, we cannot afford to show weakness. If word of this loss reaches Volkshow, they'll think they have the upper hand. I refuse to let Valoria think they've beaten us. But Admiral, the losses Leonov began, only to be cut off again. Send a coded message to our remaining submarines, Volkov commanded, his eyes burning with desperate determination. Order them to continue the hunt. I don't care how many resources it takes. I want every Valorian submarine sunk. I will not return to the Tsar with news of failure. Leonov hesitated, but he knew better than to argue further. Yes, Admiral, he replied, turning to relay the orders. The Ruthenian fleet regrouped, their battered ships now turning their attention back to the hunt. Despite their losses, they were determined to find and destroy the Valorian submarines that had humiliated them. Destroyers and patrol ships fanned out in a wide arc, their sonar operators on high alert, listening for the faintest sign of enemy movement. Stay updated via Empire on board the VNS Sea Serpent. Captain Marcus Renner and his crew were still celebrating their narrow escape. The submarine had evaded destruction, slipping into the depths like a ghost, but they knew the danger wasn't over. The Ruthenians were relentless, and Renner could sense they wouldn't stop until they had exacted their revenge. Captain Lieutenant Steiner whispered urgently, his eyes glued to the sonar screen, I'm picking up multiple contacts. They're closing in fast. Renner's expression darkened. Damn it, they're not giving up. Are they rigged for silent running again? We'll need to lose them in the deeper waters. The Sea Serpent reduced its speed once more, sinking into the dark abyss, the crew praying that they could remain undetected. But this time the Ruthenians were prepared. On board the RNS Belgrad's sister ship, the RNS Falcon, Captain Yuri Makarov had received Volkov's desperate orders. The Valorians had made fools of them, but this time they were ready. The sonar operator's eyes lit up as he detected a faint signature. Captain, I've got something. It's faint, but it's consistent with a Valorian submarine. Depth, 300 meters, the sonar operator reported. Launch sonar buoys, Makarov ordered. I want their exact position. We won't lose them this time. As the buoys were dropped, the ocean lit up with active sonar pings. The Sea Serpent's hull shuddered as the sound waves bounced off its exterior. Captain, they've found us, Steiner yelled. Renner cursed under his breath. All ahead flank, evasive maneuvers, but it was too late. The sonar pings had given the Ruthenians a perfect target. Fire torpedoes, tubes 1 through 4, Makarov barked. The torpedoes shot out from the RNS Falcon, their deadly payloads homing in on the Sea Serpent. Brace for impact, Renner shouted, gripping the console as the first torpedo struck the aft section of the submarine. The explosion rocked the vessel, sending crew members sprawling. Captain, we've lost propulsion. Lieutenant Navarro cried, panic in her voice. We're taking on water. Renner's face was grim. Seal the compartments, prepare to surface. We'll have to abandon ship, but the Ruthenians were not done. A second torpedo struck, and this time the Sea Serpent's hull buckled under the pressure. As water rushed in, Captain Renner knew they were finished. Abandon ship. He ordered. All hands get to the escape hatches. The one-sprowed VNS Sea Serpent, which had eluded Ruthenia's might just hours ago, now sank slowly into the depths, its crew desperately scrambling to reach the surface. On board the RNS Falcon, Captain Makarov watched with a cold satisfaction as the last blips on the sonar disappeared. Send a message to Admiral Volkov, he said quietly. Let him know the Valorian submarine is destroyed. As the South Atlantic waves claimed the Sea Serpent, Admiral Volkov finally allowed himself a moment of relief. His desperate gamble had paid off for now. But as he stared out at the churning waters, he knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. The real challenge was still to come, and his career, his very life, depended on the next battle. Valoria may have drawn first blood, he muttered to himself, but Ruthenia will deliver the final blow. March 20th, 1939, the vast, unforgiving expanse of the South Atlantic stretched out in all directions as the battered but determined Ruthenian fleet pushed south. The waves, turbulent and dark, rose and fell beneath the steel behemoths that made up the invasion armada. For days now, the Ruthenian forces had been sailing through treacherous waters, their once unassailable confidence shaken but not shattered. On board the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Artyom Volkov stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out at the storm-laden horizon. The recent losses had been a bitter pill to swallow, but he was determined to press on. He had no choice. Failure was not an option, not when the Tsar's expectations hung over him like a guillotine. Admiral, we're approaching the southern currents, Captain Alexei Leonov reported, stepping up beside Volkov. The Cape of Good Hope is just a day away. Once we round the Cape, we will enter the final stretch toward Valoria. Volkov gave a curt nod, his mind already racing ahead to what awaited them. How are the ships holding up, he asked, his voice flat, betraying none of the turmoil that brewed beneath his calm exterior. Leonov hesitated for a moment, then replied, the damage from the Valorian submarine attacks has been mostly contained. The crew aboard the Red Star are still patching up their hull breaches, but she remains seaworthy. As for the Stormbringer, our engineers have restored partial flight operations. We can launch short-range reconnaissance flights, but we're still vulnerable without full air support. Volkov's jaw tightened. He couldn't afford any more setbacks. Every day they spent repairing ships was another day for Valoria to bolster its defenses. He turned to the communications officer stationed nearby. Send word to all ships. Maintain tight formation as we round the Cape. I want our destroyers on high alert for any sign of enemy submarines. The Valorians won't let us pass through these waters unchallenged. The officer saluted and hurried off to relay the orders. The fleet had been fortunate to avoid another confrontation so far, but Volkov knew that their luck could change at any moment. The waters near the Cape were notorious for their treacherous currents and unpredictable weather, making it the perfect place for an ambush. On the deck of the RNS Ivan the Terrible, the crew braced themselves as the ship crested a massive wave, water crashing over the bow and drenching everyone in icy spray. Captain Yuri Petrov wiped the salt water from his face and squinted at the horizon. Keep your eyes sharp, men. He barked to his officers. This is where the Valorians will likely strike if they plan to stop us. The destroyers, including the RNS Falcon, which had successfully sunk the VNS Sea Serpent, now formed a protective screen around the fleet. Sonar operators strained their ears for any hint of Valorian submarines lurking beneath the waves. The memory of their previous engagements was fresh in everyone's mind. They had drawn blood, but they knew the Valorian wolves were still out there, waiting for another opportunity. Captain, sonar is clear so far, reported Lieutenant Gromov, the sonar operator, but these currents there are making it difficult to get a steady reading. Petrov nodded, knowing full well that the churning waters could easily mask the approach of a stealthy submarine. Keep monitoring. The moment you hear even a whisper of something unusual, I want to know. As night fell, the Ruthenian fleet finally began to round the treacherous Cape of Good Hope. The sea, already rough, grew even more tumultuous as strong winds whipped across the water, turning the waves into towering walls of froth and spray. Ships groaned under the strain, their steel hulls creaking as they powered through the stormy seas. On board the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Volkov remained on the bridge, his eyes never leaving the horizon. The flicker of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting brief, blinding flashes over the ocean. Admiral, Captain Leonov called out, "We've received reports from our scout planes. No signs of Valorian naval forces ahead. It appears their fleet is still concentrated to the north, near their primary defenses." Volkov's lips twisted into a grim smile. Good, it means they're expecting us to take a more direct route, but we'll catch them off guard by coming around the south. He turned to his officers. Once we clear the Cape, we'll head northeast and hit their coastal defenses before they can reposition. We need to establish a beachhead before they have time to react. The fleet pressed on, the storm gradually subsiding as they moved past the worst of the Cape's currents. The waters began to calm, and the air grew warmer as they sailed closer to their target. The island nation of Valoria loomed somewhere beyond the horizon, a prize that, if taken, would secure Ruthenia's dominance in the region. At dawn, the first signs of Valoria's distant coastline came into view, a thin line of green on the horizon, shrouded in the morning mist. The mood among the fleet shifted. There was a renewed sense of urgency. The crews knew that the final confrontation was fast approaching. "Admiral, we have visual on Valoria's outer islands," Captain Leonov reported with a hint of excitement. "We'll be within range of their coastal defenses within the next 12 hours. Volkov nodded, a spark of determination in his eyes. "Excellent. Order the carriers to prepare their bomber squadrons. I want a preemptive strike to soften their defenses before we make landfall, and signal the fleet to begin forming the assault line. We will hit them hard and fast." The orders were relayed, and the fleet began to shift into an attack formation. The aircraft carriers, including the RNS Thunderstrike and RNS Lightning, prepared their squadrons for launch. Deck crews scrambled to load bombs and fuel up the planes, while the pilots received their final briefings. On board the VNS Phantom, still lurking in the depths after narrowly escaping the Ruthenian manhunt, Captain Elias Kovac listened intently to the chatter on the radio waves. The Valorian Navy had been tracking the Ruthenian fleet's progress, and now, it seemed, the moment they had been preparing for was at hand. "Captain, we've intercepted a communication from the Ruthenian fleet," Romanov reported, excitement in his voice. "They're preparing an aerial assault on our coastal defenses." Kovac's eyes narrowed. "Inform Volkshel immediately. Let them know the Ruthenians are moving in. We've bought time, but now we must hold the line." As the Ruthenian fleet pressed ever closer to Valoria's shores, the final pieces of the chessboard were falling into place. Both sides knew that the coming days would determine the fate of their nations. The Ruthenian forces, bloodied but unbroken, were ready to strike, and Valoria, battered but defiant, stood ready to defend its home. The storm that had been brewing for months was about to break in full force. March 22, 1939. The morning sun barely penetrated the thick mist that clung to the waters off the northern coast of Valoria. The faint orange glow cast an eerie light over the scene, as both sides prepared for what was to be the decisive clash. The waters, still and foreboding, seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the inevitable storm of steel, fire, and blood that was about to unfold. On board the VNS Valor, the flagship of the Valorian Navy, Admiral Heinrich Falk stood on the bridge, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He could feel the tension in the air, a collective sense of dread and anticipation that rippled through the crew. The Valorians had been bracing for this moment. Intelligence reports from Captain Kovac's intercepted transmissions had confirmed that the Ruthenians were coming. Now they were here, just beyond the fog. "Admiral, the latest reconnaissance from the Phantom indicates that the Ruthenian fleet has adjusted course," reported Captain Lauren Schraber said. "They're deploying their bomber squadrons. We're expecting aerial bombardment within the hour." Falk nodded, his face set in grim determination. "Very well. Signal all ships to prepare for anti-air defense. I want our fighters in the air to intercept their bombers before they reach our lines." The Valorian Navy, while smaller in number, had one key advantage. They were fighting on home waters. They knew every inch of the coastline, every hidden cove and current. Falk intended to use that knowledge to inflict maximum damage on the Ruthenians before they could establish a beachhead. "All batteries to full readiness," Falk barked into the intercom. "The moment you have a clear line of sight on their lead ships, open fire. We will not let them get close enough to our shores." On board the RNS Sovereign, Admiral Volkov watched the Valorian coast materialize through the thinning mist. The Ruthenian fleet had spread out, destroyers forming a protective screen around the battleships and carriers. The earlier defeats had made them cautious, but they were determined to crush Valoria's naval defenses this time. "Admiral, the Valorian fleet is forming up ahead," reported Captain Leonov, peering through his binoculars. "They've launched fighters. We can expect them to try and intercept our bombers." Volkov's eyes narrowed. "Launch our own fighters as a counter. I want those bombers to reach their targets, no matter the cost. We'll soften their defenses before our main assault." The deck of the RNS Thunderstrike erupted into a frenzy of activity as pilots sprinted to their aircraft, engines roaring to life. Ruthenian bombers took off in quick succession, heading straight for the Valorian lines. As the bombers closed in, Valorian anti-aircraft guns opened up, filling the sky with deadly flak. The screeching roar of fighter engines filled the air as Valorian and Ruthenian planes clashed in a chaotic dogfight above the churning sea. Explosions and plumes of black smoke marked the sky as planes were hit, spiraling into the ocean below. Back on the VNS Valor, Admiral Falk clenched his fists as he watched the battle unfold above. "Order our cruisers to advance and engage their lead ships," he commanded. "We need to break their formation before their bombers can reach our main fleet." The Valorian heavy cruisers VNS Conqueror and VNS Invictus surged forward, their guns thundering as they unleashed a barrage of shells toward the Ruthenian vanguard. The waters between the two fleets erupted in a cacophony of explosions as shells splashed down, sending geysers of water high into the air. "Direct hit," a crewman shouted on the bridge of the Valor. The Valorian shells had found their mark, sending flames licking up the side of the Ruthenian battleship, but the Ruthenians were quick to respond. The Ivan the Terrible's massive guns roared, sending shells hurtling back toward the Valorian cruisers. Aboard the VNS Invictus, Captain Felix Morno gripped the railing as a shell exploded off their starboard side, shaking the ship violently. "Maintain fire."